Chapter 507. Boom! As the white yak horn was blown, red lotus-like rings of flames shot out from Bashishing's horse and engulfed the entire army. In just a few moments, the 6,000 Uzun cavalry felt their bodies burn, and even their stellar energy flowed faster. In the Nay, amidst the fierce neighing of horses and a cloud of dust, the dense ranks of Uzun cavalry charged down from the summit in pursuit of Wang Chong's forces. At the same time, in a place several dozen li from the pass the Uzun were guarding. Although it was quiet, the atmosphere was extremely tense. "My lord, will this really work?" Commandant Su worriedly asked as he followed at Wang Chong's side. His 5,000 brothers were all with him, and the 6,000 Uzun elite cavalry were right in front of them. This was no joke. Zhao, Jingdian, Li Sai, and the Eagle also felt their hearts sink. Although they wanted to say on behalf of Wang Chong that it would definitely work, not even they had any confidence in this matter. The fact that the Uzun had waited so long to make trouble meant that they had clearly come prepared, and they had all personally experienced the power of these people. If we don't try, how will we know? At a time like this, the only person who could maintain a relaxed and carefree demeanor was Wang Chong. He had seen this kind of scene too many times. Although he still looked like a teenager, his temperament had already far surpassed his age. "Commandant Su, have you prepared those shields?" Wang Chong asked. "They've all been prepared." Commandant Su immediately gave a serious nod. When facing a cavalry that could run at full speed and reach peak strength, shields were necessary for infantry to contend against them. Su Shiping had only dared to rely on the mountain to challenge Batilu because he had collected chests after chests of sturdy shields. Su Shiping had originally planned to use these shields to deal with Batunlu. In the end, Batunlu didn't get to use it. Instead, Wang Chong used it to deal with the even more formidable Bashishing. "That's good." Wang Chong nodded with a confident and composed expression, as if nothing could ever make him feel flustered. "The Eagle, release your bird and see if Bashishing has caught up." "Yes." The Eagle nodded and quickly released a giant eagle. In just a moment, a sharp cry was heard. "He's here." The Eagle's expression tensed up when he heard this shrill cry. He didn't sound nervous, but the more he fought, the more he sensed danger. "Let's go. Follow our original plan and head up the mountain." Wang Chong waved his right hand and said without the slightest hesitation. Turning around, Wang Chong waved his right hand, his finger pointing straight at a distant mountain behind him. In this region, other than the pass guarded by the Uzun soldiers, this was the highest mountain in a radius of 100 li. This mountain was not very tall, but it was extremely steep, like a massive sword thrust into the earth. More importantly, the back of this mountain was a 1,000-foot cliff. No matter how formidable the Uzun cavalry were, they could not charge up the mountain from the back. This was the place Wang Chong had chosen after observing the sand table. The group quickly retreated, surging like the tide. It only took a few moments for them to reach the top of the mountain. Rumble. The earth quaked. Not long after Wang Chong's group retreated, a cloud of dust rose up. 6,000 Uzun cavalry charged out like a raging inferno. Their leader was the heavily armored Bashishing, only his cold eyes visible. The Tang army this time is a little smart. Knowing that they can't run, they might as well stop running. Bashishing gazed at the Tang army charging up the mountain, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "My lord is right. This time they're smart." An Uzun officer agreed. No one had ever heard of someone with 2 legs running faster than someone with 4 legs. It was one thing if these Tang army were purely cavalry, but they were a mix of infantry and cavalry. To think that they could escape from the Uzun cavalry was simply wishful thinking. Although escaping to the mountain might not guarantee their survival, it was at least an expedient measure. "My lord, should we attack?" Behind Bashishing, another Uzun officer probed. This was an excellent opportunity to attack. With the strength of their 6,000 cavalry, they would definitely be able to wipe out the Tang army. There's no need. Unexpectedly, Bashishing raised an arm and rejected this officer's suggestion. Since they're not running anymore, there's even less of a need to rush. Bashishing's eyes flashed with a cold smile. We'll stand guard here for now. Once General Xiangyang Dalu arrives, we can join forces and attack. It won't be too late to exterminate this Tang army. He never did anything he wasn't confident in. If he charged forward now, he could still exterminate the Tang army. But if he could exterminate them while suffering fewer losses, why wouldn't he do so? Killing was an art. How to kill as many enemies as possible while preserving oneself. This was the art of war, a principle that he had comprehended from the art of war of the Central Plains that Lord Huishu, Wuzong, had given him. This was also the true reason he was ranked among the 5 tiger generals of the Ngari royal lineage. Yes, my lord. The officers froze for a moment, but they quickly nodded and said no more. My lord, why aren't they attacking anymore? At the base of the mountain, the strange movements of the Uzun army caused everyone to frown. Uzun was a fierce and combative person. When he saw an enemy, he wouldn't think too much. He immediately chased after them and wouldn't let them go, just like a vicious dog. This characteristic of the Uzun people was common in the world. Now that the prey was right in front of them, the Uzun people did not make a move. This was really not their style and characteristic. My lord, will they not come? And Tang officer said, unable to tell if he was happy or disappointed, don't worry, he's just waiting for reinforcements. Wang Chong smiled. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Compared to Batanlu, he actually knew more about Huishu Wuzong's 5 tiger generals. The prey was right in front of him, but he would bide his time and easily give up. This was definitely not Bashishing's style. On the contrary, the firehound Bashishing's unique trait was its unrelenting bite, piercing through bone and flesh until it latched onto the throat and cut off the last breath of the enemy. Firehound Bashishing! It seems like they really didn't overestimate you at all. No wonder you were able to pierce through Li Jingyi's central army. In the Uzun Ngari royal lineage, you can be considered the number 1 figure. Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he gazed at that abnormally stalwart figure in the distance. The Uzun people relied on martial strength, not intelligence, to dominate the world. The art of war and strategy had never been their forte. It was already quite good for the Uzun Ngari royal lineage to have a strategist like Daluin Ruozin. For Bashishing to be praised by Daluin Ruozin in his last life, one could easily imagine his strength. Later on, Wang Chong had also heard many of his views on the art of war. He had to admit that although Uzun's art of war came from the Central Plains, many of Bashishing's methods of leading troops were so accurate that they would make the Han generals of the Central Plains blush with shame. But that was all. My lord, while the other Uzun reinforcements have yet to arrive, should we take the initiative to attack and defeat them? Otherwise, once they join forces, we'll be in danger. One of Su Shaiping's lieutenants said with an uneasy look on his face. No. Wang Chong flicked his sleeve and firmly rejected the idea. Bashishing wants nothing more than for us to leave the mountain and take the initiative to attack. If that really is the case, there's no need for reinforcements to arrive. He can defeat us right now. With just a few of us, there's no way we can defeat 6,000 Uzun cavalry. When the number of soldiers fell short of the enemy, one had to use strategy to win. Face-to-face confrontation was often the worst plan. Wang Chong had once commanded a large number of cavalry, so he was well aware that the more cavalry there were, the more powerful they were. This was not a plus or minus sign, but an exponential increase in strength. In these circumstances, attacking with a mixture of 8,000 infantry and cavalry was definitely the worst plan. My lord, then what do we do? There are 2 groups of Uzun cavalry here. 6,000 is already hard enough to deal with. If another 5,000 or 10,000 Uzun cavalry arrive, we'll be doomed. The officer speaking had a nervous expression, his expression shifting. Even Batunlu's 3,000 men had been able to force them into a corner, not daring to move half a step from the mountain. Now that another 10,000 Uzun cavalry had arrived, all of them would probably die without a grave. Not necessarily. Wang Chong waved his hand disapprovingly. I have my own plans. In any case, all you need to do is listen to my orders. Commandant Su, the battle is imminent. I don't want to hear such words that shake the morale of the army. If something like this happens again, you know what to do, right? Wang Chong turned his head, his gaze cold as he looked at the surrounding officers. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, not daring to meet the gaze of this teenager. Compassion does not command soldiers. The army was not a game. Blindly relying on benevolence and conciliation would not intimidate the hearts of the people. This was the morality of the Confucian school, not the militarists. Without sufficient resolve, willpower, and daring, one would be thrown into disarray at a crucial moment. When the time came, it would not just be oneself, but thousands of soldiers. The commander-in-chief held the lives of the army in his hands. If one did not understand this principle, they would not be allowed to sit in this position. My lord, be at ease. This subordinate knows what to do. Commandant Su bowed and said without hesitation. Wang Chong gave a slight nod and said no more. The more soldiers Han Exan had, the better. The effect of 1,000 soldiers and 8,000 soldiers was completely different, and the effect of relying on the terrain was also different. Even though besieging had come with a ferocious momentum, with 8,000 soldiers, Wang Chong already had the strength of an army. The power displayed by a troop of 1,000 people was completely different from that of an army. Even if another 5,000 soldiers came, Wang Chong would not fear them. In his last life, he had led a similar army against even more formidable foes. Why would he care about a trifling besieging? Rumble. Time flew by, and Uzun's cavalry arrived much faster than expected. Chapter 508. They're here. So fast. On the mountain. Everyone felt their hearts tighten at this sight. The Uzun were all natural-born cavalry. Whether or not they understood the art of war, they were still the strongest enemy. Nearby, Bashishing's 6,000 cavalry also began to move. Turning around, the sand churning, they began to move to meet that group of cavalry. Before everyone's eyes, the two groups of cavalry skillfully merged into one. The black horsemen were densely packed and as vast as the sea. They were spread out on the ground like black ocean waves, and it was an extremely shocking sight. What was even more shocking was that this army still maintained extremely strict discipline. My lord, Xiangyang Dalu has come to report. My lord, please give the order for what to do next. Xiangyang Dalu cupped his fists and lowered his head. Xiangyang Dalu was dressed in armor and wielding a pitch-black spear. His entire body exuded a vast aura, making him seem like a fierce general. But before besieging, Xiangyang Dalu was still a head lower. Besieging nodded in satisfaction. He had the seal of great General Huishu, Wuzong, on him. In this place he had absolute authority. It's about time. Get ready. We'll completely exterminate that Tang army on the mountain. Besieging turned his head and gazed at the distant mountain, his cold eyes exuding an aura that could destroy all things in the world. Since Xiangyang Dalu had arrived and there was nothing to worry about, no matter what tricks this Tang army had up their sleeves or how many people they had, only death awaited them. Rumble. In the next moment, the desolate, deep, and extremely distant yak horns began to blare. With this charge, the vast Uzun army finally began to move. The Uzun soldiers lined up in neat ranks, their hands pressed against their waists and scimitars as they coldly stared at the summit. At this moment, the more than 10,000 Uzun cavalrymen merged into one, as if they were one person. Their cruel and murderous eyes stared at the Tang soldiers on the mountain path as if they were looking at a dead man. At the same time, Waves of killing intent and baleful aura erupted from the bodies of these Uzun. The fiercer they were, the thicker their killing intent was. When tens of thousands of killing intents gathered together, they soared into the sky, causing even the void to distort. Dark clouds gathered from all directions, and the sky was filled with battle clouds. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Boom! At first, the army was only squirming slowly. Then it became faster and faster, faster and faster, until finally it became an earth-shaking movement. Kill! With a point of the scimitar, he drew an arc in the air and pointed it into the distance. Accompanied by a series of fierce battle cries, the next moment the army rumbled and covered the sky and the earth, charging towards the top of the mountain with earth-shattering force. The war had finally begun. At the same time as the tens of thousands of Uzun soldiers charged forward, the atmosphere on the mountaintop became extremely tense. Get ready! As the order was given, the mechanism vibrated. Along the undulating mountain range, large metal shields suddenly stood up and landed heavily on the ground. The surface of the metal shields were like fish scales, reflecting rays of cold light under the setting sun. From halfway up the mountain to the mountaintop, along the undulating foothills, Commandant Su's 5,000 soldiers and Wang Chang's 3,000 soldiers totaled 8,000. They were divided into the left wing, right wing, center, vanguard, and rear wing. There were dozens of square formations and more than a dozen echelons, layer after layer, densely packed together. The 8,000 soldiers were squeezed into a very narrow area. This was a strategy that Wang Chong had modified based on Commandant Su's arrangements. When faced with the wave after wave of echelon formation attacks from the Uzun soldiers, only a dense formation could withstand the cavalry's charge. A storm was brewing. On the mountaintop, the atmosphere was somber and deathly silent. Everyone firmly gripped the sabers, spears, shields, and axes in their hands. Their gazes were fixed on the foot of the mountain, on the black tide that was surging toward them. The military system of the Tang dynasty, which had been passed down for centuries, was on full display. Even though they were nervous, even though they were facing a powerful enemy, not a single person retreated. A soldier's duty was to obey orders, no matter who the opponent was. Once a military order was given, whether it was the regular army or the reserves, they would unswervingly carry out the order. Rumble. As the war horses galloped forward, Uzun got closer and closer. Every step seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 caddies. The enormous force traveled to the ground, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Wang Chong stood on the summit, motionless like a statue, his expression unchanging. His calm attitude imperceptibly influenced the surrounding generals, making them feel much more at ease. 3,000 zhang, 2,000 zhang, 1,000 zhang. The Tibetans were getting faster and faster, more and more abrupt. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew through the world, carrying with it a familiar stench. It was the stench unique to the Highlanders. They were no strangers to this stench. 60,000 reinforcements had fallen to this stench and scimitars. Thinking back to that massacre, everyone clenched their weapons tightly, and many of them revealed nervous expressions. This was an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Young master! On the summit, the eagle, Commandant Su, and the others all subconsciously turned to Wang Chong. The winds howled and the air currents churned. Wang Chong's black hair danced in the wind, but his youthful face was as resolute as a rock, as if nothing could move him. The bowstring was already drawn. The sizzling sound echoed in everyone's ears as they waited for Wang Chong's order. In a battle between two armies, archers would always be the first to attack. This was also the greatest advantage that the Tang dynasty had when fighting other foreign countries. Occupying the terrain gave the Tang dynasty the greatest advantage. In the past, the Tang dynasty had relied on their superiority in crossbow technology to sweep away all other cavalry. Everyone was waiting for Wang Chong's order. with war on the verge of breaking out. Even Su Shiping, the eagle, and the others showed a hint of anxiety. But Wang Chong still did not give the order. Wait a little longer. Wang Chong calmly said, 800 zhang, 700 zhang, 600 zhang. They were getting closer and closer, entering the firing range. The opportunity was fleeting, but Wang Chong still did not give the order. My lord! Anxious gazes turned to Wang Chong. Uzun's forces far outnumbered the Tang dynasties. Only by using the first wave to weaken their advantage would they be able to reduce the pressure on the Tang dynasty. Even if it was just a little, it would still be beneficial to their situation. But Wang Chong remained unmoved and still did not give the order. His handsome eyes were gazing down the mountain, their depths inscrutable. No one could tell what he was thinking. The clattering of hooves was like thunder, and the ground was shaking more and more violently. Looking at the steel torrent that was charging at them, everyone's eyes revealed a look of fear. The miserable defeat of the 60,000 Yuan soldiers had occurred not too long ago, and General Li Jingyi's death seemed like it had happened just yesterday. Steady! When the distance was shortened to 500 zhang, Li Sai stepped forward and spoke, his vigorous voice like a peal of thunder resounding over the mountain range. You're right, Wang Chong said. 400 zhang, 300 zhang, 200 zhang. Wang Chong still did not give the order to attack. Raise the shields, all soldiers on guard. When the distance was only 100 zhang, Wang Chong's eyes finally flashed. Uzun's cavalry had finally reached the foot of the mountain. The tens of thousands of cavalrymen seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier, suddenly slowing down and reducing their speed. It was this subtle change that made Wang Chong finally relax. They're here. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind. If the flat plains were the cavalry's home ground, then the mountain was the infantry's home ground. Only by taking advantage of the undulating terrain of the mountain and the high speed and mobility of the cavalry could the infantry have a chance to fight against the cavalry. A truly wise man would never fight the cavalry on the plains when he was at a disadvantage. This was also the reason why Wang Chong had chosen to fight on the mountain. 700 zhang, 600 zhang, 500 zhang. Uzun's men were getting closer and closer. But as the slope increased, the Uzun's speed also decreased. The atmosphere became more and more solemn and tense. The tremors grew more and more intense, until it became a violent jolt. At this distance, everyone could see every hair on the Uzun's men standing on end, every vein bulging. Similarly, every Uzun could see the noses of the Tang dynasty infantrymen and the trembling weapons in their hands. Kill! Accompanied by an earth-shattering noise, the atmosphere between the two armies reached its peak. Boom! A black light flashed in the army, and a huge flame spread from Xiangyang Dao's feet to the entire army. Halo of fortress, halo of charge, halo of yak, halo of speed, halo of black burial, halo of fortitude. Thousands of halos flashed, accompanied by the cries of thousands of yaks, and one halo of thorns after another enveloped the entire army. Boom! Almost at the same time, thousands of halos of thorns lit up on the opposite slope. One by one, the generals activated the halos in their bodies and spread them to the surrounding army. Halo of fortitude, halo of strength, halo of combat, halo of agility, halo of passivity, halo of pillar. The dense flames illuminated the starry sky. At this time, even Wang Chong couldn't help but feel lucky that he had summoned Su Shiping. Although this commandant wasn't very strong, none of the generals under him were weak. They had all the halos of thorns that a regular army should have. And because of Su Shiping himself, his subordinates had a large number of passive and defensive halos. At this moment, the sky seemed to pale in comparison to the thousands of flames and halos. Even the flow of time seemed to have slowed down countless times. It seemed like only a moment, but also like countless long centuries. Boom! Chapter 509. Thud, thud, thud. In a flash, hundreds of shield-wielding soldiers were thrown into the air like rag dolls. No one could describe this power. When Uzin and his horse became one and crashed into the Tang dynasty's defense line, this was not a power that an ordinary person could stop. Hold! Loud and fierce voices resounded through the clouds. Countless orders were continuously issued from the army. All the generals were ready to risk everything, and even their voices seemed to be hoarse. Thud, thud, thud. The fierce collisions continued. The attacks of Uzin's men were like a torrential storm, far fiercer and fiercer than anyone had imagined. War horses clashed with shields, spears clashed with sabers, halos clashed with halos. The intensity of the battle was at its peak. Soldiers were constantly being crushed, their bones broken, their organs shattered, and they were either dead or alive. But more and more soldiers were still surging forward. At this moment, everyone's heart had tightened to the extreme. Li Sai, the eagle, Zhao Jingdian, Commandant Su, and everyone else clenched their fists. In a battle between two armies, the first clash was half the battle, and it also determined the fate of the entire army. The cavalry's first wave of attack was the most powerful. Similarly, the infantry's first wave of defense was also the most powerful and sturdy after the formation of the formation. If the first wave could not last and the defense line was broken, all that awaited them would be death. Rumble. The quaking of the earth was intensifying. The attacks of Uzin's men were endless, crashing into the army's defense line like a wave. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. We've held it. We've held it. Suddenly, Commandant Su clenched his fists and spoke in an agitated voice. The defense line of the army had been badly torn apart, hundreds of shield-bearers thrown into the air by the charge of the war horses, dying before they could even land. But the Tang army had still managed to resist the first wave of attacks from Uzin's men. Wang Chong's formation had worked. Wonderful. All the vice-commandants and colonels in the army looked excited. They had participated in countless wars, big and small, and understood the significance of the first wave. Although the battle wasn't over yet, the most dangerous test of the first wave was over for everyone. Humph! I don't believe that we can tear apart the defense of these Tang people. At the foot of the mountain, Xiangyang Dala's expression turned cold when he saw the scene. No matter what these Tang people were planning, if they thought that they couldn't get through this, then they were gravely mistaken. Uzin's echelon formation sent wave after wave of attacks, never stopping until the enemy collapsed. Go! All of you, get up there! Those who cannot break the Tang defensive line will be dealt with according to military law. Xiangyang Dalu's roar resounded through the skies. With a wave of his hand, he gave the order to attack. Second square formation, sixth square formation, seventh square formation, move out. On the mountaintop, before Xiangyang Dalu could give the order, Wang Chong waved his hand and gave the second order. The second, sixth, and seventh phalanxes, one by one, the reserve warriors took up their shields and went forward to block the attack. A few moments later, the earth rumbled as Uzin's second wave of attacks surged forward. The moment the infantry of the second, sixth, and seventh square formations took their positions, Xiangyang Dala's attack struck the Tang defensive line like a thunderclap. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think that Wang Chong had foreseen Xiangyang Dala's intentions and had given the order ahead of time. "My lord!" Su Shiping and the others turned to stare in shock at Wang Chong. They had never fought with Wang Chong before, so they didn't understand his ability to command. But this sort of foresight was enough for him to surpass the vast majority of renowned generals. The speed of the cavalry was as fast as lightning, and their charge was much faster than that of the infantry. The distance of several hundred feet was covered in a few seconds. If Wang Chong had been fast enough, the first defensive line would have already been broken. Rumble. The battle had reached a fever pitch. The third, fifth, eighth, and ninth formations, axemen, spearmen, and hammermen advance. Wang Chong stood on the summit, his mind as tranquil as an ancient well. Not long after the second order was issued, the third military order came as scheduled. The stalwart axemen, spearmen, and hammermen roared as they charged into the formation like fierce tigers. Infantry had never been passive, and cavalry's greatest strength lay in their charge. If they could endure the first charge, the infantry would be able to display their strength. Kill! Axes, spears, and hammers held forward, quite a few of them from the Chi clan. Amidst the flashes of cold light, blood sprayed. Swish! An Uzun cavalryman had just sent a shield man flying when 5 or 6 spears pierced through him. Yusang's cavalry were renowned throughout the world, but even thick plate armor had places that could not protect them. The neck, the face, the crotch, and the warhorse beneath them would always have places that could be exploited. At the same time, pung pung pung, giant hammers smashed forward with the force of a thunderbolt. Cavalry's plate armor could block the stabbing of swords, but it could not block the blunt blows of hammers. When 5 or 6 hammermen concentrated and attacked at the same time, even the fully armed Uzun could not withstand it. The advantage of Wang Chong's choice to fight on the foothills was immediately revealed. Although the foothills were wide, the closer one got to the top, the narrower it became, and the more limited the space for movement. Although the Uzun had more people, they could not display their advantage at this time. However, before the battle could be decided, Wang Chong's third and fourth orders came one after another. Right-wing archers, get ready. The enemy is 150 steps ahead. Concentrate and fire. Wang Chong's expression was calm, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in his deep eyes. Left-wing archers, get ready. The enemy is 180 steps ahead. Fire! Xiu xiu xiu! A dense rain of arrows like locusts whizzed out. The sharp sound was like metal tearing the sky. No one would have thought that Wang Chong did not choose to attack before the battle, nor did he choose to attack at the moment of the battle. Instead, he chose to use the archers at this time. Under normal circumstances, the use of archers at this time would have lost its meaning. But Wang Chong did not have the slightest thought of this. However, the next moment, when the locust-like rain of arrows fell, the most unexpected thing, like magic, happened. Nay, the war horses wailed. When the locust-like rain of arrows fell from the sky, within a radius of more than 10 feet, even pure power was enough to destroy this army. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the neighing of Ney's horses, Uzun cavalry and their horses fell to the ground one after another. The sharp arrows pierced through the gaps in their armor, nailing them to their horses. The deaths of 30 to 40 Uzun cavalrymen were insignificant compared to the 10,000 Uzun army. They were like bubbles on the sea, insignificant. But in the fierce charge, the deaths of these 30 to 40 cavalrymen had an unexpected effect. Nay, first, hundreds of Uzun cavalrymen could not dodge in time and crashed into them. Then the cavalry at the back were affected. Some of the cavalrymen tried to go around, but almost at the same time, bang, bang, bang. The second and third wave of arrows fell into the formation. The cavalrymen in other areas also tried to go around. The cavalrymen of both sides could not dodge in time and crashed into each other. The formation was in chaos. Bang, bang, bang. The war horses kept crashing into each other, and the sound of bones breaking made one's teeth ache. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. It had only been 3 waves of arrows and more than 100 casualties. But in the end, it had turned into chaos. If one looked down from the sky, one could see that the center of the Tibetan formation was in complete chaos, with the area where the arrows had fallen as a line. This chaos continued to spread, and the charge could not be stopped. When many cavalrymen charged to the front lines in chaos, the result was that the front lines were also in chaos. 3 waves of arrows, a few thousand arrows. In a battle of 10,000 soldiers, this amount of power was insignificant. But in Wang Chong's hands, these 3 waves of arrows had completely disrupted the Uzun's offensive. This. Su Shiping and the other generals looked at the scene before them with their mouths agape and eyes wide open, unable to utter a single word. Even the eagle and Li Sai were greatly shaken. On the fierce battlefield, if a few thousand arrows could achieve this effect, then every faction would do it. But anyone with even the slightest bit of military experience would know that it was impossible to achieve this effect. This was not a normal phenomenon. The reason this had happened was not because of those several thousand arrows, but because of the timing that Wang Chong had chosen. The probability of achieving such a situation was simply too low. This was also the first time the eagle and Li Sai had experienced Wang Chong's terrifying calculating abilities and intuition. This was completely different from when Wang Chong had commanded 1,000 cavalry to fight Batunlu. Li Sai, in particular, had chosen to join the army in biting. One reason was that there were battles to be fought there, and the other was that the most worthy and talented commanders of the empire were there. But for the first time, Li Sai had discovered something similar on a teenager. The last time he had seen it was on the body of the biting protectorates, Vice, Protector General, and Sis Hun. But unlike and Sis Hun, even though Wang Chong seemed to be intentionally restraining himself, this part of him was already even sharper than in Sichuan's. The more he spent time with Wang Chong, the more he couldn't see through this youth, as if he was shrouded in a fog of mystery. But no matter what, for the first time, Li Sai realized that there was something else about this youth that was worth following. The eagle, get ready. It'll be your turn very soon, Wang Chong suddenly said. His expression was calm and emotionless, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Every time this happened, he would enter this most rational state. Only in this state could he bring out the full power of an army. Yes, young master. Without another word, the eagle placed his right hand on the woozy steel sword at his waist and turned to leave, descending the platform. As the eagle turned, a fierce gust of wind blew over the summit. No one saw the dazzling light in Wang Chong's eyes. Chapter 510. Damn it! In the army, Xiangyang Dalu's face turned green at this sight. His rage made the hand gripping his saber tremble, his veins bulging under his skin. Everyone follow me. I'll kill them all. Xiangyang Dalu had originally believed that the first wave of attacks would be able to tear through the defensive line, but in the end, not only had it failed, it had thrown his own army into chaos. Those disorderly vanguards had instead become their greatest obstacle, used by the Tang army to impede the follow-up attacks. Clang! The scimitar was raised and let out a shrill cry like a bloodthirsty beast. In the next moment, Xiangyang Dalu personally led the 6,000 elite cavalry forward. Those who dare block the way die. A war horse galloped forward, a head flying into the sky. With the great general holding the line, even the chaos at the front was greatly suppressed. Xiangyang Dalu led the charge, leaving a trail of dust in his wake as he charged up the mountain. 3rd, 4th, and 5th square formations. Tell them we can retreat. Commandant Su, are you ready? Wang Chong was standing on a rock. Before Xiangyang Dalu had even arrived, Wang Chong had already given his order. My lord, everything is ready. Su Shiping lowered his head and said, but to be honest, even he didn't know what he was doing. Wang Chong's strategy seemed to be completely different from traditional tactics. Carry them out. Boom! A massive halo of thorns radiated from Xiangyang Dalu's feet, suffused with astonishing strength. Xiangyang Dalu led his hundreds of cavalry like a meteor crashing into the Tang army's sturdy walls. No one could resist such power, and no defensive line could resist such power. As a profound martial realm expert, Xiangyang Dalu was second only to Bashishing. There were definitely experts of his level who could stop him, but not these true martial realm Tang soldiers. Xiangyang Dalu wanted to use his own strength to open up the current situation and completely break through the Tang army's defensive line. Kill them all for me. The tyrannical roar of the Uzun language resounded through the sky. At this moment, Xiangyang Dalu was ready to kill any god that stood in his way. Buzz. But in the next moment, something completely unexpected occurred. Right in front of Xiangyang Dalu, the Tang army that had been standing firm like a boulder suddenly began to retreat. As if cut open by an invisible blade, a massive hole appeared in the Tang defensive line. Moreover, the indentation was rapidly expanding inward. What happened? Even with Yang Dalu's abundant experience, he couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Having been in the army for so long, he had never encountered such a situation. In an intense battle, this was simply fatal. However, even though he was surprised, the Highland steed under Xiangyang Dalu did not stay idle. Seeing a wavy hollow in the air, the Highland steed almost instinctively charged over. Humph! No matter what you're doing, only death awaits you if you dare to reveal such an opening in front of me. A cold light flashed in Xiangyang Dalu's eyes. Not only did he not rein in his warhorse, but he instead urged it forward. In a battle against cavalry, any infantry that dared to throw their formation into disarray and reveal an opening was suicidal. To all cavalry, as long as they could find an opening in the enemy's defensive line, they could immediately tear it apart. In Xiangyang Dalu's view, these Tang soldiers dared to do such a thing. The neigh steed neighed as Xiangyang Dalu led his army through this opening. The army parted like a wave, but when he saw what was hidden behind the army, Xiangyang Dalu instantly paled. At Xiangyang Dalu's level, there were very few things that could make him lose his composure, but this was definitely not one of those things. Ballisti. Looking at the cluster of flickering cold light on the hillside, Xiangyang Dalu's expression instantly changed. Behind the Tang defensive line, there were at least several hundred ballisti. These ballisti, carved with powerful inscriptions, were aimed from left to right, from front to back, at Xiangyang Dalu and the dense ranks of Uzun soldiers behind him. Despicable! Xiangyang Dalu angrily roared, his complexion a nasty grimace. He had never imagined that behind the Tang army's retreat there was a hidden pocket, a trap made of ballisti. The ballisti of the Tang dynasty were renowned throughout the world for their formidable ability to pierce through stellar energy. If it were just one, Xiangyang Dalu wouldn't have cared. But not even Xiangyang Dalu could take these hundreds of ballisti lightly. More importantly, these Tang soldiers had been preparing for a long time. By the time he saw them, all the ballisti had been pulled to their limits, making it impossible to dodge. Boom! 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 No one could describe this sudden transformation. When these hundreds of ballisti fired at the same time, even the heavens seemed to pale. The rumbling of machinery and the trembling of the air completely drowned out the sound of hooves and fighting. Thick ballista bolts, their tips gleaming with a cold light, shot toward the Uzun cavalry like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. From top to bottom, from left to right, these ballista bolts sealed off all the paths of retreat for the Uzun cavalry, as well as all the space they could use to dodge. Not even an expert like Xiangyang Dalu had any room to maneuver, much less an ordinary person. Squelch! Blood exploded. An Uzun horseman on the back of his horse suddenly leaned forward, and without even a thud, both he and his horse were pierced through by a black ballista bolt. The massive ballista bolt pierced through his chest, exiting through his back, and then into the body of a second Uzun horseman in the rear, and then a third, a fourth, a fifth. The cruelest of scenes presented a cruelest of beauty. On the battlefield, ballisti were the most frightening of weapons. Even the famed plate armor of Yusang was like paper in front of these costly ballisti, unable to stop them. Wang Chang's order to open the gap and draw in the Uzun cavalry was now showing its most terrifying side. This narrow and long cavalry formation allowed the Tang dynasty's ballisti to display their full power in such a narrow space. Swish! 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 The sound of bone and blood rang out as one Uzun cavalry after another was cut down like straw. In a few short moments, 700 to 800 Uzun cavalry had been killed without even a groan. No one had ever used ballisti like Wang Chong, and no one had ever used them to such a level. More importantly, even Xiangyang Dalu had fallen into Wang Chong's trap. Bang, bang, bang. Massive ballista bolts flew through the air like locusts, rumbling toward Xiangyang Dalu and enveloping the space around him. In his haste, Xiangyang Dalu didn't even have time to dodge. He could only push the stellar energy in his body to the limit, and then he was struck by a storm of attacks. No one could describe the barrage of attacks at this moment. Xiangyang Dalu had charged at the very front of the cavalry, so he was struck by the greatest number of attacks. And in truth, Wang Chong had also aimed the majority of his attacks at this fierce Uzun general. Boom, boom, boom. One ballista bolt after another, powerful enough to easily shatter steels, pierced through the thick plate armor of the Uzun cavalry and kill 7 or 8 cavalry in a straight line, struck Xiangyang Dalu's wall of stellar energy from all sides. In front, behind, to the left, to the right, the barrage of attacks continued to rain down. 70 to 80 ballista bolts slammed into Xiangyang Dalu's wall of stellar energy. But before these ballista bolts could even get close, they seemed to run into an invisible barrier and were all stopped. Xiangyang Dalu's stellar energy barrier seethed. But even in the face of this storm of attacks, he only managed to stagger backward, his feet trembling. Not a single one of these 80 unstoppable ballista bolts had been able to pierce through his stellar energy. But the famed ballistae of the Tang dynasty were not so easy to block. Although Xiangyang Dalu had managed to hold out, the stellar energy in his body was rapidly being consumed, and his color was rapidly fading. In just a short period of time, Xiangyang Dalu was completely unharmed, but he had lost 2/3 of his stellar energy. Damn it! Xiangyang Dalu's face was ashen and terrified. For the first time he felt fear. These 700-some elite cavalry were all his personal guards. They had accompanied him on his journeys through the world, emerging from within the tribe and taking up positions under General Huishu Huizong's command. They had also participated with him in the campaign to encircle and suppress the Tang. But in a flash, these 700 elite cavalry and his trusted subordinates had died without even a sound. They had once hunted down valiant generals of the Tang dynasty and had the strength to capture tigers and capture dragons. But in front of these ballistae, they were as fragile as paper. And those ballista bolts, he could have dodged them one by one. But his opponent had given him no chance. 70 to 80 ballista bolts had arrived almost at the same time. It had been less than a second, but it had consumed 2/3 of his stellar energy. In all his years in the army, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Even though he hadn't seen his opponent yet, much less knew who his opponent was, Xiangyang Dalu had already begun to feel fear. That attack, which had lasted less than a second, had utterly shattered his pride. In this instant, for the first time, the valiant and incomparably ferocious Xiangyang Dalu felt the desire to retreat. Humph! Since you've already come in, do you think you can still leave? Before Xiangyang Dalu could turn his horse around, an icy voice rang out in his ears. The moment the ballista bolts finished, the sky darkened and a sharp sword chi slashed down from the sky like a rainbow. At almost the same time, the eagle, Commandant Su Lisai, and all the other generals of the army roared and charged like fierce tigers. At this moment, Xiangyang Dalu found it hard to breathe, his entire body about to suffocate. His face was pale, and for the first time he sensed the aura of death. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the foothills, but it only sounded halfway before it stopped abruptly. At that moment, time seemed to stop. From the middle of the mountain to the base, the dense sea of Uzun soldiers revealed fear in their eyes. They did not recognize that voice. It was the scream of Xiangyang Dalu on the verge of death. Not even 15 minutes into the battle, the illustrious Xiangyang Dalu of the Ngari royal lineage had fallen the moment he reached the top of the mountain. The battle had ended so quickly that Xiangyang Dalu didn't even have a chance to escape. At this moment, the Tibetans, famed for their courage and ferocity, felt fear for the first time. It was also at this moment that they suddenly realized that the Tang army before them was completely different from what they had imagined. How could this be? As he watched Xiangyang Dalu vanish into the Tang battlefield like a firework, Bashishing's eyes went wide in anger. His hands clenched so tightly that the veins on his arms bulged. He simply didn't dare believe his eyes. It had been too sudden. Bashishing had not even been mentally prepared for Xiangyang Dalu's death. Useless trash. You've truly disappointed me. Bashishing's heart was blazing with rage. His teeth clenched as he roared out these words. When Xiangyang Dalu died in battle, the first thing Bashishing felt was not sorrow, nor was it defeat. Instead, he felt immense rage. There was no question that Xiangyang Dalu's incompetence was simply unbelievable. For this operation, Prime Minister Daluan Ruozin and Great General Hushu Wuzong had left 3 valiant generals behind. Of these, Xiangyang Dalu was the closest to him. This was also why he had summoned him. Chapter 5:11. Everyone listen up. Echelon formation. Charge. Those who retreat will die. Bashishing's eyes chilled, his entire body exploding with cold energy. Yes, General. Waves of arrogant shouts in the Uzun language resounded through the sky like wild beasts. In the Ngari royal lineage of the Uzun Empire, Bashishing's prestige was not something Xiangyang Dalu could compare to. Bashishing had already proved his strength, both in the tribal infighting and in the war against the Tang dynasty. In dealing with the 60,000 Tang soldiers, it was Bashishing who had taken the lead and broken through the center of the Tang dynasty's army. Based on this ability alone, Bashishing had an extremely high status even amongst the 5 tiger generals. Bashishing had decided to personally take action. The 6,000 Uzun cavalry once more exploded with a heaven-shaking will to fight, and the gloom brought about by Xiangyang Dalu's death was instantly swept away. Who? A banner was raised. Bashishing's eyes flashed like lightning. His left hand took a holy banner of Uzun white yak with a black background, several zhang long and as thick as an arm, and his right hand gripped a scimitar. Kill! Bashishing shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. His entire body exploded with a scarlet flame that enveloped the entire army, and then he took the lead, leading the army up the mountain like a cloud of fire. When Bashishing's 6,000 soldiers moved out, their momentum was completely different from Xiangyang Dalu's. The massive mountain shook violently, causing boulders and stones to tumble down. At this time, Bashishing's army was still far away, not even reaching the foot of the mountain. Young master, Bashishing's entire army has been captured. Everyone on the mountaintop tensed up. Bashishing's army was completely different from Xiangyang Dalu's. His aura was vast and boundless, like the rain or the rainbow. If Xiangyang Dalu's army was like a massive wave beating against a rock, then Bashishing's army was like a tornado connecting the heavens and the earth, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Comparing the two was like comparing a child to an adult. My lord, Bashishing is no trifling character. The soldiers under his command are all elites, each one of them exceptionally powerful. Back then, General Li's golden super ray was destroyed by him just like that. One Tang general after another said. The past repeated itself. Bashishing had been just like this, swift as the wind, aggressive as fire and heavy as a mountain, shattering Li Jingyi's defenses in a single blow. Learning from the mistakes of the past and learning from the mistakes of the future, everyone felt an immense pressure. My lord, let's send our army forward as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stop them with just the few of us. If the front line is routed, we can only die. The other Tang general nervously said, Don't panic. Listen to my command. Wang Chong raised an arm and said indifferently. His calm tone imperceptibly gave everyone a convincing feeling. Everyone looked at each other, and anxiety in their hearts actually weakened imperceptibly. Rumble. The army continued to get closer and closer. Crimson thorny halos continued to shoot out, reaching the feet of the army one after another. The air distorted and a faint red color could be seen, as if it was burning. Seeing Bashishing move out, the dispirited Uzun soldiers on the summit seemed to be stimulated. They all began to rouse and join Bashishing's army. The 6,000 soldiers were like a rolling snowball, growing larger and larger, their momentum growing more and more frightening. Rumble. When Bashishing reached the base of the mountain, the entire mountain seemed unable to bear the weight. The earth quaked and the heavens swayed as if it would collapse at any moment. "It's this again. General Lee. Bashishing, it's him." On the mountain range, everyone saw the fluttering black flag with the white yak on it, as well as the general who was covered in armor but was enveloped in a layer of red flames. Everyone's eyes revealed expressions of fear. Other than the people led by Wang Chong, almost everyone here had participated in that direct battle with Uzin. That fluttering banner of Yuseng with a white yak on a black background and that black-armored general shrouded in flames had become the deepest nightmares in everyone's memories. "Careful! Steady!" Su Shiping's frantic, heart-wrenching roars resounded over the army. 10-some days ago, Bashishing had used this method to tear through the center of the 60,000 reinforcements. Now, the same thing had happened, and Bashishing was attacking once more. This was the decisive battle between the Tang dynasty and Uzin at the army level. Either they lived or they died. There was no other way out. And if they could not defeat this army, the Tang dynasty would have no more reinforcements to send south. At least, not for a very long time. "Raise shields. All soldiers on guard. Spearmen, axemen, get ready." Orders were passed down one after another. At this moment, the calmest person was Wang Chong, who had not participated in the battle this entire time. He truly is a valiant general. Gusts of wind blew up from the base of the mountain. Standing on the summit, Wang Chong could even feel the heat and smoke of the wind. While the entire army was extremely nervous, Wang Chong could be said to be the calmest of them all. Even though he had experienced so many battles, Wang Chong had to admit that Bashishing truly was an extremely formidable general. In a flash, Wang Chong had used several hundred ballistae to kill Xiangyang Dalu. In the army, the death of an important general was extremely fatal. But Bashishing's order to charge had minimized this effect, and it had also instilled fear into the 8,000 soldiers under Wang Chong's command. The advantages they had in the early stages were basically non-existent. Given Uzin's background, it was extremely astonishing that it could produce such a valiant general. But that was all. To Wang Chong, no matter how strong Bashishing was, no matter how skilled he was in the art of war, he could not change that one important flaw in his defense. War was not a competition of individual strength. To Wang Chong, no matter how strong Bashishing was, it was useless. Just that one flaw was enough for him. "Pass on my order. The vanguard will assume the crane wing formation. The left and right wings will move closer to the center, forming a 4-layered formation. In addition, tell Lord Zhao to prepare the army for the arrow formation and prepare to charge." Wang Chong suddenly said, passing on his final order. "Yes, my lord." Behind him, the messenger, who had apparently been waiting for a long time, rejoiced and quickly left. "All of you go as well." Wang Chong suddenly turned his head and said to the 10-some black dragon bandit elites that Li Sai had dispatched, "But young master, what about you?" "There's no need to worry. The decisive battle is here. It's useless for you to stay by my side. Bashishing can't kill his way here." Wang Chong indifferently said, "Yes, young master." They no longer argued and left with the order. Rumble. Like a meteor crashing into the Tang dynasty formation, Bashishing's attack was far fiercer and faster than anyone had imagined. This vast and densely packed formation had blocked wave after wave of attacks from the Uzin army, and even Xiangyang Dalu had suffered a crushing defeat. But in front of Bashishing, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, so frail and weak that it couldn't even withstand a gust of wind. Ah! Screams filled the air as countless Tang dynasty shield-bearers were thrown into the air like scarecrows. Many of them were already corpses before they even hit the ground. At the same time, hooks, axes, spears, battle axes, hundreds of attacks surged in from all sides. but they were all blocked by the stellar energy barrier around Bashishing's body. Not a single one of the thousands of Tang soldiers was a match for Bashishing, and not a single one could stop his advance. With a flick of the stellar energy in his dantian, countless Tang soldiers screamed and were sent flying like ragged kites. "Kill for me! Kill the Tang soldiers, and you will be heavily rewarded." Bashishing's tyrannical voice was like that of the most ferocious of beasts. Wave after wave of almost tangible killing intent exploded from his body like a tidal wave. Kill! 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 Behind Bashishing, the cavalry began to transform like the tide, changing from the original echelon formation to the arrow formation, which was even more powerful and capable of breaking formations. This arrow formation, which was often used by the Tang dynasty, was now being used by an Uzun man. Moreover, he was extremely familiar with it, not one bit inferior to any famous general of the Tang dynasty. In this aspect alone, Bashishing surpassed the vast majority of Uzun generals, charging down from the high ground, using the echelon formation, one wave after another like the unending tide until the enemy collapsed, charging down from the low ground, using the arrow formation. With himself as the vanguard, he would thrust into the enemy's formation and blow apart the enemy's formation. In Bashishing's hands, the army would never remain static. As long as he could defeat the enemy, Bashishing did not mind using any method, including Tang formations. Displaying your slight skill before an expert. Wang Chong stood on the reef, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Bashishing's tactics might have been useful in front of others, but in front of him, they were nothing more than a display of slight skill before an expert. Rumble! Wang Chong's crane wing formation began to display its power, and the dense army began to pincer attack from both sides. Humph, childish. Bashishing only sneered at this sight. As long as he could pierce through the center of the Tang dynasty's army, any tactics would be useless against him. Rumble! The dense ranks of Uzun cavalry surged forward like a school of carp in a river. Bashishing paid no attention to the two sides, constantly punching through layer after layer of the Tang dynasty's defensive lines. No one could stop his advance, but gradually Bashishing's expression began to change. Damn it! How can there be so many defensive lines? The center of the Tang army seemed endless. He had already pierced through tensome layers, but there were still tensome more, and it seemed like he would never be able to break through. Plateau barbarian, receive my saber! A vigorous, domineering, and energetic voice suddenly rang out. Bashishing didn't even have time to react. He only had time to raise his head and see an inconceivably muscular giant gripping a large saber with both hands, leaping down from the sky like the eagle. Boom! At this moment, Bashishing finally paled. Layer after layer of Tang dynasty infantry surged in from all sides, but not even Bashishing noticed that when he changed his formation and the arrow formation was thwarted, a massive gap had suddenly appeared between the front and rear. The army of 6,000 was suddenly cut in two. This change was not too big. In just a few moments, the army would be able to reconnect and fuse back together. But for Wang Chong on the summit, this small gap was enough. Move out! With a wave of his sword, the war horses neighed. The 1,000 experts summoned by the great clans, together with the 1,000 cavalry under Commandant Su Shiping's command, totaled 2,600 cavalry. Ney let out a long cry and leapt down from the summit like a dragon horse. Tens of thousands of dusk stallion phantoms rushed into their bodies, each one transforming into a halo of dusk stallion. In a few short moments, the speed of this army had reached its peak. At this point in the battle, the cavalry Wang Chong had hidden had finally appeared. Rumble! With a massive rumble and the neighing of Ney's horse, Wang Chong's army was like a sharp blade, thundering into this gap before the majority of the soldiers could react. Swish, swish, swish! The cold glints of the woozy steel sword swept through the air, sending countless heads flying. Chapter 512. Rumble! The rings of light rumbled with a metallic clatter as they enveloped the army. At this moment, the battle had finally entered the crucial moment to decide the outcome of the battle. Wang Chong had hidden those 2,600 cavalry for who knew how long. Only now did they begin to move. Their momentum was like an exploding silver vase or a 1,000-foot waterfall, completely unstoppable. And the 1,000 woozy steel swords had become the best weapon to break through the encirclement. Roar! Kill! The clash of flesh against flesh, the clanging of sabers against swords, resounded through the mountain. Under normal circumstances, Wang Chong's 2,000-some cavalry would have never been able to contend against Bashishing's army of 6,000. But Bashishing was being held back by Li Sai, the Eagle, and Su Shiping. His attack was thwarted, and the defensive line that Wang Chong had set up in the center was preventing the central army from breaking through. This gap in strategy was fatal to a war saint like Wang Chong. Cavalry had never been invincible. Wang Chong had known this for a long time. Without speed, cavalry was just infantry, perhaps even inferior to infantry. Wang Chong's 2,000-some cavalry formed a high wall that cut into the center of Bashishing's cavalry, making it difficult for the Uzun cavalry to defend their front and rear. And the resulting chaos also made the Uzun soldiers their own obstacles, nullifying the advantage of a high-speed assault. Wang Chong didn't even need to personally participate. All he needed to do was stand at the peak of the mountain and spread the bane of the battlefield to his entire army. Congratulations to user for killing 3,610 Uzun regular soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 3,723 Uzun regular soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 3,845 Uzun regular soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 6,561 Uzun regular soldiers. Congratulations to the host for killing 7,831 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations, host, for killing 8,843 Uzun soldiers. Countless voices boomed in his mind. On the mountain peak, the wind howled. Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo had broken through to rank 2 in a short period of time. And Wang Chong's strength had also risen from the 5th level of the true martial realm to the 6th level. This was completely an additional benefit of the upgrade of the halo. Ever since his reincarnation, this was the war that Wang Chong had participated in with the greatest number of people and the greatest harvest. Looking at the chaos on the hillside and the Uzun people who were surrounded by his army, Wang Chong knew that he had won this battle. The battle ended after an hour. When the sounds of battle disappeared, not a single battle cry could be heard. Finally, a world-shaking cheer erupted from the foothills. We won, we won. We really won. Ha ha ha! After surviving calamity, the exhausted and sweating soldiers stared at the corpses of the Uzun soldiers and Highland steeds, all of them excited. Countless soldiers of the Tang dynasty had died in this war in the southwest. From the founding of the Tang dynasty until now, it had never suffered such a defeat. Longxi, Baiting, Anxi, Anong, the entire empire, its vast territory, its population in the tens of millions, was actually unable to spare a single soldier. At a time like this, a battle of strength like this was truly needed to inspire the hearts of the people. Unbelievable, unbelievable. On a large rock halfway up the mountain, Commandant Su and the other officers looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood on the battlefield, all of them extremely excited. Although they had personally participated in this battle, they were still completely bewildered by it. 8,000 against 12,000 fierce Uzun cavalry. In Su Shiping's impression, being able to keep their lives was already quite impressive. And they had actually won. And it had been an overwhelming victory. If one considered that their opponent was a formidable foe like Bashishing, this victory was even more unbelievable. The son of a famous general, a true son of a famous general. No wonder the imperial court sent him here. Su Shiping almost subconsciously turned his head to look at Wang Chong on the summit. In terms of contribution to this victory, it was unquestionably Wang Chong alone. In his hands, these 8,000 soldiers had probably only been able to flee and die, but in Wang Chong's hands, they had been able to display an inconceivable strength. At this moment, Wang Chong's not-so-imposing figure was like a god in the hearts of the soldiers. Gallop! Just when Su Shiping was looking at the summit, a messenger flew over. Upon reaching the summit, he dismounted and kneeled at Wang Chong's feet. "My lord, we've won. Of the 12,000 some Uzun cavalry, we've killed all but 1,000 some." The messenger kneeled, his voice suffused with irrepressible joy. "How many of our men died?" Wang Chong indifferently said, his voice almost emotionless. 2,700. The messenger knelt on the ground and said, 8,000 men against 10,000 Uzun cavalry, but only 2,700 had died. This was simply inconceivable. Not even the Big Dipper army of Longxi had such a casualty ratio. If he hadn't personally participated, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. And all of this victory was thanks to this scion of a prestigious clan. With that thought in mind, the messenger felt even more admiration for the young man on the boulder. 2,700? Wang Chong didn't notice the messenger's worshipful gaze. He only slightly frowned at this number. In a battle against a powerful foe like Uzun, they had killed more than 10,000 men while losing only 2,700. This was nearly a 4-to-1 casualty ratio. In any other place, the other commanders would find this inconceivable. But Wang Chong imperceptibly frowned. The casualty ratio is still a little high. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, his head lowered. He only had 8,000 men. Now that 2,700 had died, he only had 5,000 some left. To Wang Chong, who was desperately short of soldiers, this number of casualties was still rather difficult to accept. However, when one considered the valiant general of Bashishing's caliber and the fact that the shield men had faced the brunt of the charge, the majority of the casualties were concentrated in the early stages. This wasn't something he couldn't accept. After all, it's the reserve army, not the regular army. Otherwise, if it were the elites of the Annan Protectorate, they would at most have lost 1,000 or so people. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Almost all the soldiers assigned to Li Jingyi this time were the reserve soldiers of the imperial court, with only a small portion being the regular army. They were completely different from the regular army that had been on the battlefield for a long time. In terms of strength, they were still a little lacking. If it had been the Annam Protectorate, it would have been a completely different story. At the very least, the fact that the Annam Protectorate had been able to last so long against the combined army of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun was already a testament to its strength. In terms of the quality and strength of an individual soldier, without considering factors like war horses, the combined strength of the regular army of the Tang dynasty actually surpassed that of the other foreign empires. "My lord, we've already captured Bashishing. What should we do next?" At this moment, familiar footsteps could be heard. The eagle, his face covered in blood, walked over. His steps were unsteady, and he seemed exhausted. This battle had been extremely bitter. The eagle had the help of Batunlu's golden gauntlets, Li Sai, Su Shiping, the other generals, and the surrounding soldiers to surround Bashishing. Even though he had the advantage in numbers, he had still managed to kill or injure many of his men. The eagle had almost run out of strength. If it weren't for the fact that Li Sai, a supreme general with a massive Wutz steel sword on his back and the meteoric metal armor Wang Chong had forged for him, and that fearless Bashishing was putting his life on the line, they would have long since died. But the true fatal blow had actually come from the Wuzi steel cavalry that Wang Chong had hidden at the very end. When the army behind him fell into chaos and died, even a valiant general like Bashishing couldn't help but panic. Bashishing had been unstoppable in his descent from the Uzun Plateau to the east, invincible. Even Li Jingyi, a rising leader of the younger generation of the Tang dynasty, A general who had made a name for himself in Anshi and biting, had died to his blade. One could easily imagine Bashishing's confidence. But this confidence had been easily shattered by Wang Chong. Even someone as valiant as Bashishing couldn't help but panic when he heard the screams of the army behind him. In a battle of this level, this was fatal. Humph, take me there. Wang Chong didn't think too much about this. His eyes flashed as he heard the eagle's words. For Wang Chong, the greatest harvest of this battle was about to come. From the very start of the operation, Wang Chong had privately told the eagle and Li Sai that in every battle, if possible, they should do their best to capture the enemy alive. If they could keep them alive, they should do their best to keep them alive. Of course, this was when the enemy had lost the ability to resist and could no longer injure them. As for the reason, Wang Chong had never explained it. The eagle and Li Sai had also never asked. There were some things that one didn't need to know. You are the highest general of this army? In the rubble of the mountain, Bashishing was covered in wounds, his body stained with blood. He was tied up tightly with ropes made of ox tendons and an iron chain. But what truly bound him was the towering giant behind him, the oppressive, invincible, great General Li Sai. His expression was cold, his hands gripping his massive, woozy steel sword. The tip of the sword pointed to the heavens, ready to slash down at any moment. Li Sai didn't dare to be careless against a powerful foe like Bashishing. Even though he had sealed his vital acupuncture point, Li Sai still didn't dare to relax. If Bashishing made the slightest strange move, Li Sai wouldn't mind instantly beheading him. I am. Wang Chong walked over with a calm smile, his expression calm. His first words left Bashishing dumbfounded. You can speak Uzun? Bashishing almost didn't dare to believe it. His first words were spoken in Uzun, mixed with a few half-baked Chinese words, doing his best to make the Tang people general understand his meaning. But Bashishing hadn't expected that this unfamiliar Tang people youth, not even half his age, could speak Uzun's language. The Tang people had always had a high opinion of themselves and never learned the languages of other empires. The number of people in the Tang dynasty who could speak Uzun's language was few and far between, and Uzun was happy to see this happen. The less the Tang people spoke, the less they understood Uzun and the better it was for them. Chapter 5:13. Haha! Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be invincible. Uzun harbors evil intentions towards the Tang dynasty. Before launching an attack, he even sent the first prince to the imperial capital to investigate the situation. It's not strange that we know Uzun, is it? Wang Chong faintly smiled as he raised the sword in his right hand and pressed it against Bashishing's chest. In the War of the Southwest, Bashishing had undoubtedly been a crucial figure. Even amongst Yu Sang's generals, he was one of the best. Wang Chong had not expected that he would appear in front of this Uzun great general that he could only look up to in the past. In all fairness, Bashishing's abilities were absolutely outstanding. On this undeveloped plateau, where the art of war and strategy were not particularly outstanding, it was already rather astonishing that a barbarian like Bashishing could use the art of war of the Central Plains to this level. Alas, against a saint of soldiers like Wang Chong, he was only displaying his slight skill before an expert. Ha ha ha! Good, what a fine! Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be invincible. Bashishing's eyes flashed with a strange light at Wang Chong's words. I truly underestimated you in this war. I didn't think that a brat like you who still smells of your mother's milk would have such a level of skill in the art of war. But don't get too happy. The news of our defeat here will quickly spread to the Arai Plains. The great general will quickly lead his army north. All that awaits you is death. A sinister smile appeared in Bashishing's eyes, his expression cold and cruel. He had never feared death. The people of Uzun would never be sacrificed for nothing. Even if they killed him, they would still have to accompany him in death. Haha, are you talking about this? Wang Chong chuckled and raised his gaze to the sky. Whistle. The nearby eagle stuck 2 fingers into its mouth and let out a shrill cry. Clap. At almost the same time, a black shadow flashed and something dropped straight down from the sky, landing in front of Bashishing. That scarlet-green feather, sharp claws and teeth. It was clearly a ferocious heliotrope. It was just that his neck, which used to hang in the air, was now broken. Even his sharp eyes had turned dull and colorless. Bashishing instantly paled at the sight of this sea-green beast. Hai Dongqing was a tyrant in the sky. It could capture eagles, sparrows, and pigeons. It had very few enemies in the sky. Even many eagles were no match for it. Bashishing had not expected his opponent to be so powerful that even Uzin's pride, Hai Dongqing, had been killed. Don't be too pleased with yourself. It was just a green sea estuary, an army of tens of thousands of people, such a huge matter. Do you think we only have one Hai Dongqing? It's useless even if you manage to intercept this green heliotrope. Bashishing quickly raised his head, a look of disdain on his face. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As Bashishing spoke, the sounds of falling rain came from all around him. Green heliotrope after green heliotrope fell to the ground, smashed into meat paste. At the sight of these heliotrope, Bashishing's face instantly turned ashen, the cruelty on his face vanishing without a trace. Ha ha ha! The sight of Bashishing's ashen face caused the crowd to roar with laughter. Bashishing, you're thinking too simply. In terms of aerial killing, how could any of you compare to me? The eagle roared with laughter. His right hand reached into the gray chain at his waist and took out a handful of rabbit jerky and tossed it into the air. Screech! With a series of sharp cries, one shadow after another shot down from the sky. Catching the rabbit jerky thrown by the eagle, they quickly took to the air and vanished. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these birds were rather small, but their beaks and claws were covered with sharp blades, and when they flew, they cooperated with each other like a small army. This was the eagle's hunting team. In the Central Plains, there was probably no one who could compare to the eagle in the art of eagle taming. Scouting, sending messages, hunting, disguising, all sorts of subdivisions had been developed by the eagle to a fairly perfect degree. These smaller falcons were a mixture of the genes of all sorts of vicious birds, and they had all been carefully selected. The eagle had spent tensome years and 5 or 6 generations of selection before it could be considered a success. Although they had no means of scouting, were not proficient in bird language or signals, and could not pass on military intelligence from the front lines. But they were superior in their ferocity, bravery in battle, and tacit cooperation. In the air, there was basically no one who could match them, and in order to increase their killing power, the eagle had even fitted them with metal claws, metal beaks, and special metal spikes on their wings. One could easily imagine their power. This journey to the southwest was fraught with danger, and no one knew if they would ever return. Thus, the eagle had brought along almost all the birds it had raised. How about it? Now you're not going to say anything? Wang Chong grinned. So what if you killed all those turtle doves? All you did was drag out your feeble existence for a few more days. Bashishing closed his eyes, looking like he could be killed or tortured as he pleased. Do it. I'll be waiting for you underground. After saying this, he closed his eyes and remained motionless. Even if you want to die, it won't be that easy. Tell me, where did your people come from? I'll give you a quick and painless death. Wang Chong said. Why are you asking this? I won't tell you. Bashishing suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of wariness in them. Is it chilly, Chuan? Wang Chong suddenly said, shooting a glance at Bashishing. Easy. Bashishing said nothing, but his face darkened. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Wang Chong's sword had already pierced through Bashishing's heart. I already know. There's no need for you to say it now. As the little Yin sword stabbed in rumble, the last of Bashishing's majestic and pure blood energy surged through the little Yin sword and into Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong had already broken through to Tier 6 of the true martial realm, And now that he received this fierce energy of the profound martial realm, it was like he had been given a shot of adrenaline. The stellar energy in his body boomed and exploded. Ah! With a shrill and painful scream, the crown Wang Chong was wearing burst open. Thousands of strands of black hair flew into the air like steel as a bloody mist exploded out of his body. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Wang Chong's energy broke through from Tier 6 of the true martial realm to Tier 7, Tier 8, and finally stopped at Tier 9, almost the same level as the eagle. How is this possible? Seeing Wang Chong's transformation, the eagle's eyes went wide. He had accompanied Wang Chong this entire time, so he was well aware of the changes in Wang Chong's strength. At the start, Wang Chong had just been an insignificant Tier 1 or 2 true martial realm martial artist. But now, with just one stab of Bashishing's sword, he had broken through several layers and was now on equal footing with him. It had to be known that the eagle was already in his 30s, almost 40, and Wang Chong was only in his teens. The two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Just what sort of evil art are you cultivating? Bashishing fell to the ground, his eyes wide and filled with shock. A furious, dying voice came from the ground as Bashishing lay on the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Life and death were decreed by fate. Since he had failed, he had no hope of surviving. He wanted to meet the commander who had defeated him. In the end, the only thing that awaited him was death. But Wang Chong's sword had completely shattered his fantasies. Bashishing could sense the energy in his body rapidly flowing into the body of this youth of the Tang dynasty. He was rapidly raising an opponent, an extremely terrifying opponent. If Wang Chong had only been intelligent before, then right now his body was rapidly exuding the aura of a seasoned, top-class expert. This was not something a teenager could have, and he didn't need to undergo any sort of transition or tempering at all. Bashishing had never encountered such a strange phenomenon in all his years of experience. Ha, about this. Do you want to go underground and ask? Wang Chong laughed and pulled back his right hand, pulling the little Yin-Yang sword out of Bashishing's body. Blood spurted out, and Bashishing collapsed to the ground without so much as a groan. And Wang Chong was in no mood to look at him. Bashishing's strength was far more tyrannical than he had imagined. Right now, this enormous energy was rampaging in his body, making Wang Chong feel like he had to vent it out. In a flash, Wang Chong seemed to have found that feeling of looking down on the world and galloping unhindered through it all. From the beginning to the end, he had never been a simple strategist. Leaping dragon spear. The mountain suddenly whistled as Wang Chong raised his hand over his back and pulled out a golden spear with 7 red tassels. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar rang out. Before everyone's shocked gazes, a lifelike and mighty 5-clawed azure dragon coiled in the air and charged up from the ground. 1 coil, 2 coils, 3 coils. Finally, with a boom, it transformed into a dazzling bolt of golden lightning that crashed into the mountain. Rumble! The heavens swayed and the earth quaked. Dust churned, and the entire mountain trembled under Wang Chong's spear. Countless stones were sent flying in every direction, and the entire mountain seemed like it was on the verge of splitting apart. What sort of spear art is this? When did young master learn such a tyrannical spear art? As they gazed at the thick cloud of dust rising several dozen zhang into the air, not only the eagle, Zhao Jingdian, and the others, but even the future invincible great general Li Sai found it hard to conceal their shock. A moment ago, Wang Chong had only been at Tier 5 of the true martial realm, but by the end of the battle he had instantly reached this level. The power of that spear had definitely reached the profound martial realm. Chapter 514. The howling winds blew away the dust on the summit, revealing a massive pit at the summit. When Wang Chong walked out of the dust, spear in hand, the entire mountain was silent. At this moment, Wang Chong was powerful, confident, and brimming with dignity and aura. He had the air of a powerful leader and general. This was completely different from the impression the crowd had of Wang Chong at first. In terms of aura alone, Wang Chong had risen from the crowd, rising to the same level as the eagle and Li Sai. Just what sort of technique is this? It's too shocking. Although the Wang clan is a clan of ministers and generals, I've never heard of this sort of technique. If he continues to advance at this rate, young master's martial arts will reach an astonishing, inconceivable level. Everyone looked at Wang Chong walking out of the summit, their eyes filled with reverence. But even though they were surprised, even shocked, no one brought it up and no one went up to ask. Many people even subconsciously lowered their heads when they saw Wang Chong, intentionally ignoring the matter. No matter what technique Wang Chong cultivated, no matter how he came to be, no matter whether he was good or evil, at a time like this, as long as Wang Chong could continue to improve himself, it would benefit everyone. As for everything else, it didn't matter. What the Southwest were needed the most were experts, and the more the better, the stronger the better. Congratulations to user for killing Bashishing and changing the course of history. You have been rewarded with 5 points of destiny energy to be distributed at the conclusion of the trial mission. On the mountain, Wang Chong had just emerged from the crater created by the leaping dragon spear. He hadn't gotten very far when he heard this voice. Haha, it's the same thing again. Wang Chong paused. Bashishing was one of Huishu Wuzong's capable generals, one of the best in the Southwest campaign. However, before the Annam Protectorate was annihilated, he died in his own hands. His fate had obviously changed. At the very least, he had changed his fate. Based on the rules of the past, the Stone of Destiny would definitely reward him with destiny energy. What truly concerned Wang Chong was that this was the second time he had received a reward of destiny energy, but he hadn't distributed it. During the trial, the distribution of all destiny energy points had to be delayed. However, every time a group of people died in Lion City, Wang Chong's destiny energy would be continuously deducted. My lord, the eagle, Li Sai, Zhao Jingdian, Su Shaiping, and the others stepped forward to welcome him. Everyone inadvertently glanced at the little Yinyang sword hanging on Wang Chong's neck and subconsciously avoided this question. No one said anything. Young master, you just asked Chili Chuan what was going on? The eagle softly said. Wang Chong's question had caused Bashishing's complexion to change completely. But crucially, the eagle still didn't know what was going on. Bashishing wasn't even afraid of losing his head. So how could a single question from Wang Chong cause his expression to change? Moreover, what did Chili Chuan mean? Why had Wang Chong asked this question? Even now, Old Eagle was still confused. Haha, you'll know in a little while. Commandant Su Bashishing is dead, and Xiangyang Dalu has also been killed. We've already broken through the Uzin defense line in the middle, and only the last mountain is left. Pass on my order. Tell the other 2 groups to meet up with us as quickly as possible. Today, we will destroy the last of the Uzin cavalry as quickly as possible. Yes, my lord. I've already notified them. As long as we succeed, we will send a signal to them. I trust that they've already set off. Commandant Su clasped his hands and bowed. His tone and expression were extremely respectful. After this battle, there was no doubt that Wang Chong had won everyone's respect and trust. Facts spoke louder than words. Bashishing had died, Xiangyang Dalu had died, and more than 10,000 Uzin soldiers had died, while their side had only lost 2,000 some men. In the face of such a matter, even the harshest person would willingly prostrate themselves in admiration. Time is of the essence. Commandant Su, where's the sand table? Wang Chong said. Bring the sand table up. Commandant Su waved his hand down the mountain. Very quickly, a few soldiers carried a large metal box and ran over. The chest opened, revealing a complete map of the Southwest. There were 2 most valuable things in the army, the Commander-in-Chief's seal and a sand table. After placing the sand table in front of Wang Chong, the 2 soldiers quickly retreated. With the defeat of Bashishing and Xiangyangdalu, the two most important passes on the sand table had been opened. What appeared before Wangcheng was a vast expanse of flat land. There were no longer any threats on the road south. And with the three armies gathered, the remaining 6,000 Uzun soldiers were no longer a threat. Most importantly, after this experience, these reserve soldiers had already established their confidence in the Uzun. This was the most crucial point right now. "Li Sai," Wang Chong suddenly said, "in a moment after we've destroyed that Uzun army, do not linger for a moment. Take those hired experts from Xiaolong and head here." Wang Chong jabbed a finger at the sand table as he spoke. This, with a single glance, Li Sai was struck dumb. The place Wang Chong had pointed out was not some important pass, and it wasn't even on the road leading south to the Urai Plains. The two were completely off course. "Young master, this isn't the road to Lion City," Li Sai said in a daze. Even though he had been with Wang Chong for a very long time, Li Sai still couldn't understand what Wang Chong was doing. This was completely different from what he had expected. Wang Chong said nothing, only waved his hand. Li Sai hesitated for a moment, then quickly bent down and listened attentively. Wang Chong whispered in his ear, then patted Li Sai's sturdy shoulder. "Go and make your preparations. This matter is much more important than what we're doing right now. You're the only one by my side who can do this and make me trust you." When Wang Chong said this, his face was solemn. It was too difficult to change the outcome of this war with only 1,000 people. To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. The upper party attacks the conspirators, and the lower party controls the soldiers. Wars were often not determined by the military strength of the two sides, but also in some places that ordinary people couldn't see. Rumble. After some simple preparations, the army quickly set off for the last place where the Uzun army was stationed. Chapter 5:15. After descending the mountain and traveling several hundred li, Wang Chong's forces quickly encountered a second group of reinforcements. The commander of this group was Su Chunan, a veteran general of the army. The two armies merged into one, and Wang Chong's soldiers instantly swelled from 5,000 some to more than 11,000. This was the first time Wang Chong had more than 10,000 soldiers under his command. Although it seemed like an increase of only 3,000, the slightest difference could lead to a difference of 1,000 li. For a top-class great general, the more soldiers Han Xian had, the better. With more than 10,000 soldiers under his command, his ability to strategize was completely different. With these 110,000 soldiers, Wang Chong would have much more leeway to mobilize and utilize them. Wang Chong had been able to easily defeat a fierce Uzun general like Bashishing and his 10,000 some soldiers with only a few casualties, so it was even easier to deal with the remaining 6,000. The following battles were much simpler. Without Bashishing and without Xiangyangdalu, the remaining Uzun force did not last very long before being easily destroyed by Wang Chong's force, which was twice its size. This battle proceeded even faster than the first battle. In just 2 hours it was over. "My lord, your subordinate will take his leave first." Even though the battle was over, Li Sai did not relax in the slightest. Wang Chong's battle had ended, but his battle had only just begun. But even Li Sai was at a loss as to what he was going to do next. "Emungo, what comes next has nothing to do with you." Wang Chong nodded from his horse, his expression unperturbed. Li Sai could not see the slightest hesitation on his body. He always seemed to know what he was doing and what he was going to do. Li Sai could not see the slightest confusion on his body. This gave Li Sai a little more confidence in this operation. "I'll leave this silk bag to you." Wang Chong removed a bag from his waist. Judging from the knot on the bag, this bag seemed to have been prepared a long time ago. "If your operation is successful, Uzun's men will definitely split up to deal with you. No matter what, you have to remember, don't be greedy for battle achievements and don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I have already stated everything clearly on the brocade pouch. You must act strictly according to the note in the brocade pouch. Speaking of this, Wang Chong's expression was extremely solemn. Wang Chong had always respected Li Sai, but it was precisely for this reason that Wang Chong's solemn expression left a particularly deep impression. Yes, I understand. Li Sai took a deep look at Wang Chong. Then he quickly took the brocade bag from Wang Chong's hand, lowered his head, and performed a military salute respectfully. Don't worry, young master. No matter what, I will complete the task strictly. Let's go. After saying that, Li Sai waved his hand and led more than 1,000 elite cavalrymen, all armed to the teeth, galloping away. Behind him, the air was still thick with the stench of blood. Young master! Even farther away, Commandant Su, Zhao Jingdian, and Eagle watched Li Sai's departing figure, confusion in their eyes. Li Sai's mission this time was extremely mysterious, and his route was completely different from everyone else's. Other than Wang Chong, no one knew where Li Sai was going at such a crucial moment. This was far too confusing, but even so, no one dared to doubt Wang Chong's decision. Wang Chong's prestige in the army had reached a level that not even Su Shiping could match. With a single word from Wang Chong, Su Shiping's subordinates would immediately follow him. Not even Su Shiping would be able to stop them. This wasn't because they weren't loyal enough, but because Wang Chong had used his strength and 3 victories to win their heartfelt support. At this point, no one cared about Wang Chong's age, surname, or background. Even without the token of the King of Song, no one would disobey his orders. Wang Chong had used absolute strength to win the right to command this army. Army, move out! There was no time to lament the severe effect Li Sai's departure would have on the army. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wang Chong gave an order and led his army south. With this victory, Wang Chong's journey south was finally cleared of all obstacles. There were no more obstacles between Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate. Time was of the essence. This time, Wang Chong didn't linger. Sir, is it convenient? The journey south was dull and lonely. Just as Wang Chong was pondering alone on his horse, he suddenly heard a voice as soft as an ant's. Commandant Su Onduin rode his horse. When no one was paying attention, he pretended to casually lean over. Su Onduin respected the youth beside him from the bottom of his heart. Although they had only known each other for a short time and the other party was probably about the same age as his own child, Su Onduin didn't dare to treat him as a child. Instead, he wholeheartedly submitted to him and treated him as the true commander of this army. But it was precisely because of this that Su Onduin felt that he had to say something. This subordinate has something to say to Sir. Commandant Su, what's wrong? Wang Chong turned around and asked in surprise. Su Onduin was secretive when he spoke. His eyes were filled with worry. Sir, forgive this subordinate for being rude, but there's something I've thought about for a long time and have to say. This subordinate believes that our biggest problem right now isn't Uzin, but the problem of food. Su Onduin stammered for a long time before finally spitting out the last 4 words. What followed was a long period of silence. Continue. Wang Chong finally came back to his senses, but he didn't say anything. He only gave Su Onduin a look. Sir, to tell you the truth, if you hadn't appeared, even if Uzin didn't attack us, we wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. I don't know if Su Shiping has told you, but their situation isn't much better than ours. 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers, men and horses aren't a small number. Although we're generals and have no fear in charging and breaking through enemy lines, logistics isn't our forte. Furthermore, Su Onduin glanced at Wang Chong, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and continued. Before that battle, this subordinate had unintentionally heard generally mention that the Annam Protectorate had asked the court for help. Their rations probably wouldn't last for long. Soldiers and horses haven't moved, but rations and fodder have to move first. We only have 10,000 people, but the Annam Protectorate in the southwest has so many people, I'm afraid. Su Onduin didn't continue, but the worry in his eyes was clear. He had actually noticed the army's rations a long time ago, but he didn't say it out of fear of shaking the morale of the army. In the battle with Uzin, we lost too much of our supplies and weapons. As for our rations, they were almost burned down by the Uzin. The rations we have on us are only enough for a few days. If Sir hadn't appeared, we would have already prepared to return north. But now, I'm not going against Sir. But with our current situation, whether we encounter the Uzin or not, I'm afraid only death awaits us." After saying this, Su Onduin sank into a long silence. Even the emperor doesn't use hungry soldiers. Although martial artists possessed great strength, they were still mortals and needed to eat. If the army didn't eat their fill, it would be good if they could use 50 to 60% of their strength, let alone fight a battle. This was suicide. Su Onduin originally didn't want to say it, but as a general he had to say it. The Tibetans were secondary, but the matter at hand was of the utmost urgency, a problem that had to be considered. "You don't have to worry about this." To his surprise, when Su Onduin mustered up the courage to speak of this matter that would clearly affect the morale of the army, Wang Chong faintly smiled and said something that no one could have imagined. "It's just some rations. You don't have to worry about it. I have my ways." "But, sir, even if we ask the court for rations now, it's too late. The emperor is far away, and the capital is too far away. Moreover, the gathering of rations requires the cooperation of the 6 bureaus and the mobilization of rations from various parts of the Tang dynasty. The entire process is time-consuming and laborious, and distant water can't put out a nearby fire." Su Onduin was getting more and more worried. Judging from Wang Chong's relaxed expression, it was clear that Su Onduin's words had not entered his ears. This worried him even more than the army's lack of rations. Food is the most important thing to the people, and this applies to the army as well. If this problem was not resolved, the army would rebel. "My lord, we have to be cautious in this matter." Su Onduin truly felt like his internal organs were on fire. He truly couldn't understand why he had made his words so clear. Why was Wang Chong so calm? "Relax. Distant water can't quench a nearby thirst, but nearby is different. While I was still in the capital, I already began to mobilize rations. Relax. After so long, it's about time." Wang Chong stretched out his arm and patted Su Onduin on the shoulder, a faint smile on his face. Although it was just a few indifferent words, Wang Chong's expression exuded a formidable self-confidence. It was like he had a plan in his grasp and nothing could escape his calculations. Even Su Onduin was momentarily stunned. Food for tens of thousands of people was no small matter. For the War of the Southwest, the imperial court would need to prepare at least a month's worth of rations. This was no small matter. It would take at least 2 or 3 months, at the very least 4 or 5 months. Su Onduin truly couldn't imagine just where Wang Chong was going to get so much food. This was not a problem of money, but of such a large opening that no single grain merchant or clan could resolve. Even those traveling merchants and clans that specialized in grain needed a long time to prepare, and they would never be able to get this much. Su Onduin's mouth moved as if he wanted to ask something, but Wang Chong patted him on the shoulder and then swaggered off. A plan in a tent can determine victory from 1,000 li. This was an important aspect of the art of war. How could Wang Chong make a mistake on a problem like rations? Although rations were a major issue, he might be able to accomplish something that the imperial court couldn't. "Zhang Manian, I can only rely on you for this." Chapter 516. In this era, other than martial prowess, there wasn't much difference between this era and the space-time that Wang Chong knew of. No matter how powerful one's martial arts was, it was impossible to increase the production of food. Thus, when the Central Plains fell into chaos and a calamity descended, the Central Plains were filled with starvation and panic. Even Wang Chong's army had been suppressed by this, and in the end they were defeated and killed. With such a bitter lesson in mind, Wang Chong had been preparing for this very moment. And Zhang Manian was the foreshadowing that Wang Chong had prepared for this. The hybrid rice had already begun to take shape, and Wang Chong had written a letter to Zhang Manian long ago to have him send some rations over. As for the rest, Wang Chong had left it to Zhao Qiqin to handle. If even this future queen of logistics couldn't solve the problem, Wang Chong really couldn't think of anyone in the world who could solve the problem of rations for the army in this urgent situation. Su Anduin sighed inside. He didn't believe that he would be able to solve a problem that even the royal court couldn't. But looking at Wang Chong's expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it. Given his identity and capability, there was no need for him to do so. I can only take it one step at a time, Su Anduin thought as he suppressed the thoughts in his heart. After destroying the 18,000 Uzin cavalrymen at the three passes, there was no longer anyone who could threaten Wang Chong and the others. In truth, other than a few scattered soldiers, they didn't encounter a single Uzin soldier at all. The army's advance gradually picked up speed, but after passing the pass, 800 li later, the atmosphere gradually grew tense. The joy of victory from defeating Batunlu, Bashishing, Xiangyangdalu, and the others had vanished without a trace. The army was no longer in the mood to joke and laugh. In the end, even the eagle's face was gloomy and he fell silent. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, like something was hanging over their heads. Although the Uzin soldiers could no longer be seen on the road to the south, the traces they left behind could be seen everywhere. Abandoned military supplies and weapons were everywhere. Messy highland steeds' hoof prints extended from the official resting point to the depths of the forest, and at every set distance, one could see the stoves that the Uzin had started. It wasn't just one or two, nor was it a few hundred or a few thousand. It was a vast expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. The charred marks clearly showed how huge the Uzin army was. This was the Uzin army that had truly routed Li Jingyi, and the one leading this army was none other than the Uzin great general, Huishu Wuzong. Although Bashishing and Batunlu were famed generals, in the end, they were nothing more than generals under Huishu Wuzong's command. Even the 3 divisions of Uzin cavalry guarding the pass had been left behind by Huishu Wuzong. To the Uzin army, the deaths of Bashishing and the others were negligible losses. Although Wang Chong had defeated Batunlu and Bashishing, Huishu Wuzong was not them. How could an existence that even a tiger of the empire like Zhangqiu Jianqiong be so easily dealt with? If they were to encounter Huishu Wuzong now, all of them would be doomed. The majority of these people had participated in that sort of battle, so they had a deep understanding of how terrifying the Uzin army was. It was easy to imagine what they were feeling now that they saw the tracks left behind by the Uzin army. I wonder how the elites of the Annan Protectorate are doing. I hope that they haven't suffered too many casualties. I wonder if we can make it in time. We only have 10,000 some people. I wonder if we can help them? We can only rely on Milord for everything. It was no secret that the 500,000 soldiers of the Uzin army and the Mengshizhao army were working together to threaten the Annam Protectorate. When they thought about the difficulty of the road ahead, all of them felt their hearts sink. From time to time, they would subconsciously glance at Wang Chong. With the road ahead uncertain, Wang Chong had become their spiritual sustenance. After experiencing so many fierce battles, no one dared to doubt Wang Chong anymore. Even though he was far younger than these people, Wang Chong's composure, and wisdom had long been imprinted in their minds. No matter what appeared before them, as the commander-in-chief, Wang Chong seemed to always know what he should do and what he should do. It was as though nothing could defeat him, and nothing could make him hesitate. At this moment, his disposition as a commander-in-chief was of utmost importance. Time flew by, and the army traveled day and night toward the south. The further south they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Wang Chong could clearly sense the change in the atmosphere, but Wang Chong said nothing about it. I wonder how Li Sai is doing. Judging from the time, he should have reached there by now. On the back of his horse, Wang Chong raised his head and suddenly thought of the departed Li Sai. It was normal to be hesitant and suspicious, so Wang Chong did not try to persuade him. Everyone thought that they were the main force in this trip to the south. But only Wang Chong knew that the real main force was actually the 1,000 men led by Li Sai. More importantly at this moment, except for Wang Chong, even Li Sai himself did not know what he was doing, let alone what it meant. Hiya! Wang Chong squeezed his horse's abdomen and accelerated forward. Time flew, and his eyes moved away from the road to the south, passing over many hills and plains, all the way to the west, at a place more than 2,000 miles away from Wang Chong and the others. Ney's warhorse neighed, and more than 1,000 Tang dynasty cavalrymen were lined up neatly with murderous intent, waiting for something. Someone bring the things up. Li Sai put the narrow piece of paper in his hand back into the cotton sack, then raised his head and waved his hand to order. Clang, clang, clang. With a clattering of metal, several upright Tang dynasty cavalrymen quickly brought up a large metal chest from the rear of the procession and placed it on the ground. Easy. The moment the chest landed, it was like a mystical curse had swept through the crowd. The atmosphere suddenly became strange as all eyes curiously stared at the chest. Although their mouths said nothing, their eyes betrayed them. Besides the life and death battle, the most mysterious thing on this journey was the metal chest that Wang Chong had given to Li Sai. Before leaving the capital, Wang Chong had ordered his men to prepare it. From that moment on, no one was allowed to approach it except for the 2 soldiers escorting the chest. Not even Zhao Jingyan or the Eagle, who had served Wang Chong for a very long time, had the right to open it. Not only that, Wang Chong had ordered that the escorted chest be 80 meters away. Even at the height of the war, they had been given special permission not to participate in the battle. This made the crowd's curiosity rise to a peak. We can finally open it. I wonder what young master has placed inside. Why hasn't my lord opened it yet? The crowd's curiosity was unbearable, and from time to time they would glance at Li Sai. Open the chest. Li Sai didn't care too much about it. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly issued an order. Frankly speaking, the curiosity in his heart right now was not any less than the others. But more importantly, not even he knew what was hidden inside. Wang Chong's ability to keep secrets was truly too good. Wonderful. The crowd cheered, but Li Sai glared at them, and they immediately quieted down. Clack! With a crisp sound, the box opened and countless pairs of eyes instantly looked over. A few soldiers even blocked Li Sai's line of sight. However, just when everyone was filled with hope, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence in the next moment. This is a bag? The crowd looked at each other. There was nothing in this mysterious chest, only a grayish-brown old linen bag. It stinks. Suddenly, the crowd retreated, as if avoiding the plague. At first, they didn't feel it, but now that they were close, everyone could smell the stench, as if it had been rotting for a long time. What exactly is inside? The experts from the aristocratic families had been trained by Wang Chong, but at this time they all pinched their noses and retreated. After all, Li Sai wasn't Wang Chong. Although he was strong and looked dignified, he was still from the military and didn't have the wealth and unreachable status of Wang Chong. Most of the time, other than during training and battles, Li Sai's attitude was actually quite friendly. So in front of him, the crowd usually didn't have so many scruples. Li Sai didn't say anything, but he was just as surprised as the crowd. Wang Chong had given him this mission, and not even Zhao Jingyan and the Eagle, who were close to him, had a share. Furthermore, Wang Chong had said that this mission was extremely important, and they had to act according to the instructions on the silk pouch. Li Sai only thought of opening the chest after arriving at the destination. Given how long Wang Chong had spent to prepare such an important item, Li Sai didn't believe that there was only a bag inside. Gallop! The warhorse sneezed as it slowly approached the metal chest. After a moment of silence, Li Sai grabbed the woozy steel sword on his back and casually swung it. Shwa! Before anyone could react, Li Sai's woozy steel sword had already cut open the sack inside the chest. Voila! A large pile of pitch-black, moldy meat mixed with bones poured out from inside. Seeing this sight, everyone was stunned. What is this? Why did the Lord give the general this? The crowd couldn't react at all. Even Li Sai's mind went blank for a moment. But soon, a thought flashed across his mind. Li Sai's eyes narrowed, as though he had understood something. Mutton. Li Sai suddenly understood what this meant. Even though it was impossible to tell what this pile of meat was from the slender bones, Li Sai was able to recognize it at a glance. This was a sheep, and an adult one at that. Li Sai had spent quite some time in biting, and he had seen many herds of sheep and eaten a lot of mutton. When he ate the fragrant and greasy roasted mutton, he would eat it with the bones, so Li Sai couldn't be more familiar with this. But this wasn't any ordinary mutton. This is a sheep that died of plague. Chapter 5:17. From now on, no one is allowed to come close without my order. Li Sai suddenly said, My lord, those who disobey will be executed. Li Sai slashed with his right hand. The giant, woozy steel sword in his right hand emitted a beam of sword energy that slammed into the ground with a boom. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. In an instant, everyone was as silent as cicadas out of fear, subconsciously backing away. Yes, my lord, someone said in a low voice. Li Sai would never deliberately put on airs, but if he was serious, it meant that this matter was very serious. At this time, no one dared to provoke him. Young master, is this the key to the war you told me about? Li Sai said to himself. At this time, he already understood why Wang Chong had left this box for him. Sheep plague rarely occurred on grasslands, but when it did, it was a disaster. Unlike the people of the Central Plains, the people of the grasslands did not know much about medicine or prescriptions. When sheep died of the plague, they did not know how to bury the corpses like the people of the Central Plains. Coupled with the herds of the grasslands, the number of cattle and sheep could reach tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or even more. So when sheep plague occurred, it was a large-scale disaster. For the people of the grasslands, this was absolutely a matter that would make them pale. But the grasslands had always been hostile to the Central Plains. Moreover, cattle and sheep fed on water. After eating one place, they would move to another. Their mobility was especially high, so sheep plague rarely occurred on the grasslands. Many herdsmen did not even know what sheep plague was. This also allowed the nomads of the grasslands to be taken advantage of. The significance of this thing that Wang Chong had prepared was self-evident. In the past, Li Sai would have vehemently opposed it. But now, the 180,000 elites of the Protectorate of the Southwest had been routed. Li Jingyi's 60,000 reinforcements had been ambushed, and the Tang dynasty had opened its gates to the southwest. Nearly 1 million people had no shelter and were completely exposed to the allied forces of Mengshi Zhao and Uzun. At this time, if he was still soft-hearted and cherished his reputation, he would be pedantic. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. But is this really useful? Li Sai sighed in his heart. Even if he understood the purpose of these things, Li Sai still didn't understand the purpose of Wang Chong's arrangement. Whether or not the sheep plague could cause any harm was a matter for the future, but the crisis of the Southwest Army was right before their eyes. Moreover, even if he completed his mission, Uzun's army would not suffer any losses. Was this really going to work? Coming, bring me a bag of food. Li Sai took a deep breath and suddenly said, Yes, my lord. Soon, a soldier came over with a bag of soybeans and rations. Li Sai did not let anyone participate. He mixed the bag of soybeans, peas, and rations into the mix. Buzz! After doing all this, Li Sai suddenly flicked his wrist, sending out a burst of stellar energy that slammed the lid shut. He then raised his head and looked into the distance. Looking from here, Herds of cows and sheep could be seen wandering in the dense grass in the distance. They were like clouds, vast and boundless, everywhere. If one looked carefully, one could even see shepherds in the midst of the flock. Their highland steeds were tall and sturdy, and as they stood in the midst of the flock, they were extremely conspicuous even from a great distance. Only the shepherds of Yusang would be able to ride these horses to herd their livestock. In a war between two armies, since you dare to help the army, you are our enemy. Don't blame me for everything. Li Sai stared at the distant shepherds, his eyes flashing with cold light. All soldiers, hear my order. Don't let a single Uzin person go. Li Sai restrained his aura, his entire body suddenly turning icy cold. Yes, Your Excellency. With the order, the army responded loudly. In the next moment, more than 1,000 elite cavalry sped up, stirring up clouds of dust as they charged into the distance. Ah, it's the Tang people. Let's go. Waves of screams came from afar. The shepherds of Chilichuan were in a panic. Many shepherds drove their flocks of sheep away in an attempt to escape, but it was already too late. At this moment, the two countries were at war. How could Li Sai give them a chance to escape? Rumble. The sound of horse hooves became even more urgent. Along with the sound of horse hooves, no one knew that behind the Uzin army, another war had already begun. Before the troops and horses move, the provisions and fodder move first. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times, and it was also recorded in military books and strategies. However, this was only the military books and strategies of the Central Plains. For the Uzin people and the other tribes of the grasslands, this had never been a problem. Wang Chong had once researched and discovered that the logistics of the Uzin people were completely different from the logistics of the Central Plains. For a large-scale war, the Central Plains needed 2 to 3 years to prepare, and this long period of preparation could only last for a few months. Once 3 or 4 months passed, the war could no longer be fought. When the Tang dynasty was first founded and Emperor Taizong was still on the throne, the Tang dynasty was at its peak. However, in the war against the Goguryeo Empire, the Goguryans had fortified their defenses and cleared the fields, and the Tang dynasty's logistics were unable to keep up. After 4 months of fighting, the Tang dynasty was forced to retreat due to a shortage of food, ending this war that had involved so many troops and consumed so much of the country's resources. However, these 4 months were already the longest battle in the history of the wars between dynasties in the Central Plains. And for this reason, the Tang dynasty had even stockpiled food for 3 years in advance. For the dynasties of the Central Plains, this sort of war was not something that could be easily carried out. But the people of the Uzin and the Turks were different. If they wanted to wage a war, they could move over 1,000 li at any time without worrying about logistics. If they were like the Tang dynasty, subjected to so many restrictions and had to prepare so many years in advance, the people of the steppe would have long since lost the ability to fight, and it would have been impossible for them to become a threat to the Tang dynasty. In the end, it wasn't that the people of the Uzin and the Turks didn't have food problems, but that their eating habits were completely different from the people of the Central Plains. The people of the steppe mainly ate meat, and eating meat for every meal was no problem at all. But for the people of the Central Plains, if they ate meat for every meal without any other staple food, they would definitely be very excited at the start and eat to their heart's content. But after 3 or 4 days, they would immediately get sick of it, and after a month their army would no longer have any fighting strength to speak of. The staple foods of the people of the Central Plains were rice, chestnuts, millet, sorghum, and other such foods, so their habits were naturally different. And the storage, transportation, planting, and cooking of these foods were all extremely troublesome and time-consuming. Not to mention that the people of the Central Plains were particular about matching meat with vegetables. They cooked, boiled, steamed, deep-fried, and scorched various cooking methods. There was only rice and no meat. There was no taste in his stomach, and he would be soft when fighting. Therefore, when the people of the Central Plains fought, they always had the habit of having a big feast before a big battle. there was a saying, "Only when you are full will you have strength." The people of the Central Plains were used to this. Regardless of whether it was the god of war, the saint of war, or the ancient grand masters of the path of war, none of them could do anything about this situation. They could only go with the flow. That was why there was a saying in the books of war, "Before the troops and horses move, the food goes first." This was their nature, and how could they change it? However, the people of the grassland were different. Their eating habits were far less complicated. It was fine as long as it was cooked, and it didn't even matter if it was raw. When the army moved out, the Shepherdians followed behind. The army became the Shepherdians' solid support, while the Shepherdians drove herds of cattle and sheep in the rear to provide rations for the army. Cattle and sheep graze on grass. They don't need plowing, or a large amount of water. They don't need several months to mature. More importantly, the cows and sheep would never go moldy, and there was no need to worry about food storage. Wherever the army moved, the cattle and sheep would follow. There was no such thing as stale, damp, or moldy food. As long as there was grass, the army would never lack rations. Moreover, the army of the grassland people came from the Shepherdians. They were now logistics officers and shepherds, but in the future they would be the army. Because there were too many cattle and sheep, the people of the grassland could even butcher them and make jerky, which they only needed to rub salt on. This was the case for both the top-notch experts and the ordinary herdsmen. In this world, the only things that could truly affect them were the extreme winters and frost. Wang Chong had once thought about it carefully. Of all the options for war, only logistics happened to be the one that the people of the grassland needed to worry about the least. It was the same for the Turks, and it was the same for the Yuzin. In terms of logistics, the agricultural people and the nomadic people were naturally unequal. Therefore, the nomadic people didn't have the weapons and equipment of the dynasties of the Central Plains, nor did they have as many people. They didn't have as brilliant a culture, and they didn't know any military books or strategies. However, they could still become a threat to the dynasties of the Central Plains. In the history books of the dynasties of the Central Plains, it was always recorded like this. In a certain year, the Turks invaded the border, or in a certain year, the Yuzin raided the border and left after reaping the rewards, or in a certain year, the border of incontinent Yuzhou, or some other place was invaded by bandits. Such records could be found everywhere in the history books, and there would never be an end to them. But this aspect of the nomadic people of the grassland could still be exploited. If they could circle around the army at the front and reach the herdsmen at the back, killing all their sheep, they would suffer a heavy blow. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible to achieve. The people of the Yuzin would never give the Tang dynasty such an opportunity. But now the people of the Yuzin were all drawn to Lion City. Li Jingyi had already been eliminated, and the pass was guarded by the armies of the Yuzin in 3 places. For the people of the Yuzin, the rear of the army was already impregnable, and there was nothing that could threaten them. This gave Wang Chong the best opportunity. And these sheep that had died of plague were the best gift that Wang Chong had prepared for the people of the Yuzin. The flock of sheep of the Yuzin was simply too large. Unlike the people of the Central Plains, no one ever said that they had a few sheep, or a dozen, or even dozens of sheep. The nomadic people had always herded hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of sheep. This was something that the farming people of the Central Plains could never imagine. Moreover, the nomadic people had another characteristic, and that was that they lived in tribes. When herding sheep, they naturally lived in tribes. Therefore, there was no such thing as how many sheep a person reared. It was all about how many sheep a tribe reared, and this number had always been extremely large. When the number reached a certain level, sneak attacks would become useless. The shepherds could even ignore everything and leave the sheep to be slaughtered. Hundreds of thousands of sheep stood there motionlessly, and even if they killed them from dawn to dusk, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. And when Li Sai and the others left, the shepherds could come back at any time. At that time, all they had to do was turn the slaughtered cattle and sheep into jerky. This kind of sneak attack would lose all meaning. To deal with the people of the Uzin and attack the sheep in their rear, ordinary methods would be useless. Therefore, they had to take an unconventional approach. And these sheep that had died of plague were the gifts that Wang Chong had prepared for them. When a sheep was infected, it would quickly spread to the entire flock, from one tribe to the rest of the tribe. More importantly, the people of the grassland didn't know how to deal with the sheep plague and didn't have the habit of burying it. This meant that an independent matter could easily turn into a huge disaster in the end. When dealing with the enemy, one couldn't just be superficial. One had to make them feel pain that reached deep into their bones. Only then would they learn their lesson. War wasn't just a battle of military strength, nor was it a battle of fists against flesh or blades against swords. It was a war of strategy. At this moment, other than Wang Chong, even Li Sai himself didn't know that if his plan succeeded, what awaited the people of the Yuzin would be a huge disaster that would last for years, or even decades. Chapter 518. Screams and screams could be heard everywhere. Soon, a massacre began in Chilichuan. A large number of herdsmen in the tribe fled, while some of the herdsmen chose to resist. However, this resistance was nothing in front of the cavalrymen who were equipped with meteoric iron armors and woozy steel swords. It was like scratching an itch through the boots. In the midst of the bleeding, the cattle and sheep fell to the ground. Blood stained the ground. In this war, there were no civilians, no warriors. There was only a game between countries, a battle of life and death. In this fateful battle, no one was innocent. Righteousness does not control wealth. Mercy does not control troops. Today's herdsmen would turn into cruel Uzin warriors who slaughtered civilians in the blink of an eye tomorrow. Any mercy to the enemy would be cruelty to one's own people tomorrow. The battle went on quickly, and it ended just as quickly. When the Chilichuan, which was close to the Uzin, was filled with blood mist, Li Sai and his people had already left in a hurry, heading to a faraway place. Behind them, there were corpses everywhere, as well as the carcasses of many cattle and sheep. Herds of cattle and sheep covered the plains, stretching as far as the eye could see. However, even the future omnipotent general would not be able to wipe out hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep in an instant. After the massacre, there were still a large number of cows and sheep left on the ground, all of them bleeding. Except for them, no one knew what had happened. The Chilichuan was quiet, as if time had stopped. After an unknown amount of time, puff! A pile of Uzin corpses suddenly flipped over. Under the blood-stained grass and trees, a trembling hand reached out from the ground. Devil, these Tang people are all devils. The heavily injured Uzin herdsman sat up from the pile of corpses, muttering in Uzin language. Their pale eyes were still filled with fear. Nightmare. Only a nightmare could explain what had happened to them. 600 to 700 tribesmen couldn't even last one round before they were all slaughtered by these people. Not a single one of them was injured. Although he knew that the other party was a regular army, the difference in strength was too great. Moreover, didn't they say that the Annam protectorate of the Tang dynasty had been defeated? Didn't they say that the 60,000 reinforcements of the Tang dynasty had been annihilated by the great general? Didn't they say that there were 3 generals guarding the 3 passes from the north to the south? Why would a horseman of the Tang dynasty appear here? Didn't they say that the rear was absolutely safe? No, I must tell the great general. Let him send people to encircle and annihilate all these Tang people. The surviving herdsman got up to leave, but after taking 2 steps he hesitated. No, we must inform the great general, but we must inform the other tribes as well. The Tang people had already appeared in Chilichuan. This place was no longer safe. I need to find a way to inform them as soon as possible. The surviving herdsmen thought to themselves. On the plateau, there was no such thing as a herdsman. Herdsman was just a Han term. All the people of the Uzin were natural warriors. When not in battle, they were the support of the army and the logistics officers of the army. When in battle, they could also be the eyes and ears of the army. All the herdsmen and the army were together. After looking around, the surviving herdsmen quickly focused their attention on the cows and goats that had survived the ordeal. The Tang dynasty was no longer safe. If there was a first army, there would be a second, a third. These cows and sheep couldn't stay here. They had to rush to the Uzun Plateau in the rear. Moreover, when the people of the other tribes saw these ownerless sheep, they would definitely understand what had happened here. This way, they would also be vigilant. This was the unwritten rule of the plateau. Smack! Filled with fear and anger, the herdsmen whipped the sheep and began to drive them away in a frenzy. Let's go! Let's go! Don't stay here! Get out of here! Flocks of sheep were driven to various places on the Uzun Plateau. An old horse knew its way. Sheep were not so smart, but by following the water and grass, they could still find the path they had come from. As long as those people saw these sheep, they would understand. Bah! Amidst a series of bleating sounds, the remaining sheep spread their hooves and ran in all directions. However, the herdsmen who were immersed in their anger and fear did not notice that among the snow-white sheep, there were a few cows and sheep chewing on the soybeans that Chilichuan did not have. Those soybeans were mixed with some black powder. The sheep scattered, and the cows and sheep mixed in with them as they vanished into the distance. At the same time, in the distant capital, there was also a great deal of activity. Wang Chang's departure with his 1,000 fully armored clan experts had not attracted much attention. This had never been the focus of the imperial court's attention. The southwest, Longxi, Anxi, Baiting, and Ang in all the years since the founding of the Tang dynasty, it had never encountered such a dangerous situation. In its golden age, the barbarians around the Tang dynasty were all extremely submissive. Normally, not even a single one of them would rise up in revolt, much less be besieged on all sides. Right now, the Tang dynasty was no longer worried about the southwest, but the entire empire. The most worrisome thing was that from all directions the barbarians might join hands and attack them. If the current situation continued to develop, it was very likely. Is there any news of Chong'a? Wang Zhen was anxiously pacing back and forth in the Wang family residence. The moment he opened the door and saw a guard enter, he immediately went to greet him, his eyes brimming with anxiety and concern. It had been some time since Wang Chong had left, but there had been no news at all. Wang Chong had left very suddenly, leaving without even saying a word to him. But Wang Zhen could not say that he was completely unaware. Back then, when Wang Chong had contacted the great clans to forge large quantities of armor and weapons, he had already made this clear. In fact, the thick smoke that filled the entire capital was produced for Wang Chong. There were probably very few people in the capital who did not know this. But even so, this did not mean that Wang Zhen was not worried about this nephew of his. The only member of the Wang clan who was able to suppress the scions of the capital and become famous at such a young age was Wang Chong. Wang Fu, Wang Li, and Wang Bei, none of them could do the same. But even so, Wang Zhen would not stop him. The Wang clan was a clan of generals and ministers, and no one, male or female, was a coward. Without this strength of character, they could no longer be considered scions of the Wang clan. But to say that Wang Zhen was not worried about this nephew of his was a lie. "My lord, there's no news." The guard who entered the residence lowered his head, not even daring to breathe too loudly. "We've tried to use carrier pigeons to contact young Master Chong, but we couldn't get in touch with him. In addition, we couldn't get in touch with the eagle breeder at young Master Chong's side either. We feel that young Master Chong and the others have already entered a state of war. They've probably sent those eagles out to scout as well. That's why we lost contact with young Master Chong." Buzz! The word war caused Wang Zhen's body to tremble, his hands and feet to turn cold. "Have the experts we arranged already set out?" "Yes, my lord. They've already set out for the southwest 2 days ago." The guard lowered his head and said, "Tell them to find Chong'er and then bring him back safely, no matter what." Wang Zhen sternly said, In addition, contact the third master's residence. Chong-er has so many subordinates. If we contact them, we should be able to get in touch with Wang Chong. No matter what, I have to know where he is and how he's doing. This, my lord, I'm afraid that we still can't get in touch with him. The guard hesitated, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. To tell the truth, my lord, young Master Chong's subordinates are no longer under our control. What? Wang Zhen's brows finally shot up. What's going on? What do you mean by no longer under our control? Is it impossible to get in touch with them and find Chong-er through them? My lord, to tell the truth, although young Master Chong didn't leave the capital with all his subordinates, he passed down an order before he left that after he left, everyone in the Wang clan residence, Deflecting Blade Manor, and the Spirit Vein Mountain had to obey the orders of the talented daughter of the Su clan, Su Yichin. No one was allowed to disobey, and 7 or 8 days ago, the guards of young Master Chong's residence were transferred out of the capital by Lady Su. No one knows where they went, and we can't find them even if we wanted to. The Wang clan residence has no one but a few Imperial Army soldiers that were transferred over. The guard lowered his head. On the other side, Wang Zhen was dumbfounded. Su Yichin? Wasn't this the talented daughter of the Su clan? Even he had heard of her talent in the capital. Wang Zhen had never known that even Su Yichin had become Wang Chong's subordinate. My lord, my lord? Ah, I know, there's no need to worry about it. Let him do whatever he wants. Wang Zhen finally came back to his senses and waved his hand, saying no more. Since Wang Chong had already made arrangements for his departure from the capital, there was no need for him to worry about what would come next. At the same time in the capital, while everyone was panicking, a fragrant and scholarly study of the Su clan was tranquil and quiet. Red sandalwood flowers and trees, bookshelves filled to the brim, a few pots of black plums, a cranebeak incense burner emitting the fragrance of ambergris, and an elegant woman sitting behind the desk. This place was like a quiet harbor. No matter how big the storm outside was, it was all blocked outside. This was Su Yichin's study. Ever since Wang Chong left, all sorts of documents had been piled up in Su Yichin's study. Smiths, swordsmiths, merchants, grain merchants, porters, horse merchants, all sorts of documents involving the thousands of swordsmiths in the capital, the 4 swordsmithing clans, and the several dozen large and small merchants and grain merchants, all of which involve hundreds of thousands of people, had been piled up here. From the inspection of goods, supervision, and explanations with the great clans, to the payment of the wages of the workers in the grain shops and merchants, everything had been piled up in Su Yichin's hands. Gathering the grain from all over the country and transporting it to the southwest was no simple task. Far too many people needed to be contacted. In the imperial court, this would require the cooperation of the several hundred offices and bureaus of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. But now, all of this had been gathered in Su Yichin's hands. The floor of the study had long since been a mess. But Su Yichin's desk was always neat and tidy. All the documents were categorized and placed neatly on her desk in an orderly manner. She had used the simplest, most efficient, and most frugal method to deal with all the documents. If one looked carefully, one would also realize that Su Yichin's desk would always have 8 or more cases on it at the same time. Photographic memory and multitasking might have been difficult for others, but for Su Yichin, who was renowned for her talent and could challenge Wang Chong in chess, this was no problem at all. Chapter 519. The brush in Su Yichin's hand moved swiftly, as if all the answers were already in her mind. There was no hesitation. All sorts of trivial matters came one after another. But Su Yichin remained calm and wise, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. It seemed like nothing in the world could trouble her. I wonder how he's doing? After some time, Su Yichin suddenly sighed, raised her wrist, and put down her brush and chopsticks. In the clash at Deflecting Blade Manor, she had once more lost to Wang Chong and even been humiliated by Wang Chong. She, who had always been proud and arrogant, had no choice but to lower her head and agree to Wang Chang's request. Logically speaking, she should have hated this scoundrel to the bone. But for some reason, when she thought of the situation in the southwest and how Wang Chong could face the combined army of Meng Shijiao and Uzin, Su Yiqin's mind was in a mess. For some reason, Su Yiqin recalled the 4 words Wang Chong had said to her on the day he left. "I believe in you." Wang Chong had said these 4 words with extreme solemnity. In the final moment, Su Yiqin had seen Wang Chong's resolute and determined figure, leading countless clan experts down the mountain and disappearing into the southwest. At that moment, he had clearly understood something, but he had still chosen to leave without the slightest hesitation. He was like a moth flying into the sparks of a bonfire. At that moment, Su Yiqin's eyes were wide open. Her heart moved like never before. In Su Yiqin's mind, Wang Chong had always been a selfish and smug person who didn't know what was good for himself. An unforgiving, extremely conceited person who only knew how to oppose her. This was the first time Su Yiqin had seen this other side of Wang Chong, this other side of herself that had been buried deep in his bones. This side of him was so alluring. Don't die. No matter what, don't die. Su Yiqin turned her head and looked through the window at a map on the wall. On the map, several places were marked conspicuously with needles and red ropes. The map was left behind by Wang Chong before he left. Other than Wang Chong, only Su Yiqin knew what those marks represented. All the merchant caravans, horse caravans, and camel caravans had already set off. All the merchant caravans in the capital had been mobilized by her, not to mention the local clans and wealthy families. Only she, Su Yiqin, could do all this and handle everything in an orderly manner. War equipment, rations, everything had been set out. Hundreds of merchant caravans, packed densely together like ants. Day and night, they surged towards that place without stopping. Judging from the time, the first batch of supplies should have already arrived at the location designated by Wang Chong. From now on, you can only rely on yourself. Su Yiqin took a deep breath, turned her head, and continued to work on the documents on her desk. In the southwest of the empire, the sky was gloomy. The clip-clop of horse hooves was accompanied by flying grass and mud on the official road. Warning! Counting down. There is still half a day left. If user cannot reach the destination on time, he will be obliterated, and the trial mission will be a failure. Warning! The Annam Protectorate has suffered heavy damage. 20 points of destiny energy have been deducted from user. Warning! User must increase his speed as quickly as possible. If the speed is less than 20 kilometers per hour, 15 points of destiny energy will be deducted for every 2 hours. Warning! A string of messages flowed through Wang Feng's mind like a waterfall. As the army headed south, everything seemed calm, but only Wang Feng knew that this was far from being the case. In just a few short days, 80 points of destiny energy had been deducted from Wang Chong. He had defeated Batanlu, defeated Bashishing, and broken through the pass to the south. But to Wang Chong, the undercurrents were even more turbulent. Wang Chong did not understand what had happened to Lion City. The city was clearly fortified. So why had so many points of destiny energy been deducted from him in such a short period of time? The situation in the southwest was still worsening, and the constant deductions of destiny energy in his mind were reminding him that this was far from the end. The stone of destiny was still tightening the pressure on him. But at this moment, Wang Chong was far from worrying about himself. Rather, he was worried about the Annam Protectorate in Lion City. Father has already reached that place. I hope I can make it in time, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. His goal in this journey was not to protect himself, but to save the Annam Protectorate in the southwest. If the Annam Protectorate was destroyed, then everything would be meaningless. All soldiers, hear my order. Everyone advance at full speed. Wang Song brandished his longsword and took the lead in charging forward. The 300,000 Meng Shijiao soldiers and the 200,000 Uzun soldiers were like a mountain weighing down on Wang Chong's chest. The closer they got to the south, the deeper they went into the Arai, the closer they were to danger and death. The victories they had won earlier did not mean that the situation had improved. On the contrary, it meant that they were under even greater pressure. This rapid march of several thousand li had never been a simple rescue mission. If they weren't careful and were discovered by Mengshi Zhao, then the 10,000 soldiers led by Wang Chong could be crushed like eggs at any moment. Whoosh! Dark clouds gathered in the sky. At some point, a gust of wind had blown in from the south, carrying with it the thick scent of blood. This was the scent of the southwest battlefield. It seemed that this place was already not too far from the Arai. Wang Chong stopped. Seated on his horse, he raised his head to glance at the sky. Dark clouds hung low in the sky like waves. The air was suffused with an oppressive smell, as if something would sweep down at any moment. This was the smell of a storm. "It's going to rain." Wang Chong looked at the sky and muttered to himself. He was no stranger to this smell. Unsurprisingly, the southern plains had already welcomed a storm, and this storm was rapidly approaching from the south to the north. "My lord, our brothers can't hold on much longer. Should we rest here for a while?" As Wang Chong was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a voice at his ear. Amidst the clattering of hooves, Su Shiping and Su Onduin rode over from behind. "My lord, our brothers have already been on the road for several days. I know that my lord is anxious, but without sufficient information, I'm worried that even if our brothers reach the Arai Plains, they won't be of much help." Su Onduin clasped his hands and bowed his head. "Brother Su is right. Our brothers truly do need information." Su Shiping glanced behind him and echoed his words. The soldiers of the army were all typical martial artists, and they were definitely much stronger than ordinary people. But no matter how strong they weren't made of steel. After so many days of constant travel, the army was already exhausted. A casual glance behind them would reveal the weariness of the army. This was a very dangerous situation. The two commandants had clearly reached an agreement on this point. "No, now's not the time to rest." Wang Chong turned his head, his tone firm and unquestionable. The army truly was very tired. He didn't even need to think to know this. But now was not the time to rest. A person's potential was limitless. On the battlefield, one could not wait for one to eat their fill, have enough strength and rest before fighting again. This was what war meant. In the dynasties of the Central Plains, a war would last for several days and nights, and there were many battles without rest. Would they have to retreat halfway through the battle? What Wang Chong was worried about was not whether the army would rest or not, but that Lion City would fall by the end of the day. If the Southwestern Protectorate Army was completely wiped out, then even if they had enough rest, it would be meaningless. Boom! Before Wang Chong could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning flitted across the sky, slithering through the dark clouds like a silver snake. With a plop, a bean-sized drop of rain fell onto Wang Chong's face. Turning his head, Wang Chong subconsciously wiped away the raindrops on his face. Su Shiping and Su Onduin also shut their mouths and subconsciously looked up at the sky. This was the first rain the pair had encountered since their journey south. Plop, plop. At first, it was just a few drops of rain, but as more and more came, they grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour began to descend from the sky. The rain droplets were as dense as a curtain, and as they fell on the armors of everyone, they produced a continuous metallic clanging sound, like a musical movement. It was raining. 1, 2, 3. The soldiers raised their heads to look up at the torrential rain, and all of them were left dumbfounded. This heavy rain was definitely not within everyone's expectations. No one knew what this heavy rain meant. Wang Chong, Su Shiping, Su Onduin, and all the others were dumbfounded. Heavy rain, 3 days, the city is breached, Wang Chong muttered to himself as he gazed at the sky. A thought suddenly flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and his body trembled in understanding. Su Shiping, Su Anduin, I'll only give you 15 minutes to rest. The eagle, Zhao Jingdian, take all the cavalry and follow me. Yes, my lord. Rumble. Before many people could react, Wang Chong the eagle and Zhao Jingdian had led the remaining 2,000-some cavalry into the rain like a bolt of lightning, quickly vanishing. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear? Rest where you are and eat some rations. Prepare to follow at a moment's notice. After a long pause, Su Anduin suddenly turned his head and sternly said. Although he didn't know what had happened, the change in Wang Chong's expression made Su Anduin certain of one thing. Something had definitely happened, even though he still didn't understand. Plop! In the torrential rain, Wang Chong and his 2,000 cavalry formed a long line as they galloped through the rain. Thunder rumbled in the sky, but the voice in Wang Chong's mind was even louder than the thunder. 3 days! 3 days! Wang Chong had never understood why the Stone of Destiny had given him 3 days to get within 100 li of Lion City, until Wang Chong saw this majestic downpour. If everything went as expected, the war in the southwest was about to undergo a massive change. It wasn't that Lion City was breaching, but that the Annam Protectorate was breaking through. The rain continued to pour, casting the world in a hazy haze. Not even Wang Chong's eyes could see very clearly. From tens of meters away, it was impossible to tell whether it was a mountain or a tree, a road or a person. If the Annam Protectorate wanted to break through, today would be their best chance. It seems like they're running out of rations. Wang Chong lowered his body as these thoughts flitted through his mind. Lion City is sturdy, but its biggest problem is rations. If they run out of rations, Lion City will be building a cage of its own. Thus, the Nam Protectorate must break through. Xianyu Zhongtong definitely won't have this sort of courage. He's a general who defends what he has, and if he can defend it, he won't leave so easily. To be so determined to break through, unless, as this thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, he thought of his father and brother. If Xianyu Zhongtong was alone, he definitely wouldn't break out of the encirclement. But the Annam Protectorate still had his father and brother, Wang Yan. With them around, the situation would be completely different. This was especially true for his brother, Wang Fu. Although Li Jingyi was hailed as one of the younger generation of the Tang dynasty, and death was the most important thing, no one could say anything about it. But in terms of strength, strategy, and skill in the art of war, Wang Chong had always firmly believed that his brother, Wang Fu, was the true number one. Compared to Xianyu Zhongtong, his brother was more daring and meticulous, and he was definitely more adventurous and enterprising. If it were him, he would definitely be able to do it. Moreover, this rain was a heaven-sent opportunity. Wang Chong was confident that his brother, Wang Fu, would not remain unmoved by such a downpour. It's not the city breaking. It's not the city breaking. It's the initiative to break through. As he looked at the curtain of rain, Wang Chong's heart trembled with excitement. The eagle, lead the way with the giant eagle. In addition, send another giant eagle to contact Commandant Su and the others at any time. Wang Chong suddenly said. His body was already completely soaked. Rainwater seeped in through the gaps in his armor, then seeped out through the gaps below. Even his boots were covered in deep puddles. But Wang Chong no longer cared. Hiya! Squeezing his horse's abdomen, Wang Chong charged forward with all his might. Almost at the same time, screech! 2 giant eagles flew diagonally through the curtain of rain and soared into the sky. One headed south, the other north, and they quickly disappeared into the curtain of rain. Wang Chong would never have imagined that Lion City would break through much earlier than he had imagined. Gallop, gallop! The sound of hurried hooves could be heard amidst the torrential downpour. In just a few moments, an Uzun scout rushed into Huishu Wuzong's line of sight. How is it? Huishu Wizong's gaze was like lightning as he swept his gaze over the scout from atop his horse. Around him, the rain was as dense as a curtain, but all of the rainwater was bounced off when it was still 10 zhang away from him. Even now, the ground beneath Huishu Wizong's feet was still dry and impatient. "My lord, we've fallen into a trap." The Annam Protectorate didn't charge out from the west gate at all. We followed them out, but there were only a dozen or so Tang soldiers. The scout's face was covered in rainwater. It slid into his eyes and blew into his nose. He didn't even dare to wipe it off. In addition, the rain is too heavy. Quite a few of our brothers got lost in the rain. Bastard! Huishu Wizong was furious. The scout's expression froze. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say another word. "My lord! My lord!" Before Huishu Wizong could get angry, another Uzin cavalryman galloped over. Before Huishu Wizong could open his mouth, he shouted, "There's no sign of the Tang dynasty's main force at the east gate." The scouts from the north gate and the south gate had returned, but none of them had found any trace of the Tang army. The Uzin army had split into 4 groups to pursue the Tang army from the 4 gates, but none of them had found any trace of the Tang army. Bastard! Huishu Wizong's complexion turned extremely unsightly. There was no need to think too much about it. He was certain that he had been played. Xianyu Zhongtong definitely would not have been able to think of this plan, to open 4 city gates in succession, and then send soldiers to charge through the city gates while the waterfall was pouring down, forcing him to split his forces into 4 groups. Moreover, he definitely did not have the courage to do this. Having fought with Zhangqiu Jianqiong for so many years, Huishu Wizong was well aware of his subordinates. "My lord, is it possible that the Tang army is still hiding in the city?" An Uzin soldier cautiously asked. Huishu Wizong said nothing, only glared at him. The Uzin soldier's expression froze. He immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. If the Annam Protectorate was still in the city, opening the gates like this was no different from inviting thieves to their deaths. "What about Jelluoj? Hasn't their army moved out yet?" Huishu Wizong asked, suppressing his anger. Mengshi Zhao had an army of 300,000 soldiers. With their cooperation, the Annam Protectorate wouldn't be able to escape no matter how capable it was. "My lord, the king of Mengshi Zhao has sent word that his army is currently in chaos. In addition, he sent word that this torrential rain is having an even greater effect on them than on us. Our cavalry are nimble, and the king of Mengshi Zhao hopes that we can lead an army to pursue the Annam Protectorate army and not let them escape." Huishu Wizong didn't say anything. The surroundings were deathly silent. Only the pitter-patter of the rain and the cracking of Huishu Wizong's fists could be heard. At this critical moment, not a single one of Mengshi Zhao's 300,000 soldiers could be counted on. There's no need to count on him. Jelifeng didn't say anything about this matter. The rain was boundless and visibility was obstructed. Mengshi Zhao mainly consists of infantry, and the ground is muddy. Right now, they can't even take care of themselves. They don't have the strength to pursue. At this moment, a calm voice came from the side. This voice contained a strange power. Like a pond after autumn, it could soothe all the anger in one's heart. At this moment, only the Prime Minister of the Uzin Empire's Ngari royal lineage, Daluin Ruozin, could say something like this. "Prime Minister, are you still speaking up for Mengshi Zhao at this time?" Huishu Wizong said coldly. A military general wouldn't understand the other's standpoint. Since Mengshi Zhao wanted to form an alliance with Uzin and borrow Uzin's strength, they needed to show that they believed in the strength of their side. "I'm not speaking up for them. This rain has completely ruined our plans." Daluin Ruozin gently put away his white feather fan. As he gazed at the dense curtain of rain in the sky, a strange expression appeared in his eyes. In this battle with the Annam Protectorate, as long as these remnants were eliminated, Uzin would obtain a complete victory. From then on, The Tang dynasty wouldn't be able to contend against Uzun in the southwest for the next few decades. But this heavy rain was like a bucket of water splashed onto a chessboard. It splashed away the chess pieces, messed up the chessboard, and disrupted his plans. Xianyu Zhongtong doesn't have this ability. In Lion City, perhaps only the Wang father and son can be so decisive. Chapter 5:20. Wang Yan and his son were not as famous as their father, Duke Jiao, in the Tang dynasty. However, as a general, Wang Yan was famous for his ability to fight. His military tactics were both offensive and defensive. Although he lacked flexibility, he was truly invulnerable. The army had besieged the city for so many days without any results. This was where the problem lay. Report. Traces of the enemy have been discovered. A large breach has appeared between the east and the south of the city. There is a gate at the breach. Many muddy horse tracks have been found below. As they spoke, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. Amidst the splashing rain, an elite cavalryman of the Uzun Protectorate rushed over. Before the horse came to a stop, the cavalryman dismounted and knelt on the ground, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Buzz! In an instant, the surroundings were silent. Whether it was Huishu Wuzong or Daluan Ruozhen, they all fell silent. The army of over 200,000 soldiers split into 4 groups and chased through the 4 open gates. But in the end, they all failed. The Annam Protectorate actually escaped through one of the city walls. This was something that no one had expected. Without a doubt, they had been played. Zhang, Shoji! The sound of the rain drowned out the thunder. Daluan Ruozhen slowly raised his head and looked at the towering silhouette of the city in front of him. A thought flashed through his mind. A gate was hidden in the solid city wall. This had nothing to do with the war. It was the masterpiece of the city's architect. It was no secret that Liu City was built by the architect of the Tang dynasty, Zhang Shoji. The Tang dynasty of the Central Plains is really full of talents. Daluan Ruozhen sighed deeply. Even as the enemy, Daluan Ruozhen could not help but admire the Tang dynasty's wealth of talents and culture. It was not something the Uzun Protectorate could compare to. Unfortunately, even so, it is useless. Let them escape for a while and be happy for a while. Huishu Wuzong, I'll leave the rest to you. Huishu Wuzong just sneered and said nothing. The torrential rain was indeed the best cover for the Annam Protectorate. Even they had no way of knowing when the Tang army would break out, and their eyesight was so poor in the pouring rain. However, if the Annam Protectorate thought that they could escape so easily, they were gravely mistaken. If they had defended the city, they might have been able to live for a few more days. However, they actually thought of abandoning the city and running away. That's simply courting death. Someone, blow the horn and summon the army. Huishu Wuzong flung his cloak and left through the curtain of rain. Woo! Not long after he left, a bleak and sonorous sound of a horn rang out on the plain of Arai. The sound traveled 100 miles and was completely different from the ordinary horn. Even the dense curtain of rain couldn't block it. Following the loud and clear call of the formation, thunderous hoofbeats could be heard from all directions, and the densely packed Uzun swarmed over once again. Traces of the Communist Party have been discovered. An hour later, with a burst of noise, the atmosphere of the southwest suddenly changed and a tense pursuit began. At the same time, on the other side of the Arai Plains, Wang Chong was facing another crisis of his life. Warning: user has not yet reached his destination. Distance from Lion City is over 100 li. Warning: the host has less than an hour left. Warning: the trial mission is about to fail. There are still 10 kilometers left. User has not completed the mission and will be obliterated. Countdown: 50, 49, 48. Even with the white hoofed shadow speed, getting within 100 li of Lion City in such a short time was still an arduous task. And the torrential rain was also a significant hindrance to Wang Chong. I have to go even faster. Even with Wang Chong's eyesight, He could no longer make out his bearings in this storm. The only thing he could rely on was the shrill cry of the eagle in the sky. Hiya! Wang Chong urged his horse forward like a bolt of lightning. Rays of red light had already appeared in front of him. Everything around him, including the torrential rain, was covered in a layer of flickering bloody light in Wang Chong's eyes. Everything around him slowly grew blurry. Wang Chong knew that this trial mission had reached a crucial point. If he could not reach his destination in time, all that awaited him was death. The matter of the Stone of Destiny was still a secret. Besides Wang Chong, not even the nearby eagle knew why Wang Chong was so desperate. 40, 39, 38. The Stone of Destiny's cold and emotionless voice resounded in his ears. However, Wang Chong maintained his calm, his face beneath his armor completely devoid of emotion. All his attention was focused on the thick line of blood in the depths of the storm. 100 kilometers. That red light should be the border. I have to get there as quickly as possible. Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind. The torrential rain slammed against his armor like iron beads, but Wang Chong had no time to worry about anything else. The halo of Dusk Stallion had already been pushed to its limit. The two halos, one on the inside and one on the outside, rumbled and blew away the surrounding rain. Hiya! Wang Chong pushed the white-hoofed shadow to its limit. Whether or not Little Shadow can escape this calamity depends on you. Wang Chong whispered from atop his horse, his palm lightly patting the white-hoofed shadow's neck. The torrential rain blurred his vision, casting everything in a gray haze. Although Wang Chong could see the red light and vaguely see the border, he could not determine how far it was. At this moment, he could only place all his hopes on the white-hoofed shadow. Nay, nay. The warhorse neighed as fiercely as metal. The white-hoofed shadow seemed to understand Wang Chong's meaning. All the muscles and tendons in its body tightened, and its already extremely fast speed was forcibly increased in this almost impossible situation. It was as if its hidden potential had been stimulated. Boom! The horse's hooves kicked up a waterfall of rain in the mud. From atop the horse, Wang Chong could clearly sense that the white-hoofed shadow was exerting all its strength. Every muscle and every bone was exploding with its potential. But Wang Chong was still in danger. 15, 14, 13, 12. The countdown continued. Not only did the rain not weaken, it seemed to grow even heavier. At the start, Wang Chong could still see 10 meters away, but now he could no longer see beyond 4 meters. This long-awaited downpour was far heavier than anyone had imagined. In this sort of situation, Wang Chong's judgment was completely off the charts. Without sufficient reference, Wang Chong couldn't even tell whether he was heading east or west. But one day, Wang Chong was certain that the giant arc of red light in his field of vision was growing more and more intense. Without a doubt, the distance between him and the white-hoofed shadow was closing. Little Shadow, I can only rely on you now. Wang Chong's body tensed up as he whispered into the white-hoofed shadow's ear. There was nothing he could do at this point. Even if his martial arts had greatly improved, he still couldn't outrun the white-hoofed shadow. 7, 6, 5, for it was only a short moment, but it suddenly felt like an eternity. Every second was stretched into countless fragments. Finally, Wang Chong could see that giant arc of red light. The light had reached its peak, but from his senses, he could tell that it was at least 50 meters away. There's no time. Wang Chong clenched his teeth. 50 meters was by no means a long distance, but at this moment, it had become a matter of life and death. 50 meters. Wang Chong's heart tightened to the extreme. The white-hoofed shadow's speed had reached its peak, and it couldn't go any faster. User is about to be obliterated. Counting down, 3, 2, 1. This was the first time Wang Chong had felt the Stone of Destiny's binding power ever since he had obtained it. Although it gave him a chance to be reborn, it also tied a rope tightly around his neck at the same time. Little shadow, whether we can succeed or not depends on this. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong had no time to think. He poured all of his strength into the white-hoofed shadow. Boom! The white-hoofed shadow seemed to sense something. At the last moment of the hour of destiny's countdown, the white-hoofed shadow stomped on the ground and soared into the sky like a cannonball. Nay, the warhorse's neighing echoed through the night, and at the final moment before the warhorse soared into the sky, a figure flew into the air. In that final moment, Wang Chong had used all of his strength. This was a gamble of life and death. Wang Chong clenched his fists. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. Congratulations to user for arriving at your destination on time. The punishment of obliteration has been lifted. The reward for the first phase of the mission is 200 points of destiny energy, which will be distributed after the trial is over. After what seemed like both an instant and countless centuries, the stone of destiny's long-awaited voice finally resounded in Wang Chong's mind, but it sounded very different to him. Rumble. The frozen time began to flow again. Wang Chong somersaulted through the air and landed on the horse's front. That was close. Wang Chong let out a long sigh, his heart pounding. In that moment of life and death, no one but himself knew that he had escaped from the claws of the god of death. Young master! A familiar voice, battered by the wind and rain, came from behind him. The eagle, riding a buckskin horse, had caught up from behind. He looked at Wang Chong with a strange expression. Although the situation ahead was truly urgent, Wang Chong's performance just now had been too strange. It really didn't seem like he was on a normal journey. It was more like something had happened that he didn't know about. Young master, are you all right? The eagle asked hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something. Wang Chong shook his head. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly heard a high-pitched cry. "My lord, there's an enemy up ahead!" The eagle cocked his head to the side, but before he could finish speaking, he heard a massive drum beat. Dong, dong, dong. Each beat was incomparably loud, as if it were pounding on a person's heart. At the same time, the wild wind carried the raindrops with it, carrying the indistinct cries of battle in the distance. Those cries were definitely not the voices of one or two people, but more like the cries of tens of thousands of people. In an instant, the expressions of both Wang Chong and the eagle changed. There was no need to say anything more. "Follow me." Wang Chong waved his hand. Without another word, he led the eagle and the black dragon bandit elites that Li Sai had left behind to guard him. Braving the rain, they sprinted in the direction of the battle cries. Woo! As they galloped, the desolate, resonant sound of bull horns came from afar. When dozens of bull horns lined up in a row, even the rain could not stop them. It was Uzin's cavalry. Chapter 5:21. Dong, dong, dong. The rapid beating of war drums resounded across the land, echoing for hundreds of miles. Even the storm couldn't stop it. On the vast and undulating land, around a greenish-black mountain range, a magnificent battle was being waged. On one side of the battle were the endless sea and countless infantry, while on the other side were the fierce and courageous cavalry. The beating of war drums, the shouts of killing, the neighing of the neigh's horses, and the clanging of metal rang out across the vast land. There was a limit to the power of a single person, but when thousands of people were shouting and killing together, the sound of thunder and rain couldn't drown it out. Surround them. Don't let a single one of them escape. In the midst of the storm, a Tibetan general with a curved mustache turned his horse around and harshly bellowed, "Stop!" Around him, the formation of the Uzin cavalry was in chaos. The muddy terrain and the drizzling rain made it difficult for the Uzin cavalry to form a powerful formation like they usually did. Even so, the Uzin general still organized his army to attack with full force. The storm affected the Uzin, but it might not affect the Tang dynasty. At least, the formation of the Nam protectorate might not be invulnerable. No matter what, now was the best time to eliminate the old enemy, the Annam protectorate. Go, go, go! Break through their center and penetrate their formation. The Tang people will die. The Uzun general with a curved mustache kept commanding the soldiers around him to charge forward. However, even he did not notice that in a place not too far away from him, several figures were crawling under a low hill. Clumps of canister wood, commonly seen in the southwest of the empire, successfully covered them up. This was the first time Wang Chong and the others saw a battle of this level since they came south. Although the Uzun army around the mountain range was somewhat disorganized and did not display their normal strength, there were still a lot of them. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to tell how many people there were under the cover of the rain. However, one thing was certain. The Uzun army, shrouded in the rain, was definitely much larger than Wang Chong had imagined. If Wang Chong's 10,000 reinforcements were to encounter them at this time, they would be dead for sure. But now, all of the Uzun people's attention was focused on the Annam Protectorate on the mountain. No one paid attention to the commotion behind them. The dense rain also provided the best cover for Wang Chong and the others. "Sir, what should we do?" The eagle crouched beside Wang Chong, secretly worried. This trip to the south was originally aimed at the Annam Protectorate in Liu City. But now, the Annam Protectorate was near the top of the mountain. There was only an Uzun human wall between them. However, it was this human wall that stood in front of everyone like an insurmountable barrier. "Don't be anxious." Wang Chong waved his hand and lowered his voice. His hawk-like gaze pierced through the gaps of the shrubs and looked at the Uzun army opposite them, occupying the high ground and defending, overlapping one another, attacking more than defending. Moreover, they used the coiling snake formation. This was the style of his eldest brother, Wang Fu. His father was definitely not that agile. Xianyu Zhongtong was even more of a defensive general. Wang Chong couldn't be any more familiar with his family. The Annam Protectorate is different from Li Jingyi's reserve reinforcements. These are the Empire's elites stationed in the southwest. Although they are infantry, their combat strength far surpasses that of ordinary soldiers. Moreover, this war has gone through a series of massacres. Those who can survive are the elites of the elites. There won't be any problems for now. Wang Chong sternly said. Zhangqiu Jinqiong's reputation as the tiger of the empire of the southwest was not undeserved. The crux of the matter was that Xianyu Zhongtong was a defensive general who was not skilled at taking the initiative to attack. In a place like the Arai Plains, where there was no city to defend, a battle to the death with Meng Shizhao's army of 300,000 was completely a battle of weakness against strength. Even so, the Annam Protectorate still maintained a significant number of soldiers. These soldiers were the Empire's last hope and the crux of the southwest battlefield. If they could not preserve this army, the Annam Protectorate would become the first protectorate in the history of the Empire to be dissolved because of a defeat. More importantly, this would intensify the hostility of the surrounding barbarians against the Tang dynasty and cause them to covet the central plains. This was something that Wang Chong could not tolerate. "Found it." Suddenly, Wang Chong's eyes brightened. His gaze pierced through the heavy curtain of rain and landed on a large banner on the summit. Although it was blurry and indistinct, Wang Chong could tell at a glance that this was his older brother Wang Fu's Li Water banner. Wonderful! Wang Chong clenched his fists in excitement. There was a large age gap between the Wang brothers. Wang Fu had joined the army when Wang Chong was very young. Wang Chong had always had a very good impression of his older brother Wang Fu. In this aspect, he was completely different from his second brother Wang Bei. His older brother Wang Fu was the classic example of an older brother and had always cherished him and his younger sister Xiaoyao. Not so long ago, Wang Chong had also dreamed of meeting his older brother on the battlefield and fighting side by side with him. He hadn't expected that his dream would actually come true. Father is skilled in defense, and it won't be that easy to break through his defenses. But Big Brother is skilled in offense and defense, and his grasp of the art of war is even above Father's. With the two of them working together, one attacking and one defending, the Uzun army won't be able to easily succeed, even if they outnumber him. As Wang Chong gazed in the direction of the summit, he felt much more at ease. The War of the Southwest was the Central Plains' first major setback, and the deaths of the 180,000 Annam Protectorate soldiers were an indescribable wound to the empire. Thus, Wang Chong had long ago sent his father Wang Yan and big brother Wang Fu to a place near the southwest border. Now, all of this had been put to use. With his father and brother's talent for leadership, and with the assistance of Xinyu Zhongtong and the generals of the southwest, even Huishu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen would find it hard to deal with them in a short period of time. Let's go. The Eagle, get me a few sets of Uzun armor. Wang Chong's eyes were focused on the fierce battle before him as he suddenly ordered without turning his head. Everyone, please follow my WeChat account and Weibo. You can search for Huang Fuqi. There is much content not found in novels. Yes, young master, the Eagle subconsciously replied. Just as he was about to move out, there was a whoosh as the vegetation in front of him shook and a spray of mist washed over him. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's figure had disappeared. Young master, the Eagle cried out, his face paling. Only now did he realize that although Wang Chong had asked him to get him a few sets of armor, he hadn't said anything about himself. He wanted to get himself a few sets of armor. In a flash, the Eagle saw a short figure crawling on the ground, slithering like a python. In just a few moments, it had pierced through the mist and vanished into the distance. This lifelike appearance was completely unlike that of a human, more like a python. It had left a deep impression on the Eagle. When did young master learn this sort of technique? The Eagle was in a daze, completely unable to react. Even with his skills, he still couldn't display the kind of movement technique. With no time to think, the Eagle's body leaped forward and he quickly slithered out from behind the hill, disappearing in a few flashes. Bang, bang! In the gray mist, a few muffled sounds could be heard, but they were mixed in with the sound of drums and thunder, so they were almost inaudible and were quickly suppressed. In just a few moments, Wang Chong and the Eagle returned with a few sets of Uzun armor. After throwing a few sets of armor behind a hill, the group quickly changed their appearances, disguising themselves as Tibetan cavalry, and blended into the gray mist. Wang Chong and the others lowered their heads and quickly weaved through the curtain of rain, not alerting anyone. In just a few moments, Wang Chong had already searched the entire mountain range. There are definitely no more than 200,000 Uzun cavalry here. At most, there should be around 70 to 80,000. And I don't sense the aura of a Saint Martial realm expert. Huishu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen shouldn't be here. This is only the vanguard of the Uzun army. Wang Chong's expression was calm, but countless thoughts flashed through his eyes. In the Central Plains, the reputation of Huishu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen of the Uzun Ngari royal lineage resounded like thunder. These two had single-handedly propped up the entire Uzun Ngari royal lineage, and even a fierce tiger like Zhangqiu Jinqiong had no choice but to adopt a defensive strategy. In the early years of the empire, these two were definitely the most illustrious existences in the region surrounding the Tang dynasty. Be it in his previous life or this one, Wang Chong had never seen them before, although he had once imagined a battle with them. To the current Wang Chong and the Annam Protectorate, this was undoubtedly the best news. Encircling the Annam Protectorate, there's no reason why Huishu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen can't be absent. They must be on their way here, or perhaps the poor visibility in the storm has caused them to deviate from their path of pursuit. Regardless of the situation, the current situation wouldn't last for long. I have to make a decision as soon as possible and break this stalemate, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Bang! As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a commotion. On the summit of the mountain, the Tang army near the northeast had suddenly fallen into disarray. The cavalry below sensed the change and immediately increased the intensity of their attacks. Although they were quickly pushed back, The Tang army on the summit was still clearly visible. That gave me a fright. Fortunately, we managed to defend against it. The voice of a black dragon bandit elite rang out. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the world. In the face of this upheaval in the southwest, there was no black dragon bandit or hired experts, only pure Tang people. Although the people around him had all breathed a sigh of relief, Wang Chong had no intention of relaxing at all. His eyes blazed as he gazed at the clumps of figures on the summit and the flashing shields, his brow deeply creased. Not good. The Tang army on the northeast side of the summit was clearly in disarray. There was no sign of the disarray that had just appeared, and it seemed to be expanding. This was no problem with the soldiers, and it certainly wasn't because Uzin's attacks were too fierce. Rather, it was because there was a problem with the command of the battle formation. It would have been fine at any other time, but this was a fatal situation. Big Brother Wang Fu's war banner was erected on the summit, and the northeast was his area of defense. If there was a problem with the command of the formation in the northeast, didn't that mean? Chapter 5:22. I hope that I'm overthinking things. I hope that I'm overthinking things. Wang Chong stared at the summit, his brows rising. He could only hope that he was overthinking things. Stop. As long as the chaos on the summit stopped, it would prove that his conjecture was wrong. Or, at the very least, it would only be a momentary phenomenon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, although the soldiers on the northeast side of the summit were still maintaining their basic formation. The chaos in their formation was only increasing. Compared to before, the gaps in their formation were growing larger and larger. Bong, bong, bong. The anxious war drums continued to beat, and the northeast front line was constantly being torn apart, retreating step by step. Tang soldier after Tang soldier fell. Compared to the other lines, the northeast line was shrinking much faster. This isn't good. Even the eagle frowned. Although he was not as perceptive as Wang Chong, who could deduce that there was a problem with the command of the formation, he could still determine that if the northeast line could not hold, the rest of the army would soon be affected. With the northeast as the breakthrough point, the Uzin would swiftly crush the Annam Protectorate and exterminate the remnants of its army. Boom! Whoosh! In a flash, the Uzin horn blared through the curtain of rain. As the horn blared, the Uzin's attack swiftly changed. Like a surging wave, the Uzin cavalry began to move northeast. More and more people were surging toward this location. Not good. The change in Uzin's formation caused Wang Chong to grimace. The enemy commander was far smarter than he had imagined. The horn had clearly sensed the change in the northeast and was directing the army to this location. Once the Uzin army finished gathering, the northeast defense would be completely routed. Boom! There was no time to hesitate. The moment the horn sounded, Wang Chong urged his horse forward like a bolt of lightning. The eagle had the giant eagle guide Su Shiping and Su Anduin. Have them lead the army here immediately. Pay attention to concealment and don't rush into action. Listen to my orders. Everyone else, follow me. Before his voice faded away, Wang Chong and the others had already disappeared into the wind and rain. Amidst the intense, vast, and massive battlefield with hundreds of thousands of people participating in it, the battlefield in the district seemed insignificant and insignificant. In the pouring rain, along with a shrill scream, a Tang Dynasty infantry soldier failed to dodge in time. A long spear pierced through his chest and came out of his back. At the same time, clang, clang, clang. The 3 shield bearers who were forced to retreat actually collided with each other in the process of retreating. The 3 of them were bound by their weapons and shields like rice dumplings, completely losing their balance. On the intense battlefield, such a mistake would be fatal. Along with a series of screams, the Uzin scimitars rapidly expanded in front of their eyes like intersecting fangs. The 3 shield soldiers of the Tang Dynasty only screamed before they were cut into several pieces by the sharp Uzin machete. The battle lines twisted and warped, the axemen unable to find their positions, the shield-bearers unable to sense the support of their comrades to their left and right. The entire army was losing its original shape. Large numbers of people were dying at every moment. Please follow my WeChat account and Weibo. You can search for Huang Fuqi. There is much content not found in novels. Hold. No matter what, we can't let them break through our defense line. Where's my lord? Where's my lord? Why hasn't my lord given the order yet? Hold on. Our 80,000 brothers are right behind us. If we let the Uzin break through here and the army is wiped out, we'll be the criminals of the Annam Protectorate. Messenger, quickly ask my lord for instructions. War halos vibrated in the rain. On the summit, the leading Tang officer's eyes were red as he roared with all his might. He had personally gone into battle and cut down 2 Uzin cavalry, but in a battle of tens of thousands, this was negligible. The army was about to collapse, and it wouldn't take long. When he thought of this, the Tang officer was so worried that his chest was about to explode. In the last few days, he had seen far too many of his brothers die. The elites of the Annan Protectorate and the brothers at his side had fallen one by one. The air of the Arai plain was thick with the stench of blood. Far too many people had died. There couldn't be any more people. It was this belief that had been deeply supporting him all this time. But he could not understand what was happening on the summit. He looked back and saw that the huge flag was still fluttering on the top of the mountain. Under the flagpole, the young leader of the younger generation of the great Tang Empire, who was second only to Li Jingyi, was kneeling on the ground. His head was drooping, and he seemed to be deep in thought. "My lord, hurry and give the order." The Tang general anxiously roared as he turned his head to look. But as a bolt of lightning flashed by, that all-out roar was immediately drowned out by the thunder and the fighting cries of the army. In the rain, all sound was scattered, making it impossible for it to travel very far. Buzz! The chaos in the army was spreading, and the attacks of the Uzin soldiers were multiplying. Looking down from the summit, one could see more and more Uzin soldiers surging toward the summit. Several dozen zhang away, a position was being torn apart by the Uzin soldiers. At this moment, despair appeared in the eyes of the Tang officer. It was too late. It was too late. After spending so much effort to break out of the encirclement and holding out for so long, were they going to be completely wiped out today? Just when the Tang officer was feeling dejected and powerless, about to give up, he suddenly heard the neighing of a neigh horse. Boom! As far as the eye could see, a white horse like a dragon leaped high into the air, flying over the Tang formation like a rainbow. Axemen attack! Right flank! 50 paces forward! Shield soldiers pull back! Tortoise shell formation! Pikemen work with the formation! Archers aim for the enemy and work with the axemen to attack! A clear voice came from above, suffused with a calming strength. Careful, it's the Uzin! Suddenly, someone screamed, Bastard! Do the Uzin know how to speak the language of the Tang dynasty? And they're like us? The Tang officer harshly rebuked. Although there had been so little time that it was impossible to identify the other party, there was one thing he could be sure of. But there was one thing he could be sure of. This person could be anything, but he could not be a Tibetan. The people of Uzin rarely knew how to speak the language of the Central Plains, and even if they did, they would speak with a thick accent of the plateau. This was impossible to disguise. And besides, that white horse was not one of the highland steeds of the Uzin. Gallop! The other party moved with incredible speed, vanishing into the rain in a few moments. Just who was that person? This thought flitted through the officer's mind, but he quickly forgot about it. Axemen attack! Right flank, 50 paces forward! Shield soldiers pull back! Tortoise shell formation! Pikemen work with the formation! Archers aim for the enemy and work with the axemen to attack! Not long after Wang Chong disappeared, the Tang officer repeated Wang Chong's order without missing a single word. In the current situation, There was no time to worry about anything else. They could only try. Rumble. The axemen attacked, the shield soldiers pulled back, the tortoiseshell formation, and the archers attacked. Everything was done in a short period of time. The army, which was initially in a state of confusion and bewilderment, quickly regained their composure. Obedience is the duty of soldiers. Commanding a battle formation was not something ordinary soldiers could dabble in, nor was it something they were skilled in. When the situation was unfavorable and there were no orders, the army would panic. But once an order was given, all the soldiers would work together like a precise machine, rumbling to life for a single purpose. The danger to the army had been temporarily resolved, but the Uzun army was in a state of chaos. The area where those several thousand axemen had cut into was precisely where the Tibetan army's defenses were the weakest and most scattered. Just who is that fellow? The Tang officer was even more shocked at this sight. The white hoof shadow was a divine steed among steeds, its speed and leaping height far surpassing that of ordinary horses. As the horse's hooves landed, Wang Chong immediately took off all the Uzun armor he was wearing. At this time, disguises were meaningless and would only attract unnecessary trouble. Out of the way, out of the way. This is the order. Everyone out of the way. Wang Chong's entire body was drenched, and his hair was stuck to his forehead. Rainwater flowed down his forehead like a stream, sliding down his nose, his lips, his lower jaw, and finally onto the white-hoofed shadow, dripping to the ground. Wang Chong raised the king of Song token high in his hand, the golden dragon's side facing outward, and charged toward the flagpole at the summit. Wang Chong's plan swiftly took effect. Upon seeing the dragon on the token, everyone began to retreat, opening a path for Wang Chong. The plan just now can only help them temporarily stabilize the front line. The Uzun still have at least 160,000 soldiers that haven't appeared. Time is short, so I have to think of a way to resolve this problem. Wang Chong's heart was in a knot, a deep worry filling his heart. A single person's strength was ultimately limited. But no matter what, since he had already entered this battlefield that he could only look up to, and since the heavens had already given him a chance to change the fate of the empire, he would definitely not let it slip by so easily. Hiya! With a determined gaze, Wang Chong leaped over a large boulder and charged up the mountain. Who's there? Stop! Just when Wang Chong was about to reach the commander's tent, a thunderous roar came from the summit. At some point, a tall and muscular man, armed to the teeth and wielding a massive shiny saber, had appeared, aiming it at Wang Chong. The wind howled and the rain pelted his body, but before it could get close, it was shattered into pieces. Chapter 5:23. Wang Chong had never felt such a sharp aura before. The other party's saber chi was boundlessly heavy, as though a mountain was pressing down on him. However, it was restrained, gathering all of its might into a single point. At that moment, Wang Chong sensed that if his answer did not satisfy the other party, he would be cleaved in two in the blink of an eye. What a fearsome expert! Wang Chong's heart trembled, and he was about to reveal his identity. But in the next moment, he heard a pleasantly surprised voice. "Young Master Chong, why are you here? How did you get here?" Clang! Before Wang Chong could react, he heard a sharp metallic clang. With a flick of his wrist, the saber master sheathed the long saber into its scabbard. "You are." Just as Wang Chong was feeling bewildered, he heard a rustle. That tall and muscular man pulled down his mask, took off his head, and shook his head, revealing a bearded face with a sharp glint in his eyes. "Uncle Chen!" Wang Chong's heart thumped as he recognized the man. That bearded man was none other than one of his father's old subordinates, Qin Shusan. He was both brave and astute, and he was his father's trusted aide. It was said that he had been with his father ever since his father joined the army. Wang Chong's father was a harsh man, and he was extremely strict with his subordinates. Normally, he wouldn't easily bring his subordinates into the capital. Even the guards of the Wang clan had been injured on the battlefield, and their cultivation had been greatly reduced, making it impossible for them to participate in battle. When Wang Yan arrived, he left them a path of survival and found them jobs, which was why he recruited them into the residence. As for the others, the Wang clan could forget about meeting them. Wang Chong had only met this Qin Shu Sun once when he was young, but it was only that one time. Even so, Wang Chong had a very good impression of this old subordinate of his father. When he was young, he had even ridden on his head. At the time, his father was very strict with him and did not allow him to play with any toys. So Qin Shu Sun had carved a flying bird for him. That was Wang Chong's first toy when he was young, so he had a deep impression of it. Of course, the most important thing was that Wang Chong clearly remembered that this old subordinate of his father had been sent by his father to serve his eldest brother, Wang Fu, many years ago. The reason why he did this was not because he wanted to promote him, but because his father was afraid that his eldest brother would use his family background and his influence to engage in nepotism in the military, so he sent him to supervise him. Of course, Big Brother used his own strength to prove himself in the end. He proved that he didn't need to rely on the power and influence of his family to achieve a high level of attainment. Therefore, Uncle Qin became Big Brother's subordinate. Young Master Chong, shouldn't you be in the capital? Why are you here? Qin Shu Sun rushed over and grabbed Wang Chong. He looked him up and down, nervous and anxious. This isn't a game, and it's not a place where you can throw a tantrum. Why did you come here? Are you crazy? This was far too surprising. This was no longer a pleasant surprise, but a fright. The southwestern battlefield had already become a land of certain death. Countless Annam Protectorate soldiers had died in this region, and many of their own had died as well. 300,000 Mengshi Zhao soldiers and 200,000 Uzun soldiers. This was a force that was suffocating. Every day, they lived on the brink of death. No one knew if they could survive this calamity, and no one knew when they would die. This situation was bad enough, but Qin Shu Sun had never imagined that Wang Chong would arrive at this time and in this manner. Young master, you're letting your emotions affect your decisions, Qin Shu Sun said in exasperation. Uncle Qin, there's no time to talk about this. Why isn't Big Brother commanding? Just what happened? Wang Chong took a step forward, shaking off Qin Shu Sun's arm and striding toward the golden-armored figure at the base of the banner. This banner was the insignia of Big Brother Wang Fu, so there was no question that Big Brother Wang Fu was the leader of this mountain. Big Brother! The massive banner flapped in the wind and rain, but the golden-armored figure sat cross-legged at the base of the banner as if he hadn't heard the commotion behind him. Wang Chong walked over and took a sideways step, subconsciously grabbing the man's shoulder. But a moment later, Wang Chong's voice came to an abrupt halt. Wang Chong was struck dumb by the sight of the armored figure. The figure under the armor was very young, definitely no older than 20. Although his figure was very similar to his big brother's, Wang Chong was sure that this was not his big brother Wang Fu. If you're not my big brother, then who are you? Where's my big brother? After a moment of silence, Wang Chong suddenly reached out and grabbed the collar of the man's armor. It was clearly his big brother who was leading the army, and it was his big brother who was flying the banner, but the one leading the army was not his big brother. For a few moments, Wang Chong's mind was blank, unable to understand what was going on. There was even a moment when Wang Chong felt extremely uneasy. The battle at Lion City had lasted for nearly a month. Had something happened during this long period of time? Or perhaps Big Brother had actually failed to break out of the encirclement? As countless thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong maintained his composure, but his pale complexion revealed his true thoughts. Eldest young master is fine. Young Master Chong. There's no need to make things difficult for him. I was the one who had him wear eldest young master's armor. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Qin Shu Sun walked over with a grim expression. Young Master Chong, I apologize. In truth, I didn't want this to happen either. After Chen Shu-sun, the young man with the tender face spoke up, his expression a little awkward and nervous, but he quickly regained his composure. His expression was somewhat awkward, as if he didn't know whether to stay or leave. Zhang Qi, sit there for now and don't move. The morale of the army isn't stable right now. Without my order, you can't move recklessly. Chen Shu-sun seemed to know what the young man was thinking and raised a finger. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing the order, the young man sat back down and remained motionless. Uncle Chen, what's going on? Wang Chang's grim gaze fell on Chen Shu-sun. Hey, young Master Chong, come with me. Chen Shu-sun sighed and said no more. He gestured to Wang Chong, then turned around and walked away. Wang Chong followed behind him and entered a large white tent on the summit. There was only one commander's tent on the entire summit, its white canvas flapping in the wind and rain. But because it had been coated with a layer of butter to waterproof it, not a single drop of rain was able to get in. You are welcome to follow my official WeChat account and Weibo. You can search for Huang Fuqi. There are many things that can't be found in novels. Within the white commander's tent, a tall and slender young man with a sparse beard and handsome facial features was lying motionlessly on the bed. His lips were slightly pursed, and he exuded a cold, determined, and decisive aura. His eyes were tightly shut, and he wore only his undergarments. Around him, a few bodyguards were attending to him, and their eyes were filled with worry. Big brother. Wang Chong stepped into the commander's tent, and upon seeing that cold and handsome young man, his body trembled, and he rushed forward. How could this be? What's going on here? Wang Chang's two hands gripped his big brother Wang Fu's right hand, but his gaze was turned to Chen Shu-sun. In Wang Chang's impression, his big brother Wang Fu had always been a determined, decisive existence. He would never hesitate, as if there was nothing in the world that could stump him. Thus, ever since he was a child, Wang Chong had held his big brother in great reverence. Even Wang Chang's rebellious second brother, Wang Bo, would be much more restrained in front of Wang Fu. It was said that the eldest brother was like a father, and in Wang Chang's impression of his big brother Wang Fu was more or less the same. But this time it was completely different. Wang Chong had never seen his big brother like this. As Wang Chong held his big brother's hand, he felt that it was incomparably cold. His face was as white as paper, and his breathing was more exhaling than inhaling. What made Wang Chong's heart even colder was that a part of his chest had clearly caved in. This was definitely not normal. Alas! Chen Shu-sun sighed and slightly raised his head. As he gazed at the top of the white tent, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Since it's come to this, there's no need for me to hide it. What I see today is that eldest young master is injured and unconscious. There are no military doctors in the army, and military doctors are unable to treat his illness. So right now we are also helpless. Who on earth injured my big brother? Wang Chong clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. His eyes were crimson as he spoke in a frosty tone. Brothers were connected by heart. In this world, the people closest to him, the ones he treasured the most, were his parents, his two older brothers, his younger sister, and the members of the Wang clan. No matter what, he would not allow his family to be injured. It's Huishu Wuzong's general, the Zifidon Jiao Sero, the second valiant general of the Uzun-Gari royal lineage after Huishu Wuzong. When eldest young master broke out of Lion City, he was pursued by Jiao Sero. In order to protect the army, Jiao Sero was injured. Chen Shu-sun paused and glanced at eldest young master Wang Fu's caved-in chest. But the one who truly injured eldest young master was Huishu Wuzong. After defending Lion City for more than 10 days, eldest young master was heavily injured by Huishu Wuzong, but he kept it a secret. If not for this, eldest young master wouldn't have been injured in battle with Jiao Sero. Eldest young master persisted for more than an hour, but eventually his injuries flared up and he fainted. There was no one to command the front lines, and in order to maintain morale, I took the liberty of finding a soldier with a physique similar to eldest young master and had him wear eldest young master's armor to guard the banner. As long as eldest young master is alive, the morale of the army will remain. Otherwise, it will only bring chaos. Qin Shu Sun said deeply. Only those who had lived in Lion City and gone through thick and thin with the army would understand what Wang Fu meant to this army in dire straits. The combined army of Mengshi Zhao and Uzin was several times that of the Tang dynasty. In this situation, defending passively was the only choice, and waiting for death was the final outcome. Oftentimes, even before the final outcome had arrived, the oppressive atmosphere had already caused the army to collapse without a fight. The only reason that the Tang army of Lion City had not collapsed, that they had persisted until now, and that they were still able to maintain their fighting spirit in the face of an enemy several times their size, was eldest young Master Wang Fu. Unlike Xinyu Zhongtong and the other generals of Annan, Wang Fu was the only person in the army who could not command the army to attack while defending the city. In his time, the army had never passively defended or waited for an attack. In his time, the Tang army would attack from time to time, killing or injuring Mengshi Zhao's and Uzin's men. It was precisely because of Wang Fu's existence that the defenders of Lion City were not passively attacked, and that their morale and fighting spirit were maintained. It was also because of this that Uzin and Mengshi Zhao did not dare to be too impudent. Chapter 5:24. Wang Chong said nothing. All his attention was focused on his big brother, Wang Fu. Although he was not a doctor, Wang Chong still had his martial experience. His meridians are in a mess, and his internal organs are injured. The Celestial Pond, Tsujing, and Shangfu meridians are all injured. As for his chest, it's only a superficial wound, nothing too serious. What's important is the stellar energy that Huishu Wuzong left in his body. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. His big brother Wang Fu had two different kinds of stellar energy in his body. One belonged to Huishu Wuzong, and the other naturally belonged to the Zifidon Jiao Sero. Jiao Sero's stellar energy was tyrannical and fierce, but it was still quite lacking compared to a general like Huishu Wuzong. For his big brother to encounter Huishu Wuzong at this time was definitely not a good thing. It was already quite good that he could escape with his life. Huishu Wuzong, Huishu Wuzong, Wang Chong muttered to himself, his heart burning. His big brother's situation was not very optimistic. The supreme techniques he had been afflicted with had all originated from the Uzin Great Snow Mountain Temple, which was completely different from the schools of the Central Plains. If he could not expel the strange stellar energy, his big brother was certain to die. Perhaps not even the nearby Chen Shu-sun understood this point. In the southwest of the empire, countless generals had died to Huishu Wuzong's tyrannical stellar energy in the battles against the Uzin. Not many people knew of this point, but it would no longer be a secret in the future. There has to be a way. There has to be a way. Wang Chong raised his head, countless thoughts flashing through his eyes. If he wanted to expel the strange stellar energy of the Uzin Great Snow Mountain Temple, he had to know the path of its circulation. And in the Central Plains, because of the distance, almost no one knew. However, Wang Chong was not one of them. Right? Sanzang, Lu Quan, Ziling. Suddenly, Wang Chong came to a realization. So. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong pointed his finger like a sword, and wisps of tiny sword energy shot out from his fingertip, stabbing at the Sanzang, Lu Quan, and Xiling acupoints on Wang Fu's body at lightning speed. Because he did not have any steel needles, Wang Chong used thin streams of sword qi instead. 3 streams of sword qi pierced through Wang Fu's body, causing 3 streams of blood to spurt out. Young master! Wang Chong's sudden attack shocked Qin Shu-sun. Do you have water? Get me some water. Wang Chong paid no attention to Qin Shu-sun, not even turning his head. Qin Shu-sun stared blankly, then his expression slowly softened. He originally wanted to stop Wang Chong, but for some reason, when he heard Wang Chong's firm voice, he couldn't say anything to stop him. "Get me some water." On a rainy day like this, there was no lack of rainwater. Using a container to catch the rainwater, Wang Chong took out 2 round, thumb-sized pills from an embroidered box and fed them to Brother Wang and Wang Fu. Whether or not I succeed will depend on these 2 pills. Wang Chong looked at Wang Fu's pale complexion and said to himself, the wounds caused by a battle between martial arts experts were not something that could be healed by any kind of medicine, nor were they something that could be healed by medicines like Yujin powder or Violet Palace spirit. These 2 pills had been made by a Grand Master of the palace and were of extremely high quality. These 2 pills were usually given to the princes and grandsons, as well as the concubines and concubines of the palace. Let alone buying them, one could not even see them. Not even the imperial princes had the fortune to enjoy them. Wang Chong had taken a huge risk to buy these pills from the palace alchemist. These were miraculous medicines that could save his life, and their effects were even greater than those he had given to his master, the evil emperor. Wang Chong had originally planned to use them for himself in the future, but there was no time to worry about such things now. After taking the 2 pills, Wang Fu's breathing clearly improved, and his pale complexion gradually regained some color. Upon seeing this, Chen Shu-sun immediately swallowed the words that he had been about to say. No matter how slow he was, he understood that Wang Chong's method had truly been effective. "Have 2 people stay here and take good care of Big Brother." With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Chong stood up and walked out of the commander's tent. His big brother had already taken the palace's divine medicine and would be fine for the time being. The urgent matter at hand was to resolve the crisis facing the army as quickly as possible. Walala! Outside the tent, the torrential rain continued to pour, showing no signs of weakening. Wang Chong's hawk-like gaze constantly scanned the earth. Not even Wang Chong himself noticed that his body was exuding an intimidating aura. All the messengers and guards around him trembled and subconsciously lowered their heads, an indescribable reverence in their hearts. "Uncle Chin, does father know that my big brother is unconscious?" Hearing the footsteps behind him, Wang Chong didn't even turn his head as he spoke. "No." Chen Shu-sun shook his head. "Our infantry and cavalry mix simply can't outrun the Uzun. Moreover, the Uzun army is hot on our heels, so when Master and eldest young Master saw the tallest mountain in the surrounding 100 li, they decided to use this mountain as a base to set up a defense line and engage the Uzun in battle. The mountain range is too wide, so Master is responsible for the eastern defense line, while eldest young Master is responsible for this area. Then what about Protector General Xinyu and the other generals of the southwest?" Wang Chong asked. "This we didn't see, Lord Xinyu Zhongtong. This rain is too heavy. Many of the Uzun soldiers have lost their way, and many of us have also lost our way. I'm afraid that we've temporarily lost contact with Lord Xinyu Zhongtong and the others," Qin Shu-sun sternly said. Breaking out of the encirclement in the rain was not without its price. With so many people escaping together, it was no simple matter to maintain order and avoid chaos. As expected, at the mention of Xinyu Zhongtong's name, Wang Chong couldn't help but crease his brow, but he quickly regained his composure. "Take off your armor and give it to me." Wang Chong's gaze swept over the nearby soldier who had replaced his big brother, Wang Fu, and suddenly stepped forward. "Starting from now, the army will be under my command. Young Master, now is not the time to argue." Wang Chong waved his hand, taking out the King of Song's golden token and raising it high in the air. "This is the King of Song's token. Given the King of Song's temperament, you don't think that he would casually give me a token, do you? Moreover, from the north to the south, Uzun cavalry are everywhere. Uncle Chin, do you also think that simple bravery can accomplish this? I know that you have your doubts, but now is not the time to talk about them." Chen Shu-sun froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, no matter how young Wang Chong was, he had still come from a clan of ministers and generals, so he had some understanding of the art of war. Moreover, there was one thing that Wang Chong was right about. In the army, the King of Song had always kept his personal and private interests separate. If he had given Wang Chong a token and had him come to the south, he must have had a reason for doing so. He must have felt that Wang Chong was suitable for this task, and it couldn't have been just because he was familiar with the Wang clan. "Did you hear that? Take off your armor." Qin Shu-sun suddenly pointed at the young soldier in golden armor. "I hope that young master is right," Qin Shu-sun quietly said to himself. At a time like this, he could only make every possible effort. There were very few people in the army who knew how to command battle, and those who could reach the level of eldest young Master Wang Fu were even fewer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just found someone to pretend to be the eldest young master and do nothing else. Wang Chong said nothing. He didn't have as many thoughts as Qin Shu-sun did. His top priority was to quickly take over this battle. "You are welcome to follow my official WeChat account and Weibo. You can search for Huang Fuqi. There is much content that can't be found in novels. How many people do we have in total?" Wang Chong said as he put on his armor. "I don't have an estimate because quite a few people have gotten separated. However, there should be around 40 to 50,000. There are also people with Lord Xinyu Zhongtong," Qin Shu-sun said. "How many people does Uzun have? Besides Uzun, are there any Mengshi Zhao's people?" Wang Chong asked. "I estimate around 70 to 80,000. We haven't seen Mengshi Zhao's people yet. Mengshi Zhao's people are mainly infantry, and they can't compare to us in terms of training. If they want to catch up to us in this heavy rain, it would be impossible for Mengshi Zhao's 300,000 soldiers to maintain order." Thus, eldest young master also said that we should only be facing Uzun's people for the time being. However, Mengshi Zhao's crown prince, Fenjie, has also led a group of several thousand cavalry in pursuit of us. Qin Shu-sun immediately said, his head lowered. Not even he realized that he had unwittingly accepted Wang Chong's role, treating him as eldest young master and replacing him as the commander of the army. "Fenjie!" Wang Chong narrowed his eyes, his gaze suddenly turning much colder. The prosperity of Mengshi Zhao's empire could never compare to the Tang dynasty. It was not like the Tang dynasty, which could simultaneously establish protectorates in Anqi, Baiting, Anong, Longxi, and the southwest, simultaneously dealing with all the enemies in the area. Mengshi Zhao would never have been able to do this. Even now, Mengshi Zhao had only been dealing with the protectorate army in a corner of the southwest. One country against one corner made it impossible to tell the difference in strength. Moreover, Mengshi Zhao's famed generals were far inferior to the Tang dynasty. And unlike the Tang dynasty, Mengshi Zhao only had a few famed generals, and Fenjie was one of them. Unlike the impression of a small country with few people and a muddle-headed crown prince who was ignorant and incompetent, Fenjie was definitely one of the few crown princes in the history of the Mengshi Zhao Empire, and one who was both brave and astute. As a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, the Mengshi Zhao Empire had always had the custom of having its crown prince enter the court as a hostage. However, in the Tang dynasty, it was not called a hostage. Most people would not be willing to take the crown prince of the imperial family as a hostage. But Fenjie was different. He had volunteered to go to the Tang dynasty. He had been filled with a yearning for the Tang dynasty since he was a child, but this yearning was not what many people imagined. As the crown prince of a foreign country, Fenjie was a rare, diligent person. He had an intense curiosity about military books, strategies, and martial arts, from the imperial family to the common people. During his time as a hostage in the capital, Fenjie's diligence and talent had left even his teachers sighing in praise. Moreover, he had sent a memorial to the Holy Emperor, requesting that Fenjie be recommended to an official position so that he could remain in the Tang dynasty and enter the imperial court. Given the customs of the Tang dynasty, it was already quite excellent that he could make this exception. But Fenjie had immediately refused, and Fenjie's martial prowess had made him famous in the capital, on the level of an outstanding talent. He had always been a member of the Mengshi Zhao imperial clan and had been rewarded by the Holy Emperor, so he had learned many martial arts. Moreover, he had access to many resources that ordinary people could not access, so he had matured far faster than the average person. In the capital, even the crown prince's junior guardian, Wang Zhongxi, had praised him, saying that he was a master of both the pen and the sword, a talent for becoming a great general. From this, one could imagine just how talented he was. But contrary to what many people imagined, Fenjie's goal had always been very clear. He wanted to learn from the Tang dynasty and strengthen Mengshi Zhao. Moreover, compared to his father, Jelifeng, Fenjie was even more ambitious. He was young, energetic, and talented. He had studied military books and strategies, had been taught by Wang Zhongxi, and had received the martial arts manuals of the Tang dynasty. He also had countless resources at his disposal. Fenjie's goal was to strengthen Mengshi Zhao and then completely break away from the Tang dynasty. And in this attack on the Tang dynasty, Fenjie was the commander of Mengshi Zhao's vanguard, together with Mengshi Zhao's great general Duan Gechuan. He and Mengshi Zhao's great general Duan Gechuan were the two daggers stabbing into the heart of the Tang dynasty's southwest. Chapter 5:25. Fenjie, he should be at least at the profound martial realm by now, perhaps even higher. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. It had been many years since Fenjie had entered the capital as a hostage. Even if Fenjie had not reached the level of an imperial great general, he was probably not too far off. However, war had never been a matter of pure strength. Otherwise, so Yongsan would have been able to unify all the countries on his own. Let's not worry about Fenjie for now. Listen to my orders. Gather all the cavalry. Wang Chong waved his hand, his voice unquestionable. But all the cavalry have already entered the defensive lines. If we summon all of them back, the situation on the front lines will become even more dire. Chun Shu-sun said in shock. There's no time to worry about that. Do as I say. Wang Chong firmly said. This, yes. Chun Shu-sun lowered his head. Not even when he was with the eldest young master, he had been this docile. But when he spoke to Wang Chong, perhaps because of the latter's calm and confident tone, Chun Shu-sun found that he had unconsciously begun to think according to Wang Chong's plan. In addition, gather all the archers. Listen to my orders and execute them. Wang Chong continued. His eyes were bright, seeming to peer into the depths of space-time. Not even the gray curtain of rain could obstruct his vision. In the art of war, 100 men's tactics were different from 1,000 men's tactics. 1,000 men's tactics were different from 10,000 men's tactics, and 10,000 men's tactics were different from 40,000 or 50,000 men's tactics. The Annam Protectorate was made up of the elites of the empire, and those who had survived this upheaval were the elites of the elites. To Wang Chong, 40 to 50,000 soldiers was more than enough for him to use all of his skills in the art of war. 70,000 Uzun cavalry. It's still unclear who's attacking or defending, and it's still unknown who's pursuing us. Wang Chong looked at the Uzun army that was spread all over the mountain and sneered in his heart. Elementary halo of fortress, intermediate halo of fortress, advanced halo of fortress formed by 10,000 soldiers and their plate armor. If Wang Chong's 10,000 reinforcements were to encounter such an army, they would be doomed. In a war between legions, the more people there were, the more powerful they would be. However, at this moment, Wang Chong did not feel that the Uzun cavalrymen had any sort of advantage. Whether it was the primary, intermediate, or advanced halo of fortress, they were all useless against the Annam Protectorate. As far as Wang Chong could see, different colored halos filled the army. These dazzling halos constantly emitted ripples that spread out and covered the entire army. The Uzin had many powerful generals, but the Annam Protectorate had even more. After fighting in the southwest of the empire for decades, the armies of both sides were already very familiar with each other's tactics and war halos. Elite legions of empire that had more than 10,000 people could form advanced, large-scale war halos. The advanced halo of Fortress of the Uzin was one of them. As the archenemy of the Uzin, the Annam Protectorate also had it. However, unlike the Uzin's choice of halo of Fortress, the Annam Protectorate chose a pure, offensive high-level, crushing halo. From the primary offensive halo to the intermediate crushing halo, and finally to the advanced crushing halo, the Annam Protectorate's path of war was completely different from the Uzin's. Moreover, unlike the Uzin's halo of Fortress, the Annam Protectorate's crushing halo required a lot more manpower and requirements. But for a large army that could easily have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, this was not a problem at all. The halo of Fortress and the crushing halo were two completely different types of war halos, and it was precisely by relying on the powerful crushing halo that the Annam Protectorate was able to intimidate the Uzins, causing the Uzin's people to not dare to act rashly for a long time. Ever since his rebirth, building and controlling such a large army had always been Wang Chong's dream. And now, all of this had been realized. The combination of a powerful commander and powerful soldiers. For Wang Chong, he had already reached the place he had hoped to reach on this trip south. Now it's time for my battle! Facing the storm, under Chen Shusen's puzzled gaze, Wang Chong closed his eyes and slowly opened his arms, embracing this storm and this war. In his body, a desire for battle was awakening. He felt a distant call from within his body, rumble. The cavalry and master archers gathered much faster than Wang Chong had imagined. In a few seconds, Chen Shusen had mobilized the two armies Wang Chong needed. The difference between a proper elite army and a local reserve army was obvious. "Young master, what should we do next?" Chen Shusen bowed and asked. Wang Chong said nothing, his gaze sweeping over the two armies. Although the Annam Protectorate's army consisted of infantry, the military laws of the Tang dynasty required that a certain number of cavalry be stationed in each protectorate. Although they had lost a significant number in the Battle of Arai, there were still 4,000 to 5,000 cavalry on the summit. And what satisfied Wang Chong the most was that these cavalry all had sharp gazes and were brimming with energy. They looked extremely valiant, and the repeated battles had not exhausted them in the slightest. Beneath their feet, rings of great thorns halos materialized, constantly emitting metallic clangs that scattered the falling rainwater in all directions. Wang Chong counted the number of halos beneath the cavalry's feet. Each of them had at least 5 or 6 circles of halos. This meant that they were all at least a tier 5 or 6 of the true martial realm, close to the strength of the clan experts Wang Chong had recruited. You are welcome to follow my official WeChat account and Weibo. You can search for Huang Fuqi. There are many things that can't be found in novels. They truly are elites. That's more than enough. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. It was impossible for regular cavalry to have such a high cultivation level. But this battle could no longer be judged by conventional standards. Those who had survived were basically all elites, and those who were not strong enough had already died in the first wave of battle. And what satisfied Wang Chong the most was the thick killing intent and fiendish intent exuded by these cavalry. For 5,000 cavalry were gathered together, and even the air around them seemed to distort. This was an elite troop that had truly been tempered by blood and fire, and in Wang Chong's eyes they were the cavalry that could truly take on his mission. Soldiers with indignation will win. These cavalry are exactly the kind of soldiers with indignation mentioned in the art of war. Wang Chong inwardly sighed. At this moment, even these cavalry probably didn't know what kind of fighting strength they could display. On the battlefield, soldiers with indignation were created by the situation and not something that could be deliberately trained. The Annam Protectorate had lost nearly 100,000 soldiers to create these soldiers with indignation. As these thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind, he quickly turned his gaze to the master archers. There's actually 2,000 of them. Wang Chong inwardly rejoiced. The Border Protectorate Army had an even greater advantage over the inland troops, and that was that they had an organized team of master archers. This team all used master archers, which required a force of several thousand jin to draw, and the dark gold thumb ring on their right thumb was their best symbol. Listen to my orders. Everyone, stand by and listen to my orders at all times. With a thought, Wang Chong quickly retracted his gaze and looked down the mountain. And as Wang Chong's gaze changed, the atmosphere on the battlefield gradually became tense. The saber-toothed tiger Jiaosero was indeed not an ordinary person, and the commander in charge of the enemy was also not to be underestimated. The weakness that his big brother had revealed when he had fainted had been seized by the enemy, and a large number of Uzun cavalry were currently sweeping over. Even with Wang Chong's previous command, the northeast battlefront would not be able to hold out against such a huge pressure. In reality, the Uzun army had always had a huge advantage, and the Tang dynasty had always been the one under pressure. But that won't be the case anymore. A cold and harsh light flashed through Wang Chong's eyes, and his expression quickly turned cold and indifferent, becoming as hard as steel. Pass on my orders to Generals Zheng Gaonian, Zhang Ji, and Feng Long to the north. Once they hear my order, change formation and advance at full speed from the right flank. Yes, my lord. Pass on my orders to Generals Zhao Qian, Huang He, and Fu Long to the west. Once they hear my order, change formation. Chen Shusun, who had agreed several times before, suddenly raised his head and stared at Wang Chong, his eyes wide. Given the terrain before them, choosing to use the long snake formation to disperse their forces was simply seeking death. Even on a normal battlefield, the one-line snake formation was rarely used by the regular army. Listen to my order. Give this token to him. If Generals Zhao Qian, Huang He, and Fu Long dare to resist, they will be dealt with according to military law. Wang Chong flashed the King of Song's token in his palm. I know what you're thinking. Why we're using the long snake formation. You'll naturally understand when the time comes. Wang Chong did not explain too much. After saying this, he stared motionlessly at the northeast battlefield. This was the area his big brother was in charge of, and it was also the area Wang Chong had just entered. If we want to break the stalemate, we'll have to do it this time. Wang Chong did not act rashly, nor did he issue a new order. On the battlefield, opportunities were fleeting. If they wanted to defeat Uzun and break the stalemate, they had to wait for the right opportunity. The pressure on the front lines was growing, and the formation was becoming more and more unstable. It seemed like it could be broken at any moment. If there was a breakthrough point in this battle, Uzun's people were gathering in large numbers. It would undoubtedly be here. Young master, Chen Shusun looked at the motionless figure of Wang Chong, whose back was facing him, and mentally wiped away his sweat. There were many times when he wanted to urge Wang Chong, but in the end, Chen Shusun managed to restrain himself. The eldest young master was unconscious. The other generals were locked in bitter combat, and the others were completely ignorant of the art of war and formations. If there was one person on the battlefield who understood these things, it was Wang Chong. There was no other choice. I hope that my decision is not wrong, Chen Shusun quietly said to himself, his heart filled with apprehension. This was not a simple game, nor was it a fight between a few people, nor was it a battle of blood and qi between martial artists. This was a battle that concerned the lives and deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers and the entire structure of the Southwest. He could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. But now the arrow was nocked, and there was no turning back. 10, 9, 8, 7, Wang Chang's gaze was calm and motionless as he looked forward. At this moment, he had entered a completely tranquil state. But this was not because he had forgotten himself. On the contrary, all the activity in front of him was reflected in Wang Chang's mind like a mirror. 4, 3, 2, 1. By the time Wang Chang had counted to 1, the Uzin cavalry gathered in the northeast region had reached an astonishing density, far surpassing the other regions. Pass on my order. The northeast region is to give up resistance and retreat at full speed. All soldiers are to retreat to the summit. Young master. Chen Shu-sun paled in fright. All the generals had expended all their strength to stop the assault of the Uzin army. If Wang Chang were to order the army to give up their position, wouldn't this be throwing the army into disarray and wasting all their previous efforts? Quick, do as I say. Wang Chang coldly said, his voice unquestionable. Righteousness does not wield wealth. Benevolence does not command troops. What a general hated the most was hesitation and hesitation. Moreover, Wang Chang had no time to explain to Qin Shu-sun, nor did he need to. Cavalry, master archers, get ready. Listen to my orders. Aye. Qin Shu-sun looked at Wang Chang's cold back and stamped his foot. Clenching his teeth, he finally waved his hand at the messenger at his side. Hiya! With the clip-clop of hooves, the messenger hurried away. Boom! When Wang Chang's order was delivered, the front line was thrown into chaos. How could this be? Why are we retreating? If we retreat, won't our other brothers be in danger? Why is my lord doing this? Bastard, are you going to doubt my lord? Don't forget, my lord went through thick and thin with us in Lion City. But how can we retreat at a time like this? At a time like this order was like a blow to everyone. They had paid such a heavy price and lost so many people. So why would they suddenly retreat now? Wouldn't those brothers have died for nothing? In a flash, everyone turned to the Tang commander. The commander's expression warped as he mentally battled with himself. Military orders must be obeyed. All of you know General's character. At a time like this, anyone who dares to doubt General will be my enemy. Although I don't know why General is doing this, he must have a reason. The Tang commander clenched his teeth and finally made his decision. Pass on my order. Follow General's order and retreat. Rumble. With a massive boom, the soldiers in the northeast that had held out for so long suddenly collapsed. All the soldiers, including the shield men, suddenly began to retreat. Chapter 5:26. A good chance. Charge. These fellows can't hold on for much longer. Roar. Kill them all. Don't let them escape. General has ordered that for every Tang soldier killed, 10 cows and sheep will be rewarded. Crush them. The Annam Protectorate can't hold on for much longer. Charge! Howls, bloodthirsty and crazed, came from the Uzin cavalry. After being locked in a stalemate with the Annam Protectorate for so long, the Annam Protectorate's defenses were tenacious to the extreme. But the more they resisted, the more they roused their killing intent. The Uzin were renowned for their ferocity and bravery. The more valiant an opponent was, the more their desire to conquer would be aroused. Moreover, as old foes in this region, this was the best chance to destroy the Tang dynasty's Annam Protectorate. Rumble. There was no need for any orders, and the tens of thousands of Tibetan cavalry were like water spilling out of a dam, charging toward the summit as they did so. From a distance, the summit was where the Tang people's commander's tent was. As long as they could cut down the commander's banner, they would be able to utterly defeat them. Kill! Shouts in Uzin shook the heavens, the clattering of hooves mingling with the torrential rain. The Tibetan scimitars were as dense as a forest, and they flickered with a bloody light in the air. Go, go, go! The Tang general was constantly urging them on, his eyes so anxious that they were about to bleed. How could 2 legs outrun 4 legs? If not for the fact that the cavalry at the very front had slowed down during the battle and were moving uphill, all of them would have already lost their lives. But even so, This sort of all-out retreat would probably result in the sacrifice of many soldiers. "My lord, I hope that your decision is correct." The leading Tang officer glanced at the summit, his heart dripping blood. War required sacrifices, and there was no question that he and his men were the ones to be sacrificed. But this was how war was. No matter what the truth was, he could not blame anyone. He could only hope that everything was worth it. "Master archers, 500 to 600 paces ahead, fire!" Wang Chong looked at the collapsing formation in the northeast, his eyes expressionless. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as the voice rang out, thousands upon thousands of arrows flew into the air like locusts and then shot down. In Ney, men and horses were thrown off their horses. One by one, the Uzun cavalrymen fell off their horses and fell to the ground. Hundreds of Uzun cavalrymen scattered in different directions fell to the ground, causing the cavalry's charge to slow down. And it was precisely because of this pause that the pressure on all the retreating Tang dynasty infantry cavalry lessened, and they suddenly fought for that slim chance of survival. Everyone rushed to the top of the mountain at full speed. "Get ready." Wang Chong's face was calm as he stared at the foot of the mountain without moving. Everything was like a flower in a mirror, a moon in the water. Everything was reflected in his heart. Not a single detail could escape his eyes. Thousands upon thousands of Uzun soldiers rushed in through the gap like a tide, and they were getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain where Wang Chong was. At this distance, Wang Chong could even see the protruding veins on their heads through the rain. But Wang Chong remained unmoved. The banner above his head rustled in the rain, but his heart was calm. Time flew. It seemed that only a moment had passed, but it also seemed that countless years had passed. Suddenly, an extremely calm countdown came from the top of the mountain. 3, 2, 1. When it came to 1, Wang Chong's right hand, which was wrapped in golden armor, swung down fiercely. "Tell Zheng Gaonian, Zhang Ji, and Feng Long to be on standby. Change the formation and attack to the right. Tell Zhao Qian, Huang He, and Fu Long to prepare for the one-line snake formation. Begin." The war horses galloped as the messengers galloped away one by one. "Welcome to my official WeChat account and Weibo. Just search for Huang Fuqi. There's a lot of content that can't be found in novels." Rumble. A moment later, just as the Uzun cavalry were about to reach the top of the mountain, the situation suddenly changed. The originally chaotic and passive Northern Army suddenly seemed to come to life. Tens of thousands of soldiers, each in a square formation, began to move like a rotating tooth. Rumble. The first change occurred at the end of the defensive line. Without any warning, an infantry suddenly thrust out diagonally. A square formation of shield-bearers, infantrymen, and axemen charged in like berserkers. Like a sharp knife, they forcefully split the Uzun cavalry in two. At almost the same time, hundreds of giant ballistae were suddenly pushed out from the darkness at the top of the mountain. "Not good, it's an ambush." "Trap! This is a trap." "Too despicable. Kill them." Ney's horse neighed incessantly as the first wave of ballistae killed hundreds of Uzun cavalry. Outside the formation, the Uzun forces were extremely spread out, so the ballistae were not as powerful. But Wang Chong had intentionally set up this opening. In this narrow space, the Uzun, in order to pursue the deserters, had broken through the Annam Protectorate's formation and swarmed in, the groups densely packed together. Not only that, at almost the same time, the Tang soldiers on the left and right of the Uzun army began to crazily press toward the Uzun army in the center. The Uzun army had originally been suppressing the Tang soldiers in terms of numbers, but at this moment, in this pocket set up by Wang Chong, it was the Tang soldiers who had the absolute advantage in numbers. Tens of thousands of Annam Protectorate soldiers were surrounding the 8,000 or 9,000 Uzun cavalry. "Quick retreat. Break open a gap and regroup with the main army. Don't let them cut us off." Everyone follow me." In the pocket, the Uzun soldiers were not lacking in formidable commanders. Seeing that the situation was not right, they began to turn around and charge at the Tang army that had been sealed. As long as they could break through this gap and regroup with the main army, the Tang army's trap would immediately fall apart. Not only that, as long as the main army regrouped, the Tang army would only be digging their own graves. "Kill them all! You bunch of trash! Hurry, don't let them regroup!" "Hurry!" Outside the pocket, the other Uzun soldiers were also panicking. The tens of thousands of Uzun cavalry had bloodshot eyes. No one had expected this sort of situation. This tactic was completely different from before. But before they could react, rumble. In the next moment, a hissing snake suddenly slithered forward and stabbed into the army. At this crucial moment, the distant armies of Zhao Qian, Huang He, and Fu Long completed their formation. The two armies overlapped, forming two sharp edges. One faced inward, resisting the desperate struggle of the Uzun army in the pocket, while the other faced outward, resisting the charge of the other Uzun soldiers. Roar! Thump, thump, thump! Boom! At this moment, the battle in the northeast suddenly reached its climax. One side wanted to rescue the trapped 8,000 or 9,000 cavalry, while the other side desperately tried to stop them. Both sides were doing their utmost. Saber glows and sword glows, the neighs and screams of horses, all of this rang out in the rain. And this was not the only change in the northeast. Seeing the plight of the northeast, almost all the Uzun soldiers were rushing over to reinforce it. "Kill them! They can't be allowed to succeed." On horseback, the Uzun commanders bent over, their eyes shining with a bloody light. The army that had discovered the Tang army and was pursuing them was only a vanguard of 70,000 soldiers. If the Tang people were to use this method to annihilate 1/7 of this army, it would be a heavy blow to the army. It was also hard to say what sort of punishment the great general and prime minister would receive. "Go. We'll bring reinforcements." The situation was urgent. On the summit, Qin Shisun's eyes were also filled with worry. Wang Chang's tactic was completely different from the norm. Places that others would risk their lives to defend, he would abandon without hesitation. Places that others would abandon, he would persist without hesitation. Although he found this rather difficult to accept, Qin Shisun had to admit that Wang Chang's strategy was extremely effective. If they could annihilate the 8,000-strong Uzun army, it would be a massive blow to them. At the very least, they could suppress the morale of the enemy and raise the morale of their own side. Wait a moment. Just when Qin Shisun was prepared to personally set out, Wang Chong waved his hand and called him back. "Wait a moment. Now is not the time for you to set out." Wang Chong said calmly, not even glancing in Qin Shisun's direction. "But given the current situation, we must destroy the 8,000-strong Uzun army as quickly as possible, or else chaos will ensue." Qin Shisun said anxiously, because the eldest young master was unconscious. The northeast had originally been the weakest point of the army's defenses. But now, this situation had been completely reversed in Wang Chang's hands. Their weakness had become their strength. If things went wrong, the Uzun army would lose 8,000 or 9,000 soldiers here. Although to the Ngari Uzun royal lineage, which numbered more than 200,000, these 8,000 or 9,000 soldiers wouldn't be enough to deal a serious blow. It would still be a significant loss. At the very least, even Huashu Wizong and Dalun Ruozin wouldn't dare say they could ignore such a large loss. Don't worry, the real battle has yet to begin," Wang Chong said indifferently, letting out a rare laugh. But in the midst of such an intense battle, not only did those who heard it not feel the slightest bit amused, they even felt an incomparably heavy feeling. At the very least, when Qin Shisun heard Wang Chong's words, his pupils involuntarily constricted. "It has yet to begin." Qin Shisun glanced at the fierce battle at the foot of the mountain and compared it to the cold smile on Wang Chong's lips. Suddenly, an irresistible thought emerged in his mind, and his heart began to beat wildly. 8 or 9,000 Uzun soldiers. Was this sort of victory not a victory for Wang Chong? Or perhaps, did he have some other plan in mind? He had followed 2 generations of the Wang clan masters, knew everything about the Wang clan like the back of his hand, and had even hugged Wang Chong when he was young. But at this moment, Chen Shu-sun couldn't help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity. He had heard many rumors about Wang Chong. In the capital, he had been ignorant and incompetent, idling about. But in the regional commander's incident, he had stood up and taken responsibility, and all the other things that had happened in the capital. He had become 2 completely different people. But no matter what the rumors of the outside world said, Chen Shu-sun had always remembered the young Wang Chong. He wasn't good, but he wasn't bad. Although he wasn't as dazzling as the rumors made him out to be, he wasn't some ignorant and incompetent hedonist. But at this moment, as he looked at the Wang Chong before him, Chen Shu-sun felt both familiar and unfamiliar. None of the rumors in the capital matched up to the Wang Chong before him. This kind of calmness in command was not something a teenager could have. No, it wasn't just calm and composed. Wang Chong had an air of foresight and confidence that not even a veteran general with decades of service could possess. And the words "the true battle has yet to begin" made Chen Shu-sun feel like the youth before him was shrouded in a dense fog, making him seem unfathomable. Despite his decades in the army, his many battles, and his many encounters with famed generals, including Wang Yan and the eldest young master, he was still unable to determine Wang Chong's intentions. If Wang Chong's true goal was not the 8 or 9,000 Uzun soldiers trapped in the encirclement, then what was his true goal? Could it be that he had some other motive? Just what does young master want to do? Chen Shu-sun's gaze swept over the fierce battlefield, but he was unable to determine Wang Chong's true goal. Wang Chong paid no attention to Chen Shu-sun. Perhaps even if he did notice, he wouldn't think about what Chen Shu-sun was thinking. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the fierce battlefield. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and a torrential rain poured down. It was very easy for a person to drown in this torrential rain, but tens of thousands of cavalry gathered together was a different matter. It was like a black dot the size of a speck of dust on a piece of white paper that no one would notice. However, when tens of thousands of such dust-sized black dots gathered together to form a dense drop of ink, it was not something that anyone could ignore. It's about time to begin. Wang Chong looked down the mountain at the endless stream of Uzun cavalry charging over. Everyone crazily wanted to save the 8 to 9,000 cavalrymen. Even cavalry from other areas had been drawn over. It was like the place where Wang Chong stood had become a fatal magnet. At this sight, the corners of Wang Chong's mouth slowly rose into an icy smile. The superior attacked the schemes, while the inferior attacked the soldiers. It was quite impressive that the Uzun, who did not understand the art of war, could fight to this extent. But the art of war had never been so simple. "Ready," Wang Chong suddenly said. These 2 simple words were spoken neither too loudly nor too softly, but they exploded like thunder over the summit. Chen Shu-sun and all the generals on the summit trembled. "Master archers, hear my order. Southeast, 3,500 meters in a radius of 30 zhang. Concentrate your fire." After so long, this was the second time Wang Chong had issued an order. Boom, boom, boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong's voice resounded over the summit as all the master archers fired their arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the shooting of the godly archers, a dense rain of arrows rained down from the southeast, far away from the area where the fierce battle was taking place. A group of several thousand cavalrymen just happened to be rushing over from another direction, and they crashed into the rain of arrows. Nay, the shrill whinnies of horses resounded through the mud. In the dense rain of arrows, horsemen and their horses fell to the ground, their corpses sliding through the rain. This sudden rain of arrows was completely unexpected. The cavalry in the rear were so fast that they could not dodge in time and were thrown far away amidst the neighing of their horses. The army in the rear was affected by this and instantly fell into chaos. But this was not the only change. The place Wang Chong had chosen was not only the vanguard of this army, but also the center and node of the entire Uzun army. When an army fell into chaos, it was not just itself that was obstructed, but also reinforcements from other directions. Nay, one by one the Highland steeds stood up and neighed loudly. One after another, Uzun cavalry charged forward. In the rain, the ground was so slippery that they could not even pull on the reins to stop. In just a few moments, the chaos of a few hundred soldiers had turned into chaos of several thousand, and it was rapidly expanding. The column of cavalry in the rear had no other choice but to stop as soon as possible. And without the high-speed charge, the power of the cavalry was completely lost. More importantly, the chaos of 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers became the army's greatest weakness. How is this possible? On the summit, Chun Shusen's mind buzzed at this sight. His eyes were round and his heart was in turmoil. He had been in the army for decades and had participated in countless battles. Master archer formations were a basic requirement. Any army with tens of thousands of soldiers or more would have a specialized team of master archers. Their purpose was to kill and injure the enemy before the two armies clashed, reducing the enemy's numbers while indirectly reducing the damage to one's own side. But even after experiencing so many battles, Qin Shusun had never seen a general use a master archer square formation to such an extent. A single volley of arrows had caused widespread chaos in the enemy army. This had nothing to do with the number of master archers killed, but had been elevated to a strategic level. With this single step, Wang Chong had stopped tens of thousands of soldiers from advancing. On a strategic level, this was enough to influence the overall situation of the battle. Pass on my orders to Zhang Wei and Jiang Tong of Unit 17 and Unit 18. Abandon defense and attack. As expected, Wang Chong ordered the Annam Protectorate in the southeast to attack without hesitation. Rumble. At the base of the mountain, the tens of thousands of Uzun soldiers tried to take the initiative to retreat, but it was already too late. As the Tang dynasty in the southeast fiercely charged into the node of reinforcements, the Uzun army was instantly slaughtered into chaos. And unlike the Uzun cavalry in the pocket, the Uzun army at the node could neither advance nor retreat. Everyone was squeezed together and had no way of dodging. Without speed, cavalry was just infantry, and in the entire world, no infantry could compare to the Tang dynasty. Rip. In the cold rain, blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of blunt objects falling to the ground could be heard. After so many years of war, the Annam Protectorate had accumulated a set of effective methods on how to deal with the thickly armored Uzun cavalry. Large axes flashed in the air, dancing a dance of death. The sharp spears were like venomous snakes, spitting out their tongues, stabbing into the Highland steeds' unprotected eyes. Not only did one strike pierce through the eyes, but it also pierced into the brain. The famous Highland steeds didn't even have the time to scream before falling heavily into the mud. It's about time, it's my turn. Gusts of wind swept the rain over. Wang Chong slowly raised his head and looked at the dark clouds above, then took a step forward. Rumble. This step shook the earth. With this step, Wang Chong finally released the bane of the battlefield halo in his body. Ripples that were hard to see with the naked eye swept out in all directions with Wang Chong as the center. Chapter 5:27. Rumble. Waves of invisible ripples spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire army. By now, the range of Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, the terrain of the mountains and the concentration of the army made it even more effective for Wang Chong's halo. Attention! Activate the halo! From now on, for every enemy soldier killed within the range of the halo, host's halo will grow. In a flash, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Wang Chang's lips curled into a faint smile, his face unfazed by the voice. In this period of time, Wang Chong had figured out a pattern. If he wanted to gain strength through battle, he had to become the commander-in-chief of an army, and he had to be the commander of an army that belonged entirely to him. The other method was to spread the halo. The range of the halo would weaken the strength of the enemy, equivalent to him personally participating in the battle. Thus, he could also gain strength through battle. Buzz! The Tang soldiers in battle did not sense anything, but Uzin's men immediately sensed it. What's going on? Why has my halo weakened? Damn it! Why have my movements suddenly slowed down? Why do I suddenly feel like my strength has decreased? What's going on? Uzin's men had been in a state of disarray, and when they suddenly realized that their strength, speed, and dexterity had all been reduced, they panicked even more. What people feared the most was not a formidable opponent, nor was it an enemy that greatly outnumbered them, but an unknown power. Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield would not increase the strength of his own side, so his own side would not notice it, but it would weaken the enemy's strength, which was completely different from any other halo. At the very least, this sort of halo did not exist in the Tang dynasty or in the various foreign countries. Consciously, no one would have thought of this. More importantly, Wang Chang's halo did not have any particular outward appearance and was not easy to detect. And in this kind of gray, rainstorm environment, there were even fewer signs to be found. Rumble. There was no time to think. With a rumble, as the Annam Protectorate took the initiative to attack, an unexpected change occurred in the entire battle. Since the start of the battle, the Annam Protectorate had the upper hand and initiative for the first time. Rumble. The army was defeated like a landslide. Looking down from the top of the mountain, they saw that the vast Uzin cavalry had clearly been cut into two, attacked from the front and rear. Wang Chang's pocket contained more than 8,000 enemy soldiers, and outside the main battlefield, where the Uzin army was gathering reinforcements from all directions, the Tang army thrust another blade in. What was even worse was that the wave of arrows that Wang Chong had directed the sharpshooters to shoot had caused chaos at the node and indirectly obstructed a large portion of the army in the rear. As a result, even though the Uzin cavalry had an astonishing number of cavalry, they were unable to unleash their full power when they were blocked by the front. Nay, the war horses roared, and the Highland steeds fell to the ground, neighing miserably. The axemen in the Tang army were often able to chop down these Highland steeds with a single swing of their axes. Another Uzin soldier swung his blade, but he was sent flying by a single punch from another Tang soldier. In terms of individual strength, the Tang army was unstoppable, unable to withstand even a single blow. For some reason, the valiant and ferocious Uzin soldiers seemed to have suddenly dropped in strength. Unbelievable. When did I become so strong? A soldier with a shield stared at his own fist in shock. In all his years of fighting in Lion City, he had never seen an Uzin soldier fall from his horse with a single punch. Ha ha ha, the Uzin soldiers are only SOSO. A spearman watched as his spear pierced through a chink in his opponent's armor, the tip of the spear emerging from his horse's head and stabbing into his opponent's neck. He didn't understand what had just happened, but the usually fast and nimble Uzin soldiers had suddenly slowed down. The spearman could only watch as his opponent's scimitar brushed past him by half a step, allowing his spear to pierce through his opponent's body. No matter what had happened, there was no doubt that he had succeeded. Similar things were happening all over the battlefield. The strength of the Annam Protectorate and the Uzin soldiers had originally been about the same, but at this moment, the Annam Protectorate had clearly gained the upper hand and was suppressing their enemy. Ha ha ha, brothers, kill! The time for our Annam Protectorate to take revenge has come. Kill! Battle cries resounded through the world. The gloominess of the Annam Protectorate was swept away, and everyone's spirits were roused. The soldiers with shields, sabers, axes, and spears all advanced in unison. Something's wrong. The Tang army had not yet sensed anything, but the Uzun generals immediately sensed it. Amidst the vast army of Uzun cavalry, a strong-looking general with bright eyes widened as he subconsciously looked toward the summit. Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield had not only affected the northeast region, but the entire battlefield. In that moment, he could clearly sense that the strength of his subordinates had greatly weakened. But Wang Chang's bane of the battlefield had no effect on generals, so not even he could determine what had happened. What's going on here? What's going on? His bright eyes swept across the battlefield and scanned one round. Finally, he quickly swept his gaze across the battlefield in the northeast region. Logically speaking, with so many soldiers concentrated in the northeast region, the Tang army should have the absolute advantage, but in reality, the Tang army was the one with the advantage. This situation was not normal. Parry! With a cold glint in his eyes, the Uzun general suddenly turned his horse around and galloped toward the northeast. Southeast region, left wing for 1,500 meters, right wing, 1,800 steps, fire! At the same time, on the summit of the northeast region, Wang Chong, clad in golden armor, stood beneath a flagpole, his voice cold and emotionless. Bang, bang, bang. With Wang Chong's order, 2 volleys of arrows, like the eyes of a death god, landed on the left wing and right wing respectively at a distance of 4,500 meters and 1,800 meters respectively. Rumble! With the neighing of horses on the verge of death, the Uzun soldiers who had been on the verge of forming an orderly formation once more fell into chaos. Wang Chong towered over the summit, his gaze like that of a hawk sweeping over the battlefield. Not a single movement could escape his eyes. In his hands, the master archer army, a necessity for any army, had displayed a strategic might. At this point, it was no longer important how many people the master archer army killed. They had become a strategic weapon. As long as there was a threat, Wang Chong would disrupt them in advance. In the art of war, the ultimate goal was to confuse the enemy, confuse them, weaken them, and do their best to create a situation in which they outnumbered the enemy. And right now, the Tang army in the northeast region was in this state. The Uzun soldiers, who clearly had the advantage in numbers, had suddenly become the minority. Wang Chong had used their own chaos to build an invisible high wall among the enemy army, a high wall to block their own people from the rear. Batch after batch of Uzun soldiers screamed as they fell to the sabers and axes of the Tang army. In Wang Chong's mind, all sorts of voices were ringing out like a waterfall. Congratulations to user for killing 182 Uzun cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 342 Uzun cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 687 Uzun cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 1,344 Uzun cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 1,344 Uzun cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 2,576 Uzun cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 3,936 Uzun cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 5,722 Uzun cavalry. Congratulations to user for killing 7,549 Uzun cavalry. One voice after another roared out of Wang Chong's mind, constantly announcing the casualties of the Uzun soldiers. This was not an even increase, but an exponential one. In a short period of time, the casualties of the Uzun soldiers reached an astonishing rate. The wind howled on the mountaintop. With each death of an Uzun soldier, a stream of energy poured into Wang Chong's body from the surrounding void. Wang Chong had already reached Tier 9 of the true martial realm, but now he was showing signs of advancing toward the peak of Tier 9. If he advanced further, all the halos would merge into one, forming a large halo of thorns. That would be the profound martial realm. Welcome to my official WeChat account and Weibo. Just search for Huang Fuqi. There's a lot of content not found in novels there. Incredible, incredible. On the mountaintop, Qin Shu-sun and the other generals were filled with excitement, completely stunned by this scene. Although they were not like Wang Chong, who could know the casualties of the Uzun soldiers at any time, looking down from the mountaintop, they could completely see what was happening on the battlefield. Defeat was like a landslide. That was exactly what was happening on the battlefield. Although the Uzun had the advantage in numbers, they were no match for the Annam Protectorate. In the pocket that Wang Chong had set up, large numbers of Uzun soldiers were falling like harvested straws. On the other side of the battlefield, the Annam Protectorate was like a sharp sword stabbing straight into the heart of the enemy, making it impossible for the enemy to stop it. If the Uzun could be described as a vast ocean, then the Annam Protectorate was a rock in that vast ocean. Although it appeared to be the weaker side, it was in fact the one with the upper hand. Great, this is great. Qin Shu-sun clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. Even the other guards and generals around the flagpole looked at Wang Chong with completely different expressions. When Wang Chong had first taken over the army, everyone had been skeptical, including Qin Shu-sun. But at this moment, looking at the battle at the foot of the mountain, there was no longer any doubt. I really didn't expect the young master to be so accomplished in the art of war. Even if the eldest young master were here, awake, he would still be far inferior. The army is saved. Qin Shu-sun was overjoyed. Chapter 5:28. Cavalry, get ready. Wang Chong didn't even notice what was going on behind him. His mind was extremely calm and farsighted. This battle had now reached its most critical moment. The Annam Protectorate had the initiative, and Wang Chong was using his master archers to control the situation. But the Uzun army had not given up. As long as they could repel this final wave of resistance, the 70,000 Uzun soldiers would be utterly routed, and it would be a landslide defeat. Nay, all the cavalry gathered at Wang Chong's side, all of them looking down the mountain, their bodies exuding a fierce will to fight. This battle involved 3 empires and nearly 1 million soldiers. For the first time, they saw a sliver of hope. To these exhausted soldiers who had been fighting for days, this sliver of hope was extremely important. The summit was quiet, other than the sound of the rain and the flapping of the banners. There was no other sound. The atmosphere was frighteningly quiet. Everyone was waiting for Wang Chong's order. No one realized that from their initial doubts and unease, they had now developed an absolute trust in Wang Chong. Come out, come out. I don't believe that you won't take action, Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he looked down the mountain. The Zifidan Jiaosero was one of the 5 tiger generals of the Uzun Empire's Ngari royal lineage, and there was also the crown prince of Mengshi Zhao, Fenjie. These were all dazzling individuals who could not be underestimated. In the Southwestern War, although these people were not as dazzling as Daluan Ruozhen, Hushu Wizang, or Jelifeng, they had all played an equally important role. One could say that the Annam Protectorate's crushing defeat was directly related to them. Wang Chong didn't believe that Fenjie and Jiaosero wouldn't react to his single-handedly orchestrating the northeastern battlefield. The Uzun army was utterly routed. A general needed to look at the overall situation. If Fenjie and Jiaosero couldn't even do this, then he would be overestimating them. Let's see when you'll react. Wang Chong thought to himself. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Wang Chong did not have to wait for long. Suddenly, the earth and sky shook in the southeast direction. The dense sound of horse hooves even drowned out the sound of the storm. The neighing of the Highland steed could be heard even in the storm and thunder. Kill! A series of deafening battle cries came from afar. In the blink of an eye, waves of cavalry whose aura and strength far surpassed that of ordinary Uzun soldiers galloped towards them with a terrifying aura. The general has ordered that those who kill the enemy will live, and those who retreat will die. A white rainbow flashed, and a ferocious-looking herald rushed out of the gray rainstorm with a machete in his hand. His voice was incomparably tyrannical as he said, "Imperial Guard, hear my order! Anyone who retreats will be executed. Roar! The reply to the messenger was a heaven-shaking roar, brimming with bestial savagery. One by one, the powerful and muscular Uzin Imperial Guard dismounted from their horses, pulled out their scimitars and lined them up in a row, the tips of their blades aimed at the summit. So many cavalry, even though they were outnumbered, had been thrown into complete chaos. Each one of them was like a headless fly, unable to advance or retreat. To the Uzin who revered bravery, this was a complete humiliation. Almost at the same time that all the Imperial Guard dismounted, a new wave of Uzin reinforcements transformed into a surging flood that charged toward the summit. Not good, it's dangerous. On the summit, beneath the giant banner, Qin Shisen's expression tightened, revealing a nervous expression. Although his grasp of the art of war was inferior to Wang Chong's, Qin Shisun was still a veteran of the battlefield. Although the Tang army had the initiative on the battlefield, this was the result of Wang Chong's use of various tactics and formations. But even the most powerful tactics and formations had a limit to what they could endure. There was no question that the Tang square formations that were on the offensive had already reached their limits. If another wave of 8,000 to 9,000 elites came, it was very likely that the front line would collapse due to the pressure. There's no need to worry. Wang Chong flicked his wrist, unconcerned. Have them charge over. But, my lord, we won't be able to hold on like this. Several Tang generals at the side said. Wang Chong wasn't familiar with any of these people, but he knew that they were his big brother's guards. There's no need to worry. As long as we don't immediately collapse, it won't matter. Wang Chong calmly said. Wang Chong made no attempt to stop this wave. As expected, the scene that everyone on the summit had been most worried about occurred. Rumble. Like a flash flood, the vast army of Uzin reinforcements burst like a silver bottle, smashing into the Tang formation and causing a massive upheaval. A blood-curdling scream resounded in the void. Outside the pocket that Wang Chong had laid down, the two Tang armies that had taken the initiative were gradually beginning to show signs of being unable to hold on. Please follow my WeChat account and Weibo. You can search for Huang Fuqi. There are many things that can't be found in novels. 10, 9, 8. Wang Chong calmly looked down the mountain, his mind ringing with the sound of a countdown. Looking down from the summit, Wang Chong could clearly see that, as the battle progressed, the attention of this final group of reinforcements was completely focused on the two Tang camps that were charging down the mountain. Everyone was doing their utmost to charge forward, paying little attention to the people on the summit. And as the battle intensified, this trend became more and more obvious. 4, 3, 2, 1. When the count reached 1, the ranks of the Uzin reinforcements suddenly rippled. This ripple was not very obvious, like a bubble in a stream, but to Wang Chong this was enough. To the southeast, cavalry, charge! After waiting for so long, Wang Chong had finally dispatched the cavalry that he had been saving for so long, the cavalry stationed on the summit. Rumble. It was earth-shattering. The cavalry camp on the mountain peak had been waiting for this order for a long time. Now that they had suddenly received the order, the cavalrymen were practically fighting to be the first to leap down from the top of the mountain like a rapid waterfall. Nay, the neighing of the cavalry and the humming of metal mixed together. In just a short period of time, the cavalry had reached an extremely high speed. As this cavalry charged forward, no one noticed that at the base of the summit, beneath the flapping banner, Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he suddenly took a step forward. Bang! The bright cry of a horse came from the depths of space and time. The faint image of a massive and extraordinary warhorse appeared behind Wang Chong, and at the same time, a halo of fire shot out from Wang Chong's feet, rapidly spreading to cover the feet of all the cavalry. The cavalry of the Annan Protectorate had already reached an extremely high speed, and now that they were suddenly boosted by the halo of Dusk Stallion, their speed instantly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, they had reached a peak speed. Rumble. For 1,000 men and horses, rushed down from the top of the mountain like a flash flood. Their momentum was unstoppable and unstoppable. Not good. There's another Tang at the summit. Take up the formation. Take up the formation. It's cavalry. Watch out for the cavalry charge. The sudden change at the top of the mountain alarmed all the reinforcements in the gray curtain of rain. Looking at the furious army charging over, everyone's eyes revealed a look of shock. In the torrential rain, the view from the base of the mountain was not as good. No one had expected that the Annam Protectorate would still have an army that it had not mobilized, and this was the most powerful and terrifying cavalry force in this terrain. An army of 4,000 against the 8,000 or 9,000 new Uzun reinforcements. This force was enough to influence the outcome of this important battle. Take up the formation. Take up the formation. The Uzun general madly kicked and lashed at the soldiers around him in an attempt to reorganize the formation. But it was too late. Everyone's attention was focused on the Tang army charging at them, intending to madly crush them. This also meant that they had lost the ability to adapt to the situation and take up the formation. Boom! Before these people could react, the 4,000 cavalry had passed through the gaps in the army's formation like water leaking through a dam, smashing into the ranks of the new Uzun reinforcements. No one could stop this terrifying collision. The Tang soldiers who had survived were essentially the elite of the elite, coupled with the force of the charge from their war horses. The charge from each Tang dynasty cavalry was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a true martial tier 7 expert. This was not a force that ordinary Uzun cavalry could easily block. Cavalry had become an important deterrent on the battlefield precisely because of the combined strength of man and warhorse. In the hands of Wang Chom, this force of impact was pushed to its pinnacle. With a scream, an Uzun cavalryman and his horse were thrown several dozen zhang into the air. The others were also completely unable to endure this force. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Uzun soldiers were thrown into the air. The sounds of tendons snapping, bones breaking, horses neighing, metal clanging, halos clanging, collisions, all of it blended into one. Kail! Their battle cries resounded through the clouds, and all the great Tang cavalrymen revealed savage, killing intent. In this melee, the newly appeared Uzun cavalry had fallen into complete chaos. Stop them! Stop them! We can't stop them! We can't stop them! There are too many of them! It's bad. My lord has been killed in battle. The counterattack that the Uzun army had worked so hard to build up instantly collapsed. Even the Tang assault line that had been on the verge of breaking had been completely ruined. As this battle continued, the Uzun army had suddenly fallen into an unprecedented situation. The pocket, the middle of the reinforcements, and the rear had all collapsed. Not only had this pursuit of the Tang deserters failed to achieve any results, nearly 10,000 soldiers had died in battle, and the Tang army had also fallen into an extremely disadvantageous position. Damn it, just what's going on here? This person definitely isn't Wang Fu. On the mountain, an Uzun officer stared at the banner on the summit, his eyes red as he furiously cursed. In the entire southwest, including the Annam Protectorate, the only person that could pose a slight threat to the Uzun army was the Wang clan's Wang Fu. Even Lords Hueshu Wuzong and Daluan Ruozhen had to sigh in praise of that person's talent. However, even if it was Wang Fu, it was impossible for him to have such terrifying leadership and commanding abilities. In just a few moments, the situation on the battlefield had been reversed. Such a situation was simply unprecedented, and it could even be called a miracle. At the very least, from the Uzun side, this was completely unimaginable. And when one considered that the Uzun army had an absolute advantage in numbers, this was even more difficult to accept. But regardless of whether the Uzun people could accept it or not, the Northeast and the Northeast were currently experiencing a complete rout of the Uzun army, and this trend was spreading from the Northeast and Southeast to the other regions. Congratulations to user for killing 13,961 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 16,733 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 19,927 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 21,966 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 23,459 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations to user for killing 26,796 Uzun soldiers. Wang Chong stood motionless on the mountain peak, a series of voices pouring down from his mind like a waterfall. The power and range of Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo kept increasing, and Wang Chong's already high strength, under the influence of the Uzun soldiers who had died in battle, grew again. The battlefield was the best place to train, and also the best place to increase one's strength. At least at this moment, this was what Wang Chong felt. Boom! 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 The power of the halos vibrated in his body, surging and showing signs of fusing. In the darkness, a strange feeling welled up in his heart, and Wang Chong felt as if he had touched some hidden, indescribable power in the depths of time and space. This feeling was both strange and familiar. Chapter 529. Waves of power surged through his body, and Wang Chong felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. This was war. Although the Stone of Destiny could not give him great power immediately, it was born for war. He was the war saint. Only war could bring him the greatest power. In that instant, Wang Chong's mind was clear. Attack on all fronts! Looking at the chaotic Uzun army, this time, Wang Chong did not use any tactics or strategies. Instead, he directly gave the order for an all-out attack. The Uzun had already been defeated. An army in chaos could no longer pose a threat to the Tang dynasty. What Wang Chong needed to do was to attack on all fronts and put a lot of pressure on this army. Let them be completely annihilated and suffer a crushing defeat. Rumble. When Wang Chong gave the order, the northeast and southeast regions instantly gave up on defense and charged forward like an avalanche. Shield soldiers, axe soldiers, spear soldiers, all kinds of soldiers charged forward. Cries of pain rang out incessantly. One war horse after another fell to the ground. Both the southeast and northeast regions were completely routed. Congratulations, host, for killing 31,977 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations, host, for killing 33,455 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations, host, for killing 36,703 Uzun soldiers. Congratulations, host, for killing 39,911 Uzun soldiers. In a short period of time, a series of messages surged out of Wang Chong's mind like a rolling snowball. When the Annam Protectorate pressed forward, coupled with Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield, aura, the Uzun army was truly defeated. The number of casualties increased exponentially. In the depths of space-time, strands of energy as thin as gossamer swarmed over. Success! Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the wind. He clenched his fists and spread his arms. His heart was incomparably agitated. The total number of Uzun's men was only about 70,000 to 80,000. He had killed so many people in the southeast and northeast regions, and they were in a complete defeat. They could no longer pose a threat to him. Damn it! Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent and anger exploded, like a clap of thunder on the mountaintop. The voice was clearly far away, but it sounded as if it was right beside his ear. Rumble! Wang Chong's heart trembled. Before he could react, he heard a loud explosion coming from the foot of the mountain. Amidst the violent explosion, a powerful force shot out in all directions. On the mountainside, where the Annam Protectorate's attack was the fiercest and also the place where the Uzun suffered the most casualties, a huge force suddenly exploded. Dozens of Tang Dynasty's cavalrymen who were charging screamed in pain. Like kites with their strings cut, they were sent flying with their horses. With just this, a huge gap suddenly appeared in the tight formation of the Annam Protectorate. This is. Wang Chong's eyelids twitched. In a flash, in that gap, Wang Chong vaguely saw a tall figure with disheveled hair, bulging muscles, and a body full of wildness. The figure glared at him from afar. That gaze was extremely cold, filled with murderous intent and killing intent. It chilled people to the bone. However, it only lasted for a moment before the figure disappeared. It was so fast that people thought it was an illusion. Roar! In the next moment, the wind howled, and an earth-shattering roar of a tiger rang in everyone's ears. Right at the gap in the army that had been torn open, space warped as the image of a white tiger that was the size of a small mountain faintly appeared, and a primitive, ancient, brutal, and ferocious aura surged out and flowed wantonly. No, it's not a shadow. Bang! As the 4 paws landed on the ground, a 3 zhang tall, 6 zhang long, and incomparably ferocious white tiger suddenly appeared in the Annam Protectorate's army. The white tiger's muscles bulged, and every muscle seemed to be filled with endless, destructive power. A huge and magnificent halo of thorns shone under the feet of the white tiger. It complemented the metal totem on its back, as well as the mysterious runes. They resonated with each other, giving people a primitive, ancient, and incomparably mysterious feeling. Roar! With a cold gaze, the white tiger locked onto the mountaintop. With a swipe of its paws, 5 or 6 Tang dynasty cavalrymen flew far away as if they were nothing, and fell to the ground with a thud. With another casual swipe of the tiger's tail, the entire formation completely collapsed. Not good, it's the Zifidon Jiao Saro. Suddenly, a solemn voice rang in everyone's ears. Chen Shusun drew his long saber and stepped in front of Wang Chong, as if he was facing a great enemy. Clang! 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 Almost at the same time, the guards on the mountaintop all drew their long sabers and swords, lined up in formation, and stood in front of Wang Chong with solemn expressions. The duty of the guards was to protect the general. This was why they did not participate in the battle. Compared to the loss of a single soldier, the safety of the general was more important. Roar! A series of loud roars resounded through the mountain peak. The rain and mist spread out in waves and exploded. Even the entire mountain range trembled under the roars of the tiger. Countless rocks and mud slid down from the top of the mountain. Kill! The Lord is here. Follow the general. Kill! Halfway up the mountain, the effects of Jiao Saro's attack were immediate. The morale of the Uzun soldiers had already hit rock bottom, and the terrain was extremely disadvantageous to them. But at this moment, it was like they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Roaring, they followed behind Jiao Saro and began to counterattack. The strength of a profound martial realm expert was unimaginable. Jiao Saro had transformed into a white tiger and was charging straight up the mountain. Wherever he passed, he left behind a trail of destruction, and the Uzun cavalry following closely behind him were able to maximize this result. A gap of 4 to 5 zhang wide had suddenly become a fatal flaw in the southeast and northeast regions. The situation had suddenly turned against the Tang army. "My lord, what do we do?" "If this continues, our entire army will be routed and victory will be turned into defeat. We should first consider my lord's safety. Jiao Saro is too fast. He's coming for my lord. If something happens to my lord, the morale of the army will crumble and our defeat will be assured." The massive white tiger's charge was simply too fast. In just a few moments, several hundred Tang soldiers had been slapped or thrown away, all of them either dead or injured. Even though they were observing from the summit, they were still alarmed. Even more frightening was that Jiao Saro's target was clearly them, the summit. Everyone felt a sense of crisis. It was the aura of death. "Young master?" Chen Shusun said nothing, only looked inquiringly at Wang Chong. As a general, Wang Chong naturally could not retreat. If the commander-in-chief retreated, the army would collapse without a fight, and there would be no need for Jiao Sero to do anything. And if he remained on the summit, he would be in grave danger. Moreover, as a subordinate of 2 generations of the Wang clan, Chen Shusun had a deep friendship with the Wang clan. He loved the house and its crow, so he did not wish for anything to happen to Wang Chong. "There's no need." A light flickered in Wang Chong's eyes, but he quickly waved his hand. "If the army collapses, we will also die. In addition, even if we can't kill him, we don't have to risk our lives. This is not what I'm worried about right now. All of you, pay attention to your surroundings. Since Jiao Sero has appeared, Fenjie is definitely not far away. We need to be careful of this person." These words caused everyone's expressions to change, and Chen Shisen's heart sank to the bottom of a lake. One Jiao Sero was already hard enough to deal with, and now with Fenjie, who would be a match? Chen Shusun had originally wanted to hold his ground, but now Chen Shusun was thinking of retreating. This was no longer a question of holding their ground, but a question of waiting for death if they stayed. "Young master, if that's the case, we might have to retreat," Chen Shusun said with an ugly expression. "Haha, there's no need for that right now. Did you forget that Jiao Sero and Fenjie were originally with my father? There's no way father wouldn't have noticed Jiao Sero's sudden disappearance. Uncle Chin, send the signal for the drummers to beat the drums. In addition, arrange for the ballisti to come over." Wang Chong waved his hand and confidently ordered. Once the 2 armies engaged in a melee, ballisti would essentially lose their purpose. But at this time, they were still useful to deal with a powerful foe like Jiao Sero. Moreover, the white tiger's massive size made it even more convenient to use. In the blink of an eye, while Wang Chong was speaking, the battle at the base of the mountain had reached a critical juncture. Welcome to my WeChat account and Weibo. You can search for Huang Fuqi. There is much content that can't be found in novels. Boom, boom, boom. The northeast line had been thrown into disarray by Jiao Sero, but at the same time, everyone had discovered Jiao Sero's goal. He had made no attempt to conceal his goal. He was advancing in a straight line, and any Tang soldiers blocking his path were plowed away. "Protect my lord! Even if we die, don't let him approach the summit. Everyone hear my order. Anyone who retreats will die." In the army, the eyes of all the commanders were red with anxiety. If the commander-in-chief was killed and the banner was cut, the entire army would collapse. This was no longer a matter of protecting Wang Chong alone. Given the current situation of the Annam Protectorate, if it really reached this stage, there was basically no chance of survival. The southwest will be the final resting place for all of us. Square 6 and Square 7 retreat. Turtle shell formation. Passively defend. Master archers fire at will. After 3 waves, retreat to the southwest. Wang Chong suddenly said. The master archers were not particularly skilled in close combat. If Jiao Sero were allowed to charge to the summit, the master archers would truly be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. A large number of them would be easily slaughtered. Boom, boom, boom. A dense rain of arrows howled through the air. Even in this chaotic battle, the master archers were completely unaffected. None of their arrows missed their target. But in the next moment, something unexpected occurred. Bang, bang, bang. The rain of arrows was still several zhang away from the 3 zhang tall white tiger when they stopped in midair, as if there was an invisible wall of air. Ha ha ha! Regardless of whether you are Wang Fu or not, regardless of who you are, you want to use this method to deal with me? You're too childish. Chapter 530. 1. Before the surrounding people could react, the white tiger suddenly shook its body. Pung, pung, pung. Hundreds and thousands of iron arrows suddenly shot out in all directions like the thorns of a hedgehog. Not good. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, he heard a boom, followed by screams. With Jiao Sero at the center, all the infantry in a radius of several dozen paces were sent flying by the dense rain of arrows. Even though they were protected by armor, they were still either dead or wounded. The dense rain of arrows had actually become the best tool for Jiao Sero to display its might. Scatter! Master archers, retreat immediately! Wang Chang's expression focused as he waved his left palm and gave the order. The master archers could deal with ordinary Uzun soldiers, but against a fierce Uzun general like Jiao Sero, they were clearly lacking. Moreover, Wang Chong could sense from this scene that Jiao Sero's stellar energy was even more powerful and ferocious than Bashishing's. His jinqi was so dense that it could reflect the rain of arrows. This was not something an ordinary, profound martial realm expert could do. There was a reason why Jiao Sero was ranked second among the 5 tiger generals. Roar! With a savage roar, the massive white tiger stared at Wang Chong, a hint of ridicule in its eyes. Boom! With a shake of its 4 claws, the massive white tiger suddenly leaped into the air. Boom! Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was in chaos. No matter how slow they were, they could tell that this white tiger was charging at Wang Chong. Protect my lord! Shouts came from all around, but Wang Chong was the only one who remained calm. Humph! Wang Chong waved his right hand, gazing at the leaping white tiger. He immediately gave the order to attack. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. Following Wang Chong's order, the ballista phalanx began to fire 3-meter-long bolts. Jiao Sero, who had transformed into a white tiger, soared into the sky and positioned himself in the air. It was the best angle and timing to shoot. No matter how powerful Jiao Sero was, it would be difficult for him to shift under such circumstances. How could Wang Chong let go of such an opportunity? How foolish! Wang Chong sneered in his heart. In a large-scale, crowded war, even the most powerful cultivator could think of a way to deal with it. Jia Siluo was being a little too arrogant. Buzz! The air exploded, and 20 to 30 arrows were aimed at Jiao Sero, who was in the air. In terms of accuracy and angle, these well-trained soldiers of the Annan Protectorate Army would have no problem with it. Even Jia Siluo slightly paled at the sight of those flashing arrowheads and the terrifying energy contained within them. BZZZ. There was no time to think. A majestic stellar energy barrier, 7 or 8 feet thick, burst out of Jiao Sero's body and tightly wrapped around the white tiger. Just as he was about to complete this step, the 30-some ballistae all struck the white tiger in the air. Roar! With a roar, the huge white tiger's body staggered as it was shot down from the sky. It crashed onto the ground, causing mud to splatter all over the sky. Brat, I underestimated you. That resonant voice resounded through the air, this time with more gravity and less disdain. There was no doubt that Jiao Sero had suffered a bit in that moment. Whoosh! The white tiger's massive claws slashed across the ground, causing mud and gravel to fly everywhere, blurring its vision. Then it suddenly pounced forward. This time, the white tiger didn't choose to charge in a straight line. Instead, it dove left and right, choosing an S-shaped path. Pft, pft, pft. The ballista bolts all landed behind it. Although it had chosen an S-shaped path, Jiao Sero's speed didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. In a short period of time, it was less than 100 feet from the top of the mountain. With Jiao Sero's speed, it would probably reach the top of the mountain in the next moment. At this moment, even Wang Chong's expression changed. Once a profound martial realm expert got serious, they would be extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, Jiao Sero had clearly used the secret techniques of the Great Snow Mountain Temple. Uncle Chin, the rest is up to you. Wang Chong said calmly. A battle between martial cultivators had nothing to do with tactics or strategy. Against an expert like Jiao Sero, even Wang Chong didn't have any good ideas. The only person on the mountain who could deal with him was Chen Shusun. As a veteran general of the army, Chen Shusun's strength was unquestionable. Protect my lord! The cry of a saber echoed through the air. Rainwater flowed down his forehead and down his hair, but Qin Shisen's eyes didn't waver in the slightest. Boom! Qin Shisen's feet paused on the mountain peak. He became one with his saber, instantly transforming into a white rainbow that pierced through the heavy rain and slashed at the nearby Jiaosero. "Protect my lord!" At almost the same time, the guards on the mountain peak unsheathed their sabers and followed Qin Shusun, charging at Jiaosero. It was their duty to protect the commander of the army. The reason they hadn't come out to battle was because they were waiting for this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven-shaking explosions came from the base of the mountain as Qin Shusun and Jia Siluo began to battle. Both of them were experts of the profound martial realm, and every move they made contained immense power. Their power was so great that the torrential rain couldn't even get within 7 or 8 meters of the two. At the same time, the rain transformed into ripples that spread in all directions. Welcome to my official WeChat account and Weibo. Just search for Huang Fuqi. There's a lot of content that can't be found in novels. Jiaosero is too powerful. Wang Chong frowned as he looked at the foot of the mountain. Although Qin Shusun had made a move, he had only barely managed to stop Jiaosero for a moment. Even with the help of his eldest brother Wang Fu's guards, they were still no match for Jiaosero. They were completely suppressed by Jiaosero. At least, that was how Wang Chong saw it. The martial arts of the Great Snow Mountain Temple are indeed powerful. Although Jiaosero has grown in size and is more vulnerable to attacks from all sides, his white tiger form is almost invulnerable and has immense strength. Furthermore, his movements are completely unaffected. After all, Uncle Qin hasn't learned these martial arts. He can't stop him at all. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. In just a short period of time, Uncle Chen's body had already suffered several scratches. Blood flowed endlessly from the white tiger's sharp claws. Wang Chong didn't know much about the Great Snow Mountain Temple, so he didn't pay much attention to this. "My lord, do you want me and my brothers to go help him? I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on by himself." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside him. The eagle looked down the mountain, his voice tinged with anxiety. The eagle arrived at the top of the mountain a little later than Wang Chong. Unlike Wang Chong, the eagle spent a lot of time helping to set up the defense line and fend off Uzin's men. As for when they reached the top of the mountain, the eagle knew his own limitations. He knew nothing about the art of war or strategy, so he simply led the elites of the Black Dragon Gang and waited silently on the side, not saying a word. "No need." Wang Chong raised an arm and said calmly, "Jiaosero is not the only threat this time. Jiaosero is easy to deal with. After all, everything about him is out in the open. But the other one might not be the same. My lord is speaking of Fenjie." The eagle said. He had also heard some of it from the side. He had also heard of Fenjie's matter in the past, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Humph. Wang Chong nodded non-committally. The art of war revolves around what is real and what is false. Fenjie stayed in the Tang dynasty for a very long time and has learned quite a bit about the art of deception. After fighting for so long, I don't believe that he hasn't appeared yet. The art of deception. A strange light flashed through the eagle's eyes. He really didn't understand much about the art of war. Wang Chong only smiled and said nothing more. Wang Chong had only heard of this crown prince Mengshi Zhao, but had never seen him in person. He had no idea what kind of person he was. However, the fact that Fenjie hadn't appeared for so long actually allowed Wang Chong to learn a few things. This Fenjie was definitely not an easy character to deal with. He was patient, and most importantly, his personality was one that would take a life when he didn't act. He was truly a very difficult opponent to deal with, and as the crown prince, he could mobilize a great deal of resources. But at the same time, he didn't have the arrogance of a crown prince. Wang Chong could sense that this sort of person was definitely the type of person who would use any means necessary to achieve his goal. Compared to the unstoppable Jiaosero who could charge to the summit at any moment and take his life, Wang Chong actually felt that this Fenjie was the true calamity of the Tang dynasty. "My lord, if he doesn't appear, are we just going to keep standing here? The current situation isn't in our favor," a dark-faced elite of the Black Dragon Gang said. They had all been left by Li Sai at Wang Chong's side. Although they didn't admire Wang Chong as much as Li Sai, they still respected him. In their view, Wang Chong really shouldn't have transferred away Li Sai in this battle. Otherwise, with generally present, they might have been able to stop Jiao Sero. They would have been much more flexible in adapting to the situation. "That's right, my lord. If Jiao Sero attacks, Fenjie will cooperate from the side, and I'll be in the open while the enemy is in the shadows. When the time comes, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him," another elite of the Black Dragon Gang said, his voice tinged with deep concern. Wang Chong turned his head in astonishment and saw that the Black Dragon Gang elite who had spoken had a thin build. He was completely different from the others, and his eyes seemed to be more intelligent. "So it's him." This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. He had a vague idea of who this person was. Li Sai had said that this person was half an advisor in the Black Dragon Gang. Although he wasn't at the level of a strategist, he still had some intelligence. "Relax, he won't have that chance. I'll have him come out on his own."